Walter Jones, Pro Football Hall of Famer, top 100.
Tyler Lockett from the Seattle Seahawks.
DK Metcalf from
Dave Burleson. You're watching NorbCam.
NorbCam.
You're watching NorbCam.
Good morning. What's up, everybody? This is NorbCam coming at you. Day 3 of the NFL Draft. This is rounds 4 through 7. This is where we really see what the Seahawks can do with. They still have over half their picks left. I think they've picked 3, and they had 8 picks total. And so this is where we really start to see what kind of diamonds in the rough, what kind of gems we find in these later rounds, which we know Seahawks are so famous for making some of the most amazing moves. The Richard Shermans, Russell Wilsons, Bobby Wagners, Cam Chancellors of the world, all found in these later rounds. So, not Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson was round 3. And Bobby, for that matter. But you know what I'm talking about. The guys who came later. I see people jumping in on YouTube on the chat. Appreciate it. Josh, Fabian, Miko, Richard, Mr. Patman, Bryson, Posa, Icy Whittit. Let's go Seahawks. Diego, Chick Doodle Poo, Sports Fan Live in Sioux City, Sioux Falls 502. Mr. Patman again. Kate Berry, how you guys all doing? I had to set my alarm this morning because I was... I've been waking up later and later. I used to get up pretty much regularly about 5:30, 6 in the morning because my kids would be up by about 6. Now they get up at about an average of about noon. And so my clock has slowly gotten to be later and later and later. And I don't mind that, actually. It's kind of nice getting a lot of sleep, although I'm staying up a lot later too. So it's just been a little bit different. But we are about ready to get going. Again, I'm taking phone calls, so it's been kind of fun having this whole sort of party line chat with just opening the phone lines up and having you guys joining in and helping steer this conversation along as we go. And I'll do the same thing here. And so if you guys want to call in at 515-606-5121, hopefully, and then enter the code 696153 when prompted, then we will be able to do this thing, and hopefully you'll be in the chat. And I got the broadcast going here, and see how the conversation goes. Guys, you can put down who you are hoping to see Seattle pick up in their next pick. Now let's take a quick look at the board here. We got the Bengals picking first in the 4th round, 107. And then we got all the way down here, Seattle picking at 27, which is 133 right here in the 4th round. And I think we go again. Yes, we do right here. Again at 38, at 144. So got a couple picks pretty close together in the later half of this round. So if I recall, things go pretty fast on these later rounds as they're burning through 4, 5, 6, and 7 all in a day. So it moves pretty quickly here. So it'll be interesting to see how much the pace picks up. Let me check the phone lines right now. Let's see. We got one caller so far here. Lewis, who's been pretty much regular on the phone line the last few days. I'll just open it right now, and pretty much as the calls come in, I'm just going to bring you on, and we'll just have a nice, fun little conversation. I'm not going to mute you guys. So let's see. Let's bring Lewis up right now. Hey, Lewis, how you doing, man?
Doing good.
Good. Welcome to the show. What time is it where you are?
Noon right now.
Oh, yeah, so you're up over East Coast time. And then we got Aiden. Aiden, you're with us too?
Yep.
All right. So I'm just leaving. Normally I mute all these lines, and I just pop them in one at a time. So pretty much you call in, you get on. So as long as we play nicely, and don't make too much noise where we can't understand anything, that's how we're going to do this thing. So
it's 11:05 where I'm at.
It's what?
It's 11 where I'm at.
11 o'clock. Okay. That's right. You guys, you're on
Central
that
time, I
Central
think.
time. Well, it's just after 9 o'clock.
Draft here. The Bengals are on the clock. What's theater to select here?
All right, so we've got.
It's crazy how Joe Burrow went to the Bengals so fast, though. Yeah.
Yeah, so I guess we go picks 133, 144, 148. So much of them close together, and then not again until 214. So
Patriots. What pick are we starting at?
133. 133 is our first pick. A little bit later in this later end of this fourth round right here, and right now the Bengals are on the clock. We started the draft with the Bengals, and we're starting today with the Bengals.
This is weird. Today with the Bengals.
Hey, look, Tyler Lockett's on the
internet?
comment. Tyler Lockett's in the chat. Yeah. Hey, Tyler, what's up? I got Tyler Lockett. He was kind enough to make a little appearance on my intro, as you probably saw. He says, everyone give their feedback on the Seahawks draft so far on a scale of 1 to 10.
Maybe Harrison Bryant, maybe. Harrison Bryant could be a decent pick.
I'd give the Seahawks. I'm liking this draft group. The more I read up on a little bit more of their background and what they've done in their past, I like these guys. They're hungry. They kind of come in with chips on their shoulders because the guys have overcome a lot of challenges. And I always think the guys can overcome those things and get this far. Are going to probably be the ones who will work really hard to excel. And I know that Seattle likes those kind of guys. I'd give them a 7. Yes, the pick is in. Get ready to bring this up.
Jake Fromm? No, I don't think they're going to take Jake Fromm or Jacob Eason because they already got a quarterback.
Hey, Andrew from Dallas, who's been a big part of the show.
Yeah.
Welcome back to the program.
Yeah, it's earlier today. I didn't know until I woke up.
I know. It's not like the evening start that we've had. This is a bright early morning over here. But it's all good.
Yeah, well, I did my research about both the players we drafted yesterday. I like our second round pick.
Oh, okay.
He's a really good guy. He's really fast. Like, he's super fast. And he has really long arms, so he'd be good against, like mobile quarterbacks like Kyler Murray and Lamar Jackson, people like that. So, yeah, I really, really love the pick, love the player. I think it'll be a good asset to us in the future. So.
Yeah. Well, I think all of us were collectively happy that they drafted a pass rusher in their second pick. But the more you look closely at the player, I hear a lot of comparisons to Chris Clemens.
Patrick Queen.
Okay, I think this is the pick. Yes, here's the pick.
The Cincinnati Bengals select Akeem Davis Gaither, linebacker, Appalachian State.
Akeem Davis Gaither from outside linebacker, Appalachian State.
Be a surprise for anybody.
That's
because
a
the Bengals went down to the Senior Bowl and their staff worked with those kids. And
What
I
if
can
we
tell
drafted him? He would have been a decent pick. Wow. The Redskins are on the clock.
He's a linebacker, so we wouldn't have drafted him yet.
All right, so linebacker to the Cincinnati Bengals.
Where will Thaddeus Moss go? Son of Randy Moss. He's in the draft.
Redskins trade their picks.
Hello, Seahawks, Martin.
Hey.
Good morning, Martin. You're up early today.
We got to trade, guys.
I'm the only one awake right now after this.
Wow.
I did have Akeem Davis Gaither, Appalachian State. He was number 8 on the list that I was looking at. There's still, I think, a couple guys left on that linebacker list who haven't gone yet. But this guy looks pretty good. Redskins pick is in, and now the Lions are on the clock. So far, the Bengals have taken a quarterback, a wide receiver, inside linebacker, and now an outside linebacker.
Speaking of linebacker, Did you know Daryl Taylor, the guy we drafted yesterday, actually played outside linebacker for about a year?
Josh Mills, you got what you wanted. Trent Williams to the Niners.
Oh. Is that confirmed breaking news?
The Niners are trading Trent Williams to the Niners.
Oh, whoa.
Trading Trent Williams to Niners.
That's not good.
Oh, boy! Yay! Richard Sherman and Trent Williams together again! Woohoo!
Get out, Chrysostom. Get out. Get out. You don't belong here.
What's up, Chrysostom?
They traded a 5th round pick
I'm doing great!
for the 2nd rounder.
I was really bored yesterday because my team didn't pick anybody.
He's gonna help Jimmy Garoppolo.
Can you like give us a tutorial of how to make that face?
You have to have really flexible eyebrows, a really flexible mouth, and some really good cheek muscles. You bring your eyebrows down, and then you bring your mouth up like a smile, and you bring your cheeks down and smash your nose in and shake it all about. You do the Chrysostomo and you turn yourself about. That's what Chrysostomo is all about, baby. Woohoo! I'm out. There you go.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Norm,
Back to the game here.
Board.
Let's hear what they're saying about Trent Williams here.
Where you don't have
Trent
personal
Williams
contact,
going to
but you have history with someone like this. And Trent Williams, make no mistake about it, is one of the best athletes in the NFL, regardless of position. He truly is. Now, you pair him with Mike McGlinchey, assuming that Joe Staley, at some point in time is going to move on. Now you have two bookends. Once again, he fits right in with that zone blocking scheme because of his athleticism. He can be one of the best left tackles in the NFL when he is dialed in. And this will make that running game even more dominant than it.
Now they're just talking about how having Trent Williams on the roster for the Niners is going to make them. He's going to be quite the addition, make that running game even more explosive.
Well, I think Joe Staley just retired.
Right, that's fills in right there. Sean M in the chat says, we need a D tackle. What do you think? I've been saying that for the last 24 hours.
Yeah.
True.
Same here.
Yes, that is true.
Okay, Washington Redskins. Here's the selection.
Washington Redskins select
Offensive
Sadiq
tackle,
Charles,
LSU.
tackle, LSU.
Dave, thanks. So
Sadiq Charles from LSU, safety, or offensive lineman, sorry. Offensive tackle. Sadiq Charles goes to the Redskins.
I don't know how it works. I did watch the 2018 draft. Lamar Jackson going to the Ravens.
I think we all did,
Yeah.
Saquon going to the Giants. Yeah. Only 2 years ago, dude.
Sadiq
Well,
Charles.
Curtis Weaver's still on the board. Norm,
Yep,
but,
I know. He's been my
ranked as
guy.
one of the top prospects.
Curtis Weaver should the Seahawks do. I'm going to look up his Curtis Weaver. Curtis Weaver.
So the Raiders pick is in. Giants on the clock.
Who will go to Las Vegas?
Please don't be Curtis Weaver, you know.
Well, I don't think he'll be on the board by the time we pick.
It would be pretty surprising.
Raiders are picked in. This is really fun doing these calls in 3 days, man.
Yeah, it's the draft party is a perfect type of thing to have this sort of party lines. There's a lot of waiting around. There's a lot of just watching other teams do things, anticipating what's going to happen. Mr. Patman, Norb, are we going to play GTA? I might have some time to do some of that this weekend. Maybe later after the draft is over. Haven't played my GTA in a while. What's that?
We gotta play Madden.
I know. I got to get my Madden. I got to get the latest copy of Madden and get my game on. See, I got my controller ready to go. Ready to go right here.
Play online.
That's the plan.
The Raiders select John Simpson from Clemson.
Who's John Simpson? Let me look him up.
Oh, here's the pick. Here's the pick.
The 2020 NFL Draft. The Las Vegas Raiders select John Simpson, guard from Clemson.
John Simpson, guard from Clemson. Okay.
Where will Kelly Bryant go? I don't know. Kelly Bryant will get drafted today. I don't know when. Quarterback.
He's gotta be.
Yeah.
Some people are asking, how can they join in? Mohammed Zaid in the chat. If for those of you who want to join in right now, we've got only a handful of my pals on the line. We got just joined by someone named Weston. Welcome to the show from the 682. If you want to do it, call in. Just dial the number that you see here, 515-606-5121, and then enter the code 696153. So far, so good. Yeah, come join in the discussion as we continue to watch the NFL draft here. Day 3, final day of the NFL draft.
Season this year? Possibly.
Dukes of Hazzard comments, that's weird hearing Las Vegas Raiders, kind of, right? It is weird. Yeah. Even it's not the commissioner announcing today. It's some other guy. Didn't catch who he was. Some kind of NFL operations dude. Stumbled when he said the Las Vegas Raiders. Couldn't quite get it out smoothly, so it's going to take some practice.
San Francisco 49ers. This is crazy. They have to trade marketing.
Cineflex memes. Remember this Discord server? Oh yeah, I know. I haven't. I apologize. I haven't been on that Discord server in a while. Apologize for that. Oh, look at the John Gruden draft board. We can actually see their board, the whiteboard. We can see what they're going to do. Oh, they took it off.
Oh, let's spy on them.
I know. This inside information. Yeah, Fabian Naranjo from my mock draft. Hey, yes. What's up, Fabian? Welcome back. Luke Bob from Germany, all the way from Germany, wants to know, am I happy with the Seahawks selection so far? Well, I'd say the first one was a little bit surprising. The third one was a little bit surprising just because I didn't think they weren't, I didn't have those as needs on my list. But of course, what do we really know what the Seahawks needs are? But of course, we all wanted the pass rusher, and they got a good one in the second round. So, like I said, I'd say I'd give them a solid 7.5, 8 so far.
The New Giants are on the clock.
That's generous.
The pick.
The Giants pick will be announced during this commercial break.
It was probably a 7, and now I've moved it up a little bit the more I've read about these guys. Yes, Giants are pick is in. Dolphins are on the clock.
So now
we should take Khalil Davis out of Nebraska, defensive tackle.
Oh, like that.
We should take him.
We should.
He ran a really good 40-yard dash. Goodness gracious.
Why?
4.75.
That's pretty quick for a big guy.
Good for a D tackle.
That's really good for a D tackle.
We got breaking news. What Hurts is not going to be the starting quarterback for the Eagles.
Breaking news. That's been news for a while.
Should the Packers release Aaron Rodgers? Yeah. No. They got Jordan Love. They got Jordan Love, though. He's young, man. Rodgers is old. They should.
No, they're keeping Rodgers.
They're keeping Rodgers for maybe one more year.
Yeah, he's only 38.
38 is not that.
He can play for a little bit longer.
I mean, they're doing kind of the thing they did, when they had Favre and they drafted Rodgers too. And he didn't play right away. He had a couple years to get his feet underneath him, and I would think that Packers are looking ahead as well.
Aaron Rodgers is about the same age Brett Favre was when they drafted Aaron Rodgers.
Right.
He is. Yeah, that is true. But
I would have liked to have seen his reaction though when that pick was made. What?
Good morning.
Oh, we got a new caller in on the line here.
Aaron Rodgers is a competitor. He knows that he has to fight for that starting job. So.
Welcome. Is this DJ? Is this the latest one to jump on the call?
Yes, this is the one, the only.
Yeah, DJ, welcome. Welcome back.
Awesome, thank you.
Brett Favre is old, and he could possibly play another snap. Maybe.
Hold up, can you guys hear me?
Yes,
No,
I can hear you.
they're showing some of the past late round guys like Richard Sherman, Terrell Davis, Tom Brady. Tom Brady, as you may recall, is a 6th round pick.
Let's get this party started on here.
Well, Norm, if we don't draft Curtis Weaver, who do you think we can draft today?
Say that again. You sounded a little muffled just now.
Oh, yeah, sorry. If we don't draft Curtis Weaver, who do you think we're going to draft? I have my eyes on Terrell Davis right now from Nebraska.
I don't know how you don't draft Curtis Weaver sometime soon here, or somebody else does, because he's on my board. He's high up there.
Well, that's what I'm saying. He's probably going to be drafted soon by someone else.
But
Right, the selection is in for the
tackle.
Chargers.
Well, it sounds so much different on the call other than the stream.
I was going to say the Chargers.
I don't think we need a wide receiver, but that's just me.
Oh, I think I just missed the last two announcements. The Giants got Darnay Holmes, cornerback, UCLA, and Miami Dolphins selected a guard, Solomon Kindley from Georgia.
Penn State.
Pick is in. Wow, this is going rapid fire. LA Chargers now. The pick is in.
Teams are drafting linemen now.
Yeah. The Los Angeles Chargers who now have the same players as Rams.
Guess who?
The Chargers draft running back out of UCLA. There you go. Running back starting to go. Joshua Kelly to the Chargers.
Nice. So the Seahawks have a pick in this round?
Panthers on the clock.
They got 2 in this round.
Expect any Seahawks trades today?
What's that?
Well, no, I think we might trade back. We might trade back, but later. We will still use our 4th round pick.
No, we couldn't.
Defensive tackle. Defensive tackle.
Yeah, I agree with that. They might trade back to get a couple picks in their 4th league.
That's great. We still have 7 picks.
Wait, not get you back.
Because John Snyder was really adamant he wanted more picks because the Vikings they had a lot of picks, and one of the reporters asked Schneider if he was jealous.
Cardinals on the clock.
I got the best impression now. I got the best impression. I'm watching the NFL draft right now.
Impression of what?
I'm watching the NFL draft right now by TV.
I think we know.
Aren't we all?
I'm only watching one.
Oh, actually, I was till my feed just went out. There we go.
Should the Seahawks draft
1,244 yards in 2018. He had 289 yards against USC. That's the most by a back for either team in that crosstown rivalry.
No, he's a D tackle.
Oh, okay. I don't know many college players, and so.
But he's high on the board right now, so he's probably going to go to another team unless we get lucky. I really hope we get lucky. But,
actually, I now hope we get Curtis Weaver. I need that.
There's a check down option, and Daniel, when you look at the Senior Bowl, running at 4.49 at the Combine, working in conjunction with all that productivity, Joshua Kelly is a good, solid all-around running back.
Hold on.
So they're showing highlights of
in this chat, Kobe Bryant fan,
So I called Chip Kelly and said, why don't you just got more in the passing game? He said, we got to give
the
him
running back who just got drafted.
Kobe Bryant fan 202. Anyone that?
Who's Kobe Bryant fan 202? Is that me?
Okay, it's not you.
No.
Yeah, I am Kobe Bryant 202. Your Discord, though.
Yeah, the server's been active for a while. I kind of want to start it up, but I'm kind of like, nah, because they already died.
I quit.
All right, I'm working out a little issue I got right now.
Got deleted from Discord, though.
Lost my NFL feed. What's up with that?
Yes, yeah, and Coin FX, yeah. He's a He's Coin FX, but I know him.
All right, who we got here? They still haven't announced the pick for the Panthers?
I like Khalil Davis. Interesting.
Yeah, no.
Later and later and later, and I don't mind that actually.
Why are they taking so long to announce this pick?
And
It's the final draft of the day.
And yeah, see how the conversation goes.
All right, here we go.
Sorry about the sound in the background. That's my guinea pig.
Why do I hear my voice talking in the background?
The phone lines right now. See, we got one caller so far here.
Whoever's got their YouTube channel on in the background, if you guys could turn that down, that would be much appreciated.
Draft. The Carolina Panthers select
There you go.
Troy Pride, defensive back, Notre Dame.
All right, Troy Pride Jr., cornerback out of Notre Dame. That's who.
You look tired.
That is who the Panthers select. Cornerback Troy Pride Jr., Notre Dame.
Why is that?
Hey, Kobe Bryant fan, you still playing Xbox?
Hayden Wong said we need Bryce Hall. I had Bryce Hall in my mock draft as well, Hayden. So I'm with you. Uma Pirate Girl trying to call, but I keep getting kicked out. I don't know why. Everybody else has been getting in.
Hi, Norb. I'm David.
Oh.
What's your name, dude? What's your name?
Oh, who's the latest? Is that the number 530? Is that the number that somebody just got on?
My name's DJ.
I know DJ. I know Aiden's here, Andrew's here, DJ's here.
Remember when the Seahawks played the Cowboys in the wild card round in 2018?
I do.
Yeah, since I was a Seahawks fan and a Cowboys fan at that time, and pretty much I was surrounded, we had this big party, and I was surrounded by nothing but Cowboys fans.
Mm-hmm.
So I kind of had to root for the Cowboys, but inside I was rooting for the Seahawks.
Oh, you got to stand strong and rise up against peer pressure. And we would have won that game if you could have been on our side.
Yeah, kind of, because
I'm gonna.
Seahawks fan, I probably would have got jumped in the corner after the game.
Hey, real quick, I want to do a shout out to CPL Wiley 3USMC with the super chat. Go Hawks from Columbus, Ohio. Thank you so much for tuning in, and thank you for the super chat.
Oh, to me, Kobe Bryant fan 202, aka Sports Plus.
Oh, Fabian is in the call now. Which one is Fabian? What area code is Fabian?
Sports
Is Fabian the one from the 530? 530 area code?
Green.
Is Harrison Bryant going to the Browns?
Yes.
Pick.
Oh. Defensive tackle for the Cardinals.
Oh, I got Jason from Liberty Lake on the line. Welcome, Jason.
Thank you. Be back.
I was unmuted for a real second. Okay.
Hey, if you guys are if you guys have your TV or your YouTube in the background, turn it down a bit because it bleeds over into the audio and makes a lot of noise in the chatter.
Can you hear me better?
Who just said that?
Sounds the same, man.
I'm just watching the draft on my TV.
Aiden, you're the loudest. For some reason you're the loudest guy on this chat. Your phone is like on extra loud, but that's just how it is. I don't have the technology to actually adjust people's volumes. Oh, by the way, the Cardinals selected a defensive tackle, but by the name of Leki Fotu from Utah.
Who did the Seahawks draft last?
Ever Eden Lake Castle.
A guard.
Damian.
Yeah, Damian Lewis, guard. That's correct.
Norb, who should we trade for this season? We could possibly grab a CB, defensive tackle.
I think we're good on CB, honestly.
No,
I mean,
Atkins.
we still have Condre Diggs.
Yeah,
I don't think we need to trade for a corner. I still would love to make a play on one of these big defensive end guys who are floating out there. I think they could still pull that off.
Yeah, at this point, I don't think they're going to re-sign Clowney.
Is there any worry about the injuries for our first?
Andy Dalton done in Cincinnati.
It's also a shame that Josh Gordon, is done pretty much.
Yeah,
unless the NFL lets him come back, I guess the fate is in their hands right now.
I don't think.
So I've got Dukes of Hazzard again in the super chat. He says, hit that like button, guys. Only takes a second, and invite some friends over. Norb, you got me watching the draft for the first time. Who are we looking for? I'm glad to have brought you over to the to watching the draft. Yeah, it's probably the most exciting non-football action event people flock to. But it is pretty cool to see.
Trent Williams going to the Niners. Hello.
Let me see. Let me answer this question from Dukes of Hazzard in the super chat. As far as who I'm hoping for, I've been saying this for a while though. I'd love to see the Seattle Seahawks get a defensive tackle. We've addressed linebacker, we've addressed defensive end, and we've addressed offensive line. Now I'd like to see him get an interior defensive lineman in the next one. That's just super logical thinking on my part, but they'll probably do something unexpected, like get a tight end or something. Okay.
We expected that to happen.
We should always expect.
In week 17, I showed up to a party in a Seahawks shirt and a Seahawks jersey, and then there was a whole bunch of Cowboys fans there, and then they threw me into a closet and didn't let me out for 5 minutes.
Oh man, that's rough, man.
Sorry about that.
That I can't relate because I've having grown up in this area. Of course, everybody's a Seahawk fan, but that would be odd to be a fan of another team surrounded by opponents.
Yeah.
I've got known Packers fans around here, a couple Steelers fans.
Oh, I hate Packers fans. No. I know Cowboys fans are bad, but when you talk about the Packers, and especially the Eagles, how they booed one of the Cowboys players for getting hurt. I mean, when they cheered for a Cowboys player getting hurt.
Well, every team, they always have a few jerks in the stadiums who make it look bad for everybody else. A lot of 49ers fans always bring up the fact when in that NFC Championship game back in before Super Bowl 48, when Navarro Bowman got injured with that really nasty leg injury, and then he got carted off the field and some jerks in the stands were throwing popcorn at him. And I hear that all the time about how, Seattle's the worst fans because you guys threw popcorn on Navarro Bowman. It's like, well, I didn't throw popcorn on Navarro Bowman. Probably one dude threw popcorn on Navarro Bowman and made everybody else look bad.
I'm not talking about everybody. I'm talking about those people. I did it incorrectly.
Pick it in, guys. Select.
Oh, we had a couple of picks that flew by here. Again, it goes by so fast. Cleveland Browns selected Harrison Bryant, a tight end from Florida Atlantic, and then Jacksonville Jaguars selected Ben Barch. I was wondering when he was going to go. Tackle, St. John's, Minnesota. Yo.
I guess
He played OT defensive tackle, tight end in high school. That's crazy. Pick is in DJ Wanham, defensive end, South Carolina, selected by the Vikings.
Oh.
I'm gonna the picks now.
The Vikings pick is in. This is moving so fast. Uma, Pirate Girl, Uma. For the last 2 videos, I tried to call and I can't get on this one. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, all these other guys have been able to get on. I don't know why some of you cannot. I don't know if it's a cell phone company issue or something, but...
Yeah, for me, it charges 1 cent a minute to be on here.
Oh, it does? I don't understand that.
Yeah, it's only 1 cent.
I thought...
Like, what's the point?
And the 2020 NFL Draft.
Probably because it's a conference call.
I guess.
Are we all in here? Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
I can hear you.
Okay.
Everybody is on.
Yeah.
With the 108 pick, 2020 NFL Draft. It's not in yet. All right. Broncos are on the clock. Let's see what they pick. I'm just
Yeah, Kobe fan, how did you like those NorbCam concerts we pulled in the Discord server that one time?
I'm a Broncos fan and a fan.
I'll have to jump back on there. I know it's been slow.
Hold up. Wait, here, I'm going to send you something on Discord, and I think you're going to like it.
Me? No.
Yeah, you're going to like it, I promise. No doubt.
Oh, the Vikings select an edge rusher, DJ Wanham from South Carolina.
If you deleted it, reinstall it, because I have a really good photo.
You're talking about the Discord server?
Yeah. And I got removed because
Curtis
I didn't
Weaver's
get my
still
email.
there.
With the 108 pick and the
Denver pick
2020
is in.
NFL Draft, Denver Broncos. Let's see. Albert.
The picture was... What?
Tight end, Missouri.
Tight end?
Wow.
The Denver Broncos select Albert. I don't even know what his name is. By the way, they got tight ends, so I just announced the pick just now.
Anyways, Kobe fan,
Right.
the picture was a picture. It was a picture of Peyton Manning walking off the field and Seahawks confetti.
Oh, from Super Bowl 48. Oh, yes. One of the greatest days ever.
Super Bowl 49 was a different story, and I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah, I was there to witness it in person. Not a good day.
Oh yeah, I saw that one video. Just looked away, and you got like really mad.
Yeah, well, I probably would have been a lot more. I would have been a lot more emotionally expressive, but the reason I wasn't because there was this really this jerk of a Patriots fan right in front of us, and we were kind of going back and forth throughout the game. And I didn't want him. I didn't want to give him the benefit of the doubt, or I didn't want him to get the satisfaction of hearing me suffer. So I kind of kept it quiet to myself, but inside I was screaming. I was crying.
Wait! Did he turn back to you and say, "Oh, I told you, we champions"?
Oh, there was a lot. There was so much of that going on. At some point, I'll have to post my entire reactions to that game. I never have, for obvious reasons. But I have an entire day documented of Super Bowl 49 from the start to going through the day, the pregame, meeting up with Mama Blue.
Did you think that you had the game in the bag when they were on the 1 yard line?
Yes. I thought they were going to give it to beast mode, and he was going to run it because he almost ran it in the play before. Denver Broncos select tight end Albert. I can't even see the whole name here, so I'll cut off. Albert Okwegboon something. Can I buy a vowel?
No, Super Bowl 48. Wait. Nora, did you get any confetti from Super Bowl 48, or are you too high up?
You know, that was one of the biggest regrets is that there was confetti that actually floated up to that level, and I think I remember grabbing some, but I don't think I ever took any home, and I really regret that I didn't because it was really cool. The confetti was in the shape of little Super Bowl Lombardi trophies, And one of my biggest regrets is I didn't take one of those home with me.
It wasn't there like music playing and it was all happy and stuff. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's they were playing all kinds of celebratory music. I can't remember specifically what it was.
What? What did you say?
Percy Harden's coming out of retirement.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's been stated for a while. The question is any team actually gonna take a shot on him?
Okay, Norm, you know that we play Philadelphia this year?
Are you asking me if we play Philadelphia?
Yeah, you know, we do or not?
Philadelphia.
The pick is in.
I don't know if we do.
9 pick in the 2020 NFL Draft. The Atlanta Falcons select Mike Kelly,
Chill out.
linebackers.
Chill out, Kobe Bryant fan.
What?
I said chill a little bit out. You're a little loud on this voice chat.
I know that.
I know for some reason your volume is a lot louder than everybody else's.
Is this your first time on your car?
Hey, Kobe Bryant fan, remember when we played against each other in the Super Bowl and I beat you?
Yeah, Chris Askimo. You beat him.
God.
Chrysosimo has his own little cult following, baby. Gotta get my merch out there with my face on it. $1 million seller.
You blew it. You blew. I predict the Niners blew the Super Bowl because they. Garoppolo had
sticking a certain finger up.
All right, I'm gonna mute you guys for a second. I want to tell a little story.
They can unmute themselves.
So, I was there was a story I wanted to share with you guys. We were talking about being around rival fans and stuff, and it was my first game to go visit the stadium for the Rams in St. Louis. And we met my friend Ramadel, who was from Tennessee, drove out there, and we all partied together at the Ambush at the Arch. My buddy Patrick, who I have season tickets with, and my dad. We all went to the pre-game or the pre-game party, and then went to the game. And at one point during that game, I was doing my filming thing, and then a security guard came up to me, and he was like, "Excuse me, sir, you need to come with us." I was thinking, "Oh man, what did I do? I'm like, maybe they're getting me for taping illegally in the stadium or something," which I didn't think I was. But of course, this came on the heels of having my YouTube channel almost shut down. I thought maybe they're out to get me. So the cops take me out of my seat, and I go with the security guards out of my row down into the main walkway out to the concourse. I don't know what's going to happen with me, and then I ask him, what's this about? Did I do something wrong? He goes, "Well, we got a call from someone fitting your description that you were smoking marijuana inside the stadium." And if you guys know me, that's like the funniest thing in the world because I've never even tried it in my life. And if I do try it, I will probably make a YouTube video about it. So I told him, "Look, you can search me, you can test me. I have nothing like that." I said, look at me. I'm wearing my green hat. I got my face paint on. How hard would it be for someone to say, "Hey, there's a guy in section 322 wearing a green hair and face paint. I think he's smoking weed over there." So took him for a second to look me over, test me out, and then not test me out. I think they just wanted to make sure that I didn't have anything on me. Clearly, I didn't, and they let me return back to my seat. But I was pretty scared for a second there. But obviously, some fans were just trying to mess with me out there. We ended up losing that game, but in fact, I never watched them win a game in that stadium. Kind of sad, but anyway, little story for you. There you guys are back.
All participants are unmuted.
There you go.
Well, that was dang.
There you go. Brought you guys back in. Lines are open again. Okay.
Hey,
We're back to Atlanta Falcons, Michael Walker, linebacker from Fresno State. A lot of these names are still floating out there.
Have you ever considered singing the national anthem at any Seahawks game? Because I saw one video of yours. You're doing it at some place.
I did. I actually a couple years ago I submitted for it. I didn't get picked. I didn't submit again after that. But maybe I should try again because that would be one of those bucket list things. You know, being on ESPN a few years ago after that NFC Championship game against the Packers was pretty amazing. But for me, singing the anthem at the before a Seahawks game would be like a real dream come true, and it would probably be one of the most nerve-wracking things ever to have to do that. I've sung the national anthem before. It's a hard song to sing. I've had my share of moments of thinking I was going to forget the lyrics or stumbling. So the pressure of that when everybody's watching and listening to you with nothing else behind you would be pretty intense. Oops, I lost my callers momentarily. Hopefully I'll bring them back.
Welcome, and thank you for choosing freeconferencecall.com. Your help.
All right, so I think I got these guys back.
Turn
there you guys are. There you guys are. I lost the connection for a moment, but I think you guys are still connected, but I lost the feedback to the studio. But you're back. Let's see, we are now at the Jets just picked Lamico Perrine, running back out of Florida, at 120. The Detroit Lions are on the clock. Seahawks are coming up fast at 133. That's about another 12 picks to go. And the Lions just made their pick. Things go so fast here in these late rounds.
Wait.
8 White Castle.
Hey, Norb, you should do more video of his Philadelphia again.
Oh, I remember that.
Oh, yeah. We've had a lot of fun collaborations. You're probably referring to Philadelphia, one of the big Philadelphia fans. She'd been off the grid for the past year or so, but I understand that she's getting back into it probably this season.
I laughed when the Seahawks beat the Eagles in the game, the wild card.
We haven't lost to the Eagles in a long time. We beat them twice last year. We beat them the 3 other meetings, even the year that they went to the Super Bowl, we beat them at home. We had a pretty good run against the Eagles.
In the Cowboys wild card game against the Seahawks, I thought that the Seahawks were going to get the onside kick. In my opinion, I knew deep down inside that they were going to get it somehow. But when I saw that thing fly up in the air so many feet away from all the other players, I was shocked. But not at the same time, not really, because Janikowski got injured in that game, which it was sad. But
well, and I thought, Janikowski was never good at onside kicks anyway. But then, so he was out, and we had to have Dixon do it. And I thought he was going to do one of his tricky little, drop kick things, and unfortunately, he just hit it really bad. The Detroit Lions select Logan Stenberg, a guard out of Kentucky, at 121.
I know, I'm not paying attention right now.
And now the Colts are on the clock.
Our food is done.
Where did everybody go? All of a sudden, the lines are like, everybody dropped off. It's interesting, except for
I'm just eating
the 2 of you.
Right now. While watching the NFL draft.
Went to a preseason game in 2017. It was against the Chiefs, and it was my first game ever. And then I went, cheered in the stands, and I took my prosthetic leg off and waved it.
Am I muted?
Oh no, you're back. We lost a bunch of people. Somehow a bunch of people dropped off, but a bunch of them are calling back in now.
No, I have good connection here.
Yeah, Aiden, your connection is loud and clear, apparently. Apparently you're the only one who's got a loud and clear, solid
Loud
connection.
and clear. Oh, yeah.
I'm just eating some White Castle.
Yeah, Norb, what's up?
Oh, what's up? Who's this?
This is Chris from Colorado.
Chris from Colorado. Oh, I gotcha. Christopher. Yes, Chris from Colorado. Welcome. Oh, a whole bunch of people are
I am
jumping
a very
around.
satisfied Dallas Cowboys fan.
You're not a Dallas
Cowboys?
Is that Weston who just said that?
Yes, it is.
Weston's the Cowboy fan?
Oh, yeah.
Miss Plan.
Wait. Who's the Cowboys fan?
My real name... No, why would my real name be ClinFX? It's a username, buddy.
Oh yes, that's right. So you're the one who set up all the stuff on Discord, right?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Funny thing, I did that on mobile, and it's really frustrating for me because pretty much what I do is back in I stopped doing it now, but I would make a Discord server.
Oh. And Weston is gone, just like that. Weston is gone. Let me get quiet here for a second. Caden Peters in the chat said, the fact that Seattle hasn't drafted a top 10 defensive end means Clowney could come back. Well, they did draft a top 10 defensive end in the second round, so I was thinking the same thing, that maybe they didn't, but they did get a top 10 DN, so.
My bad. I accidentally left the call.
Oh, that's all right.
You've addressed two
Anyways, I was saying,
we do next.
I made
we
this.
went with an O tackle for no reason.
Dallas Cowboys are on the clock. I call that a win. Anyways, I made Discord servers for people, and then they would pay me maybe $10, and then they would run the server themselves, and they would get a whole bunch of people in it. Like I would set it all up and stuff, and the people who don't know how to make it, and then I would sell it to people, and then that's how I
Ethan.
Interesting.
Select Jacob Eason.
Oh, Colts got Eason?
Oh. Wait,
Colts
got a quarterback?
Colts drafted my UW Jacob Eason. Interesting. I was wondering where he was going to go. I thought maybe the Patriots would get him when they had a shot.
Philip Rivers is going to be replaced.
Higher in a year or two, I'm sure.
Yeah, I was wondering where he was going to go. I thought maybe the Patriots would get him when they had it.
Well, that makes sense because right now isn't Rivers the quarterback for the temporary short term?
Yeah, I think they drafted the DN just to be a backup for Clowney is working to get him. It'll be Rivers, Brissett, and then Eason.
I remember one time I DM'd NorbCam on Instagram. I told him keep up the good work, your videos are good and all that stuff. And I wasn't expecting a response from most people that have YouTube channels. I wasn't expecting a response. I was in class and then I heard my phone buzz. I take it out and I see just a big picture of NorbCam's face and face paint. And then it says Instagram, and then my teacher took my phone away.
Oh.
I don't know if I had to click on it.
Oh, I got you in trouble. Sorry about that, man. That was not my intention.
No. It was my fault. I got it back, and then I see that the message was opened, and so this was at the end of class. My teacher, I don't know what she was doing, but I got it back, then I DM'd him back. I don't think I DM'd him back, actually. I think I just liked the thing.
Guys.
No,
right.
Yeah, but my teacher, looked at the DM, and she's a diehard Rams fan. So,
So then that got you doubly in trouble. She was like, well, if you had been messaging with a Rams fan, I would have been okay, but this can't happen. Not on my watch. Louis Leibowitz, you're on the line, and you are not muted. So to answer your question, you should be. You should be there.
Cowboys.
Diego Valenzuela, Seattle llegará al Super Bowl. Saludos desde México.
Hey, NorbCam, pretty much, you know those, like, mini helmets, not the small ones, but, like, the mini ones?
Yeah, the ones like the size of your fist, a little bit bigger.
Yeah.
Yep.
I started a collection of those. I have Dallas and the Seattle, and I'm wondering which teams I should pick up next. You got any suggestions?
More Seattle.
I'm thinking of getting both of their division rivals. That would be the 49ers and the Philadelphia Eagles.
Wait, why did someone say rip the Ngakwe trade?
Yeah, I know. I saw that too. I'm not sure if there's some news out there or just some speculation. But
I have a question for you.
oh, so quick response to the helmet thing. So you already got a Seahawks helmet, I assume?
Yeah, and Dallas, both of them.
Okay.
I've had my Dallas one for about 5 years. It was kind of beaten up.
Yeah.
Yeah. What voice crack?
Yeah.
You live in Dallas?
Around there.
Oh, that's where Andrew's
Around
from.
Dallas? So do I. I live around Dallas. We gotta meet up.
Are you Dallas fan or all Seattle?
Hell no, go Seahawks.
That's a Seahawks fan who's not afraid to
just been
show
out
it.
in public on a game day and then see a whole bunch of people with Cowboys jerseys on?
Oh man, all my friends, multiple friends are Cowboys fans.
Yeah,
Wait,
same.
the person at the Seattle in Dallas, did you go to that one game when we went to the wild
Miko,
card?
thank you. I did
No,
study
but
Spanish.
My dad
I
and
did
some
study
of
Spanish in his high school, so I should hope I can say a few things.
ever.
But I don't practice it
And
enough. I actually speak Japanese because I lived in
I was on a
Japan
voice
for a
chat
year in
with
high
some of my
school.
friends during the Dallas and Rams game, and I just remembered seeing them losing and knowing how bad the Dallas Cowboys are. And I was thinking, man, the Seahawks really deserved that win more than we did. Because I know Seattle would have put up such a better fight against the Rams and the Dallas Cowboys
that
did.
Rams game was just
That was painful. By the way,
Larry the Cable Guy.
the Cowboys picked Reggie Robinson II, cornerback from Tulsa.
Let's just say, Cowboys fans, just because, honestly, you're right. Cowboys fans are terrible.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, James Lynch went to the Cowboys. Huh. Oh, no, he didn't.
Reggie Robinson,
My bad.
cornerback to the Cowboys. And now the Steelers are on the clock.
Reggie Robertson, the third cornerback. Okay, now I'm just happy that we got CD.
You're happy
Yeah,
you got
you
that?
did. You guys also took Tavon Diggs from us too.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you guys
Tavon
got
Diggs.
good secondary help.
Yeah, I've noticed one thing from Mike McCarthy. Jason Garrett is more of an offensive person. That's probably why he was hired as the offensive coordinator for the New York Giants. Because he's more of an offensive guy, and he's not really focused on the defense. And that's something that the Dallas Cowboys just struggled on these past years with the defense, because it wasn't that good. And I see that Mike McCarthy is doing a better job than Jason Garrett is at both sides of the football.
Yeah. Yeah, Mike McCarthy took
I can agree with that.
Packers to the Super Bowl a while back.
Yeah, and he won it, ironically, in Dallas, in the same stadium he's going to be playing in for, I think it was 5 years.
Yeah, because the Packers and the Dallas Cowboys, the Packers always somehow come on top. It's weird.
Oh my gosh, I remember the Des Bryant catch. Oh, that got everybody mad in the area.
Watching these Jason Eason clips.
It was a catch. Yeah.
Wilson and Rodgers need one more rematch.
What?
No, I'm good.
Yeah, the thing is,
as long as the rematch happens in Seattle, because pretty much both teams dominate when they play at home.
The rematch is one of the not awake. What is it called when it's like in a different country?
Oh, when they play an international game in a neutral field?
Yeah, playing an international game.
Oh yeah, weren't we the ones who played in the UK?
We did. I was at that game as well. We played the Raiders 2 years ago in 2018.
I think we won that game.
We won that game handily. Yes, that was the game where we had the Marshawn Lynch rematch game. He didn't do so well in that game.
And we beat him.
Yeah.
That was a really good game.
That was, yeah, Seattle dominated that game. I remember, I have a story on that one too. I remember, so I had to go to the bathroom, and I had to go bad, like number 2. And I remember when going out to the bathroom and was in line at the restroom, and there was like 1 or 2 guys ahead of me, and this guy is, you had like, there's only two stalls. It was a weird thing, only 2 available, so you had to either be on one side or the other. I picked the one on the right, and this guy's in there, and we're waiting, and it's like, okay, this guy's taking a long time. He must have had some bad chili or something, but he's in there for like 2 minutes, 5 minutes. 7 minutes, and we're all like looking at each other. What's he doing in there, And we started asking him, "Are you okay, buddy? You okay?" And he's like, "Oh yeah, no, I'm fine. And we can see that he's kind of moving around. He's not just sitting there. He's kind of squirming. His feet are shuffling, and so we know something weird's going on in there. Finally, the guy comes out after like 10 minutes, and it's just this big mess. He didn't make it. He didn't make it to the toilet in time. So waited all this time, and the whole thing is just like a nasty mess. I was like, no way, I'm getting out of here. I had to go back to the other side and get in line in the other place. I missed like 15 minutes of that game because of this dude who had an accident in the bathroom. I've had some interesting experiences at visiting toilets. Anyway, funny things that happen on the road.
Oh yeah, I was trying to get Russell Wilson. I see, like Russell Wilson, he has Instagram and he's always on it and stuff. I know I was trying to get him to like have an interaction with like the NorbCam community, I guess, but there's no chance.
Oh, so Russell's, yeah. I mean, those main guys are pretty busy, unless you got something to. Something they need to connect you with for some strong reason.
I'm not going to get these.
I mean, I could say that I can say that he's like an artist that makes music, and if he heard it, he would probably like it, the music that he created. Also, that gives me an idea. When are you going to make the 2020 music video predictions video?
Oh,
well, like I start working on it early summer usually.
Isn't there like a week before preseason?
I release it. I release it the week before the regular season, but I start working on it. Probably a good month or so before that. I start brainstorming music tracks. I'll even ask and poll people. What songs you want to hear in this year's music 2020 music video, and get some ideas of what people want to hear. But yeah, it's a process because I got to get the songs, then I got to come up with my arrangements, then I got to come up with the lyrics, record the lyrics, mix it, then shoot the music video, edit the music video. It's a lot of work for a 5 minute process.
Hey, Norb, I love you, bro.
Oh, thank you, man. Who's this?
Yeah.
Who's this? Was this Xavier?
I'm Xavier. I'm from Rhode Island.
Oh, you say Rhode Island?
Yeah, but I be like commenting on your page and all that, but like this is like the first time I like hop on one of these calls.
Oh, thanks. Welcome. Glad you're able to join in here. Rhode Island, that's a long ways. We're like edge to edge, coast to coast, opposite sides of the country.
Yes, sir.
How is it that now are you a Seahawks fan, I assume?
Yes, sir.
Quick shout out to Dave DePerry in the super chat. Dave DePerry. Yeah, we're getting close here. Seahawks are pick is in at 125 for the Jets. 8 more to go before Seattle picks.
Sir,
yes.
Legion of Boom made me fall in love with the Seahawks. Can't even lie.
Oh, that Legion of Boom is dead, bro. I'm telling you. Like that's
the guy
long
from Rhode
one,
Island. The guy from Rhode Island. What's your name again? Oh, Xavier. Xavier? Yes, sir.
Rhode Island, are they like Patriots fans or Giants fans? What are they over there?
They are all
Bucs fans.
I get it.
I was the only Seahawks fan during the Patriot-Seahawks Super Bowl, so I was like...
Oh, yeah.
Same.
That must have been really embarrassing for you.
And
I know. I was
in
Colorado, and I was around a bunch of Denver fans when the Super Bowl 43 happened.
Bex, did you hit the ending?
48, you mean?
Oh yeah, 48.
Oh, what was everybody like when they gotten blown out?
And nobody thought the Seahawks would win that game. Everyone was like, "Oh, Broncos have the best offense," and the Leafs.
I had the Seahawks.
Most of the experts out there were picking the Broncos. I remember just all the pregame hype. Everybody was picking the Broncos. It seemed like most.
And then not even a minute in, I think they snapped the ball when Peyton Manning wasn't even ready. He got a safety.
Pittsburgh Steelers take Anthony McFarland, running back out of Maryland, by the way. Anthony McFarland
he's on my board.
to the Steelers.
Bro, the Seahawks blew out the motherfucking Broncos. That's Super Bowl.
She's going to.
That was.
Cam Chancellor should have been the MVP, though.
I agree. Cam Chancellor was the true MVP. Malcolm Smith was a beneficiary of a lot of other guys' great work. He just happened to be at the right place at the right time. It's like I think it was either Cliff Averill or Michael Bennett. I think Averill. I think it hit the pass that led to the pick six that he took back, and then another fumble he got was because was our cornerback. He had the punch out. Yeah, Byron Maxwell punched the ball out, and then he recovered it. So he was just kind of like the guy, kind of like the Sherman tip. He was the guy who was just right place, right time. Still an important play, and it was good he was pursuing. But it's funny. He was just he was there.
Story.
Got the MVP and got to win a truck.
Yeah, you guys are all familiar with Week 17, right, against the 49ers when we lost.
I would like to not.
Of course, man.
Yeah, okay, so so you know how they locked me in a closet for 5 minutes, but it was all playing around because we all neighbors, right? So pretty much I come out and they got the TV flipped to the game, and not a lot of people are paying attention to it, but a little bit worried. It was kind of that thing. And so I sit down on the couch, and right next to me, I see this guy. He's not wearing any team merchandise or anything, so I just assume he's a Cowboys fan watching the game. And so I was watching the game. I was assuming he wasn't going for any team. But when the 49ers made that one field goal, he was like, "Oh yeah, let's go." And I looked at them. I said, "You a 49ers fan?" He was like, "Yeah, I'm born in San Francisco." And then I'm over here with my Seattle Seahawks jersey, and I just thought to myself, "Oh, it's gonna be a rough night." So the whole entire game, when something goes bad for me, I'm like, "Oh, come on," in my head. But then this guy next to me, all I hear is, "Oh yeah, go get him!" And then I think Russell Wilson got sacked one time, I think. And he said, "Oh yeah, take him down, that cheater." And I just got all mad and stuff. It was crazy.
Wait, what do you mean by cheater?
I don't know, honestly.
I know. I've always heard that argument that the Seahawks.
Okay, Jerry Jones is
I've heard the cheating argument many times.
Yeah.
I've never quite understood it, but anytime things don't go well, you say they cheated.
Eagles drafting Jalen Hurts.
NorbCam. I like the I like the green screen background animations you got behind you.
Thanks. Just trying to, up my game up a little bit. Xavier, what's up?
For anybody who
Wait, hold on a second. I'm gonna mute things, get things quiet here. I'm gonna have a little
Participants
quick.
are muted,
I'm
and
gonna
they
get
can unmute
Xavier
themselves.
here for a second. Xavier, you had a question for me?
Yes, sir. I was just wondering, what do you rank Russell Wilson as? All the quarterbacks right now. You got Patrick Mahomes. You got all these guys that wasn't on the scene before Russell Wilson, but here he is doing what he does, and they don't even consider him the MVP when he deserved it. So I'm just wondering, what do you think, bro?
Yeah, I think it was, again, based on the MVP. I still argue that while Lamar Jackson was the unanimous decision, I still think, most valuable player, isn't it supposed to be the one who your team most relies on because you do carry most of the weight? And Lamar Jackson, while he was extremely dynamic, I still didn't feel like it was one of those things where without him, the team wouldn't have succeeded. He's spectacular to watch and fun to watch, but I still feel like when it came down to it, Russell Wilson had more weight to pull. So I feel like that really was not as heavily considered as opposed to who people just thought was the most dynamic player.
Exactly.
So, Russell Wilson just had less to work with. Yeah. So with what he had
I feel like a lot of people like didn't consider Russell Wilson like by like the Lamar Jackson season. Like he had a great running season, but like Russell Wilson was doing a great year last year. Like I don't know how people were trying to like say Russell Wilson wasn't in the conversation and all this. I'm like, you're crazy.
Yeah, I know. It's well, as I've said, I care less about the MVP for the league as I do with I want Russell Wilson to get the MVP of the Super Bowl. That is to me would be the most satisfying thing because that means you won it all, and your guy, our guy, was the one who made it happen. So I'm waiting for that day. Hopefully that day is not too far away. But
exactly, man. I hope so. I mean, a lot of people were disappointed in the draft last night with Damian Lewis, I think it was.
Yep.
But I think he's a good prospect coming out of LSU.
Yeah, I think so, and I think he'll be able to play and challenge for the starting role this year. And which
I think a lot of people are like not cutting him enough slack. Like, wasn't LSU didn't they win the college Super Bowl or whatever it is or something like that?
Championship. Yeah, I mean I don't follow college that tightly, but I know LSU has got a lot of great players. So,
That's what I'm saying.
And plus, I think they're.
I appreciate you, Norb, for answering my question. And
oh yeah, no problem, man.
Do, man.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate you following me and being involved with this. And this has been a lot of fun. It's a fun way to watch the draft.
I watch you a lot.
Thank you. I do appreciate that, man. And what's your background? Are you Hispanic? Are you're not Filipino by chance, are you?
Dominican and Puerto Rican.
Dominican and Puerto Rican. Okay, gotcha. And how does a Rhode Island guy become a Seahawks fan?
So before I got into watching NFL, I was like, all right, I need to choose a team. I was like, boom. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna pull the race card, but I was like, I kind of want to watch a black quarterback, not to be racist, because
okay.
I don't know, I like the athleticism, I like how they run, I like all that, and I was like, this guy Russell Wilson, he's special. So I seen him, and I knew he was better than Cam Newton off the bat, because I was like, Cam Newton is just not as good as Russell Wilson. Just watching him, and then I seen the defenses, and I seen Seattle has this monster defense called the Legion of Boom. So I'm like putting two to two together. I'm like, come on.
So how many years ago did you start getting into football and getting into the Seahawks?
2013, 2014. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, right around the time of the Super Bowl win came our way.
But I haven't switched up on them. I can't lie. I've been around a lot of Patriot fans calling me bandwagons and all this, and I'm like, nah, bro. I choose one team, I'm going to stick to them until I die.
All right, that's cool. Well, that's a brave move considering where you're from. But the Patriots fans, I think, finally, after all these years of being spoiled with wins after wins, might be getting a taste of humility here with the changes that are going on over there. We'll see. I've yet to play, but things are definitely not the same Patriots that they've been for the past 15, 18, almost 20 years.
Sure. But they still have Bill Belichick.
They still have Belichick, but for how much longer, we'll see.
Like a fifth-round pick to the GOAT. So
yeah.
You can't never count him out.
It might be too early to say that it's done, but it's definitely not the same as it was, and I don't think they'll ever reclaim what they've had. That's what's something special for sure. I'm going to bring the other callers back into the mix here. All right, you guys all back now? Oh, maybe not. Maybe I got to bring them in one at a time. Here we go.
Yes, I'm back.
Okay, all right, I got you guys back in here. Sorry, I had to have a little conversation with my friend Xavier over here.
Appreciate it, man. I appreciate you.
Appreciate you, man. We're so busy chatting, forgot about what's going on in the draft. The Jets take James Morgan, a quarterback from Florida International. So Jets get a backup QB. Houston Texans take Charlie Heck from North Carolina. And Philadelphia takes Kavon Wallace, a safety out of Clemson. 5 more to go with the Seahawks pick coming up in a few minutes.
We need a pick. The next pick. Curtis Weaver.
Pretty much what I was going to do.
Caden, welcome to the
next
show. I
year's
think
season,
Nuke just jumped on today.
2020. I was gonna book a flight. Me and my family are gonna book a flight and a game to a Seahawks game, and I was hoping to see you, Norb, there. And then when I found out that all this stuff's going on, I was so disappointed. My head was down because I was looking forward to seeing like the people who I love to watch like in person. But after that thing, we're probably not gonna be able to go.
Yeah, that's well. There will still be plenty of other opportunities, right?
Yeah. But the thing is, we don't have the money. We don't have the money because, let's just say something happened with one of their jobs, and we don't got the money now.
I was supposed to go to Dallas. I was supposed to be in Dallas in June for the volleyball nationals.
Yeah, we gotta meet up. A fan meet up Dallas. Be there.
Yeah.
By the way.
I was supposed to go, but now that because of everything that's happened, the volleyball season is all but canceled. So unless things radically change in the next month, most likely the rest of the volleyball season, including our trip to Dallas, is probably not happening.
Quarantine.
Buffalo Bills. Oh, couple of picks here. Texans take. He said Philadelphia Eagles got Kevon Wallace, safety out of Clemson, and the Bills took Gabriel Davis, wide receiver. UCF.
Didn't the Jets just pick?
Jets are on the clock right now. But yes, they did. They picked 5 years. They had 5 picks earlier.
How many picks did Joe Seattle pick?
We have 4 picks left, I believe. 2. We have 2 in this round.
We've used 3, and then we traded, and then traded again, and we had 8. So I think it's either 4 or 5.
I think it's 4.
Talking stuff.
Target
The other guy
quarterback.
lives in Dallas.
QB chef beaters.
JDWHS in the chat. Good to see you again. So probably don't remember me, but I used to watch you a lot a few years ago. It does sound familiar. Where have you been all this time? Used to watch. What happened? Welcome back, though.
Yeah, to the Niners, but if him and Sherman don't fight, then I'll be okay with it.
Oh, they'll be just fine.
This. You deserve more subscribers. All right.
Yeah.
Amen, brother. I heartily agree with you.
Number 1 Seahawks fan.
Well, you guys help me out.
We're all number 1.
I honestly think we should trade Clowney and then get Yannick Ngakoue.
You know who my second Seahawks fan is?
We can't trade Clowney because we don't own Clowney. He's free to do what he wants. So
that makes me think of something different. Like
I don't think.
Oh, you're saying we should just forget about Clowney and just focus on Ngakoue?
Like Seahawks player related post. Like
that's what's doing something. If you sign a contract with a team, like any professional sports team, imagine it. They own you. Like honestly. Like, you're theirs, pretty much.
What the heck is the commissioner?
Who, Roger Goodell? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't think he's announced it yet.
Okay. Yeah, just pick us in. Some people think that the Seahawks are going to trade down. Sean M. babysitting.
Can I ask you a question?
Who has a question?
Me.
Who's me?
Chris from Colorado.
Chris from Colorado. Let me get this. Oh, Chris,
No,
there you are.
yeah, fan.
Oh, hold on a second. All right, I'm gonna mute to mute the noise here. And hold on a second. Let me get this conversation going. Sometimes the noise is just too much chatter. All right, Chris, just you and me, bro.
All right. Since now that we've gotten 2 of our needed positions, even if they weren't the best ones, what do you think our next pick will be?
Well, I hope they get a defensive tackle. I feel like that's still a big need of ours. While we lost a couple of guys there, and we haven't addressed that position yet much in the offseason, like they have with the offensive line. So I'd like to see him try to get a tackle in here. That's what I'm hoping for.
Yeah, that's true.
Cameron Clark went to the Jets, so now we've got Minnesota Vikings on the clock. We're coming up here, 4 picks away. What do you think?
I don't really know. I was thinking what you were thinking, like a defensive tackle.
Yeah.
I was just going to ask you because I don't really have that much knowledge of what we've done. I knew that we needed an outside linebacker because KJ's getting a little rusty. And then I knew we definitely needed a defensive end since we weren't sacking the QB that much last season.
The pick is in for the Vikings. It's funny, people have been talking about that KJ being the issue. I think that's more of a question about Michael Kendricks. I talked about this yesterday, that Michael Kendricks, his criminal sentencing still hasn't been determined yet. They've been pushing that back multiple times, and he's coming off an injury, so that's a position I think that's more of a concern than KJ, right, at this point, to be honest. And so I can see why that move does make sense. I just was thinking we needed to address pass rush first, but they did go linebacker, then they went defensive end, and then getting a guard. I mean, I'm never going to argue with trying to shore up the offensive line, because how many years have we been complaining that the Seahawks offensive line isn't we haven't addressed it enough? Well, they have addressed the heck out of it this past offseason, and now they do it relatively high in the draft. So we can't complain that the Seahawks haven't done anything with their offensive line. Well, they did this year at the expense of maybe getting another a higher end tackle or a cornerback, or running back. Curtis Weaver, I think, is still out there.
Prediction as to what tackle we'll sign if we do sign a tackle?
Let's see. Minnesota Vikings take James Lynch, defensive end out of Baylor, by the way, which puts the Cardinals on the clock when 2 more picks away from Seattle, from before the Seahawks have to pick. Let me see. Where's I at here? Defensive tackle. I've kind of lost track of who's even available now. But let's see. Just looking at my board here. Oh, it's so frighteningly quiet right now.
I'm just waiting for you.
Did Khalil?
I'm not trying to talk. I have my mic muted.
Did Khalil Davis? Oh no, it's okay. I kind of like the calm. So there's a lot of chatter earlier. Did Khalil Davis out of Nebraska? Did he go yet?
I don't know. His name sounds familiar, but maybe.
I'm not sure yet, but surprisingly, Weaver is still out there. All right, Cardinals pick is in. Vikings on the clock. Seattle on deck. The legendary Diamond Miner. Thank you so much for the compliment. All right, I'm going to bring, definitely as we get closer to the Seahawks pick, I want to get the commutative reaction, so everybody's coming back on right here.
Okay.
Hey, I don't want the Vikings to steal Kurt.
Okay, party line is back. As Seattle is on deck. Cardinals pick is in. Vikings on the clock. The Seahawks on deck for the pick at 1:33.
Is Glenn IFX here?
Yes.
That's Cineflex.
Is this your first time in here?
No.
Hey, Norb, I said we
you
were going to pick Khalil Davis.
Hold on a second.
What was that?
Hold on a second.
Oh, right.
And was that Andrew? Andrew, was that you saying something?
Yeah, that's me.
Yeah, Andrew, go ahead.
Hold on. I said we were going to pick Khalil Davis from Nebraska.
That's what I was just saying. That's what I was just saying when I was having my little conversation, but we'll see if that goes through.
Hey, Lord, do you trying to hop on GTA later today?
Yeah, I just might. we're talking. Seahawks are on the clock. Seahawks are on the clock. Vikings pick is in. The Arizona Cardinals take Troy Dye, linebacker out of Oregon. Vikings pick is in. Seahawks on the clock. All right, here we go.
Get a corner.
Take Troy Dye, linebacker out of Oregon. Vikings pick is in. Seahawks on the clock.
All right, you guys on the phone lines, mute your YouTube channels, please. Otherwise, we get a really nasty echo.
I made a bet to my family that if the Seattle Seahawks won Super Bowl 55, if they went to the Super Bowl, that I would get a whole bunch of Seahawks confetti, pretty much blue and green confetti, and I'd blast it all over my room.
I think when you pick the offense.
What if they don't make it?
When there's teams that have the same color, do they just get confetti for that and get a lot of it? And then they get like the secondary colors and don't get as much of it? Or do they just get like all of the colors and get an equal amount?
Equal amount, I think.
The Seahawks are on the clock.
Yes, we know.
I would say if you had like...
All right. I'm guessing we get maybe a corner or maybe a corner, but I want a defensive line.
Defensive tackle 1, corner 2.
That would be
or safety.
Could be it.
Defensive tackle 1.
Oh, I didn't have my broadcast window. There it is.
Oh, is Darren Taylor a good pick? Yeah. I'd say people think he's like some kind of type of like Chris Kremlin. Rick Ryan.
I'm going to pull up the broadcast for a moment. I want to hear what they're talking about.
We've had some great musical acts join us over the last couple of days, and we're delighted to be joined now by another one. Country superstar sensation Luke Bryan is here performing his song, Play It Again.
Oh, they're going to do a country music performance. I don't need to hear that right now.
Not this time.
Okay, still on the clock.
We need to keep addressing our defense because we got a lot of rookies.
Okay, that's it. Norb, okay, can we make a little promise, Norb?
A promise? Oh, I can't promise I'll make a promise, but I'll promise you that I'll listen to what you have to say.
All right.
Parkinson.
Let's make a deal. If the Seattle Seahawks win Super Bowl 55, you have to go on a live stream and open up the whole entire phone line and tell everybody to scream as loud as you can. Subscribe to NorbCam.
That wouldn't be hard to do. That wouldn't be hard to do. If we win the Super Bowl, I would have all kinds of party lines open, and people can scream as loud as they want, and we'll bring everybody in for that.
Right now, I don't even know for a Super Bowl contender.
Moose Kick, Bryce Hall, cornerback of Virginia, I would be okay with that too.
Tight end from
Seattle pick.
Curtis Weaver, too.
Don't spoil the pick. You're early.
I would be okay with that too.
Okay, who's got the stream again?
Right now, I don't even know for a Super Bowl contender.
Turn down your volume, please, in the phone line, or I'm going to have to mute somebody.
We should get Seahawks Martin in the chat.
Okay, Seahawks are on the clock. I think we already said that. Yeah, I guess we already said that.
Yeah.
Minnesota Vikings take Troy Dye. Yeah, I guess we said that. Linebacker of Oregon. Maybe I did say that. So Seahawks now about to pick. Where will they go? Defensive tackle, cornerback, or will they surprise us? For some reason, I feel like they're going to surprise us. They've surprised us 2 out of 3 times this draft.
We took a tight end. They need to go defensive tackle.
What? But imagine getting a tight end. Who's doing the picks? John Schneider?
You got like 5 tight ends on the roster right now already.
The chat is saying they picked a tight end.
Have enough tight ends.
They shocked us again. They did take a tight end. Is that really what's happening here? The chat's blowing up. Everybody's saying that we got a tight end.
Don't tell me we got a tight end.
Yeah.
I haven't seen the official note, but everybody on the chat is blowing it up that they got a tight end.
It could be.
And that was the one position I didn't think we would even need to
Everybody
touch.
said that they picked the quarterback.
I mean, we got Greg Olson in the offseason, Will Dissly, Luke Wilson.
Okay, you know what? Whose mic is that? My ears are kind of hurting. I have a headset on.
Colby Parkinson, tight end out of Stanford. That is the pick at 133. Wow. That might be more shocking than anything else we've seen so far.
Someone said Snyder's the worst GM ever.
I mean, maybe
No.
Parkinson is like a great.
No, he's not. John Schneider is a very good general manager.
He's definitely better than every single one that the Browns have had for the last.
Okay, we need to get. I need to get some info here about this guy. We need to do some. We need to get some feel good information about who Colby Parkinson is.
I remember when the Dallas Cowboys were a Super Bowl contender.
Colby Parkinson.
I didn't know you were alive in 1940.
Oh,
I would have.
Man.
Everyone's trying to do their part, especially.
Breaking news: the Seattle Seahawks signed Norbert
Tight end.
Kawili.
Kaoli. No, he's not a tight end. He's a legendary quarterback. No, he's a running back. He's gonna blow through the line faster than faster than Russell Wilson threw an interception on the 1 yard line.
Oh, easy there. Well, let's see what they say about Colby.
Wait, why? And guess what the deal is? No, hear me out. Guess what the deal is? It's $100 million for a 10 years. And guess what the deal is? No, hear me out. Guess what the deal is? It's
All right.
$100 million for a.
There's way too much noise on this line. All right, I gotta.
Well, with the great content.
All participants are unmuted.
In my book.
All participants are muted, and they can
All right.
unmute themselves.
I gotta quiet the line a little bit because too much noise. Can't hear myself think. Okay, I want to see who is this Colby Parkinson guy. By the way, we don't have to rest too long because we're gonna be picking again at 144. Who is Colby Parkinson? I can't find anything right now on this guy. Caught 87 passes for 1,171 yards. He's ranked number 7 in the tight end draft class, potentially a 4th or 5th round selection. So I guess he did kind of go where they thought, maybe a little bit high. Pro Football Focus labeled him the best in the red zone. Combination of size and hands. Parkinson didn't record a drop last fall as a junior and only had 3 total in his 3 collegiate seasons. Good hands, okay. 6'7", 250 pounds. That is a big dude. Makes great catches and he's a red zone threat. In the right position, has a chance to make an impact right away as a rookie. Okay. Well, I have said how much I think the tight end position is going to be the highest impact of this season. And based on that thinking, that's got to be pretty promising for my theory on that, to have a guy like this who's big, red zone target. Sounds like a Jimmy Graham type with maybe a little bit more muscle behind him. All right, I'll bring the party back in.
All participants are unmuted.
Sorry.
Okay, back to the noise. All right, you guys are back.
Why are you having good kids?
Hey, Norb, I thought that was a personal mute for a second because that was right after I made the 1 yard line joke.
to get out of here making that joke.
You guys
No,
think
it's
Jimmy
not
Graham is
overrated.
overrated or is he underrated? Or is he
I
rated?
mean, at least Greg Olson isn't like the only new tight end to the Seahawks now. At least there's like 2 new tight ends or whatever. So like, he's not like good and lonely going in.
But we could have fixed our D-line.
All right.
And he has good hands.
I'm going to. I think this is a good idea. I'm getting some requests from the chat. I will bring the party line full up in when we get closer to the pick, which was kind of the whole idea of why I was doing it in the first place. However, I will go back to sort of singular calls here and go kind of one-on-one, just to limit the craziness of the chatter. Gets to be a little bit nuts. Let me pull Andrew in here. Let me get Andrew's take. Andrew's pretty good with his statistical analysis on things. Andrew, what's your thought on this, Mr. Parkinson here? The Seahawks' latest tight end pick. Do you do any research besides what I found?
You read basically the stats. I like the player. I don't like the pick. I think we could have. I don't think we really need a tight end yet, if at all. So far, this is probably the worst pick we've made. But I mean, he could still be useful. I know Luke Wilson is getting up there in age. Will Disley is injury prone, and then the other two. I guess that would just be Hollister and Greg.
Olsen.
He's good to us. So I don't really understand what Snyder is going through, but I trust in him so far. He's gotten us to like 7 winning seasons in a row. So,
well, it's funny, when you first react and you feel like what the heck because it wasn't what you were hoping for, and then you start thinking through it and breaking it down. You can rationalize why it makes sense, even though at the time I thought it was the one position we didn't need to. But Greg Olson's up there in age. He's not going to be here for long. We're hoping Disley can make it through, but so far hasn't proven he can last an entire season. Hollister is a good, solid guy, but he's definitely not your primary tight end. And then Luke Wilson, like you said, he's getting a little bit up there, and he's not exactly like your number one big target kind of guy either. So in a worst case scenario, and I even said myself that the tight end position is going to be probably the key to the Seahawks' success in going deep in the playoffs. This actually makes even more sense that as an insurance purpose, well, not even insurance, but more like to not have to rely on things that haven't been reliable. This might be the guy. I mean, it sounds like the guy's big. He's got good hands. He rarely drops the ball. And, Will Disley was never even brought in as to be a pest catcher. He was a blocker first who just happens to be a great catcher. So, you bring that in there, and that does make you feel pretty good that if we start losing guys to injuries, he's going to be in there solid to help keep that department solid and stacked. So, I guess I can rationalize myself to appreciate that move.
If you go over to the guys at Chat Sports, Tom Downey is roasting us right now. I watched them too, and it was just funny to see his reaction too. I encourage you guys to watch that. Everyone in the chat, Tom Downey is a funny guy, but he made some good points. For our first round pick, he's doing good. The Jordan Brooks, I think Jordan Brooks, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Linebacker.
And all the way down here. The Seahawks seem to be taking an unconventional route, and everyone seems surprised by it. But I must remind you that John Snyder and Pete Carroll are everything unconventional. That's just how they roll. They're very interesting coaches, and that's what's gotten us so much success over the years. Is we do things with a little bit of our own culture, and that's what I like about John Snyder. He's really unique in his ways. So we don't understand the pick completely, but he does, and I hope we can do something big this year. So,
Well, there's a sunshiny, positive spin on things. I think we have to, though, because obviously they know more than anybody else out here does. At least you hope they do. And what do we all know? I mean, we just we don't know. We don't watch half these guys. I mean, I know I haven't watched other than the ones who play for the Huskies, I really haven't watched, or the guys the Huskies have played against. I really don't know any of these guys until you go to draft day and you start looking at all this information based on somebody else's analysis. And half the time these guys get it wrong anyway. So, it's all kind of a dartboard thing. And what we do know is that Pete Carroll and John Schneider have been really good in finding the later round stuff, the good stuff in these, like third round and later. So I feel like they get better as the rounds get later. And so, I'm trying to give them the benefit of the doubt as well, just in terms of, that aspect of things. So we're moving along here. We got the Falcons took a safety, Jalen Hawkins from California. Steelers took Kevin Dotson, a guard out of Louisiana Lafayette. The Rams, with the ugly logo, took Bryson Hopkins from a tight end out of Purdue. And now the Jaguars are about to pick. They got a couple picks coming up here. Chiefs on the clock.
If I'm not mistaken, we have a draft pick coming up soon. Right? What's our next pick? The 30.
We have 140, 144. Yeah, we're coming up. It's going to happen quick.
Yeah, so we could still get Khalil Davis. Maybe this wasn't such a bad idea if you think about it.
Right.
To get the tight end first and then Khalil Davis.
Yeah.
I will read up on the tight end more, but yeah.
Yeah, Nebraska, right?
Yeah.
And so
Nebraska. Khalil Davis is from Nebraska. Let's see, what was our? Here we go. Colby Parkinson is from Stanford. Yeah, okay, I found him, and let's see where he was projected to go. It's still loading. He was not on my radar at all, so I had to go look him up.
Right. Well, he's from Stanford, so he's got to be pretty smart too. Anybody out of Stanford?
Yeah, so was Richard Sherman.
Right, Richard Sherman. So is Doug Baldwin. Doug Baldwin as well. So.
Yeah. So success in that area.
We saw what those guys did.
Maybe. All right, so he ran a 4.77 dash. He had an 18 reps on the bench press, vertical jump 32.5, broad jump 109. If we go down, the read says you read this already. He was a top 30 overall prospect, so that's good. He was projected to go in the 4th round, so that's good. Everything about it just seems normal. Just a surprise he went to the Seahawks, probably. So, yeah,
right.
It's not as bad of a pick as I thought originally. Interesting. Okay.
I think the only thing that would not make any sense at all is if the Seahawks drafted a punter or a kicker. I think that would be the only thing that would really make you couldn't make any sense out of that if that was the case. But you can almost make an argument.
Just doesn't intend it.
Pretty much every other position you could rationalize and say, yeah, okay, we needed a running back because of this, and this. Yeah, we needed an offensive lineman. We needed a center. We needed a tight end. We need a wide receiver. I mean, at this point, every position can be rationalized as we could always use another spot there. I just still feel like defensive tackle is one that is a glaring need. But maybe the guy is going to still be out there. We'll see if our friend Khalil will still be out there.
Go listen.
Wait, what? Hold on. Do you hear that too?
Yeah, I hear that. I think that was Martin. Martin's line opened up. He's got a lot of people in his family over there.
Yeah, they're having a draft party.
Yeah, it's a draft party every day.
My parents really aren't into it. My parents aren't really Seahawks fanatics. Like I'm a guy who would like if I ever went to a game, which I really want to someday. I would have face paint all over me. I would be like jersey. Like I would have those helmets on, like the diehard fan, screaming at the top of my lungs, "Go Seahawks!" Because I've never been to a game. I don't know what it's like. It's really.
So even in Dallas, when they played down there, you weren't able to watch the Seahawks Dallas.
I couldn't go. No. First off, a ticket for a playoff game last minute was probably like $500 in the world because it's really expensive.
I was wondering what regular season tickets are like in trying to get in a game at Dallas.
Well, first off, I live way north of Dallas. I'm still in the Metroplex technically, because Dallas is growing like crazy. We're the fastest growing city in the world, and when we moved here, it was already in that stage of fast growing. So we found a spot way north of Dallas. It's like it's closer to Oklahoma really than it is the Dallas actual area. So because we're pretty North Texas area. So,
I see.
yeah,
Okay.
It's far away because they live the AT&T Stadium is in Arlington, which is south of Dallas.
Right.
So,
right.
Yeah. So we really don't live out really close to the stadium really at all.
So the Chiefs pick is in. Raiders on the clock. We are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 away from the next pick.
Yeah, Curtis Weaver's still on the board. Khalil Davis is still on the board, and I think they were looking at some cornerbacks. One of the GMs dropped a hint. One of the coaches. Well, it wasn't Pete or John. It was one of the staff members. I watched the news yesterday. Hey, they dropped a hint. They might draft a corner. So
here's the Chiefs pick. I can actually get this on the air.
The 8th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft. The Kansas City Chiefs select L'Jarius Sneed, defensive back, Louisiana Tech.
L'Jarius Sneed, safety out of Louisiana Tech.
Yeah, I saw him on my board too.
So Raiders on the clock now. Oh, they were quick to pick. Pick is in. Jacksonville moves in.
The clock for picking
Seahawks
is,
right there.
Well, let's see. How many more picks do we have overall today? We still only have so we have one in the 4th round left. I know we have the 2nd overall pick in the 5th round, so that will be quick.
Let's see. I don't think we have a 7th. I think we have one in the 6th. Let's see. I thought we didn't have one in the 7th. We have we're picking last, a compensatory pick, the last pick of the 6th round, and then I don't think we have a 7th.
We have a 5th
or do
round
we?
instead of the 2nd one in the 5th.
Yeah, we do not have a 7th round pick this year, at least not yet.
Huh.
All right, so back to where we were.
Am I on? Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, actually, Jason jumped in there. Jason, yes, you are on along with Andrew. What's up, Jason?
Yeah. I'll be going on now if you guys hear me.
Am I still
What do
on?
you? I still got Andrew and Jason on right now. Jason from Liberty Lake, Washington. Andrew from Dallas. So, what do you think? What do you think of this latest pick by the Seahawks, Jason?
I was totally brought by surprise because they got 5 tight ends on their roster right now. So, but
yes, that's true.
See something I'm not seeing, so I have some plans, but can't see it right now.
Well, and I guess, like I said, if you rationalize, the thought process, you can kind of look, well, from a standpoint of the future going forward, they don't have, other than Disley, they don't have a young tight end. Everybody else is sort of older or not as strong, so we really don't have your sort of young, sort of the tight end of the future as a pass catcher. A big guy that fits your prototypical type of thing, and maybe that's what they're looking for. I mean, if you think about, Greg Olsen will be here, for lucky a couple years, and maybe one minimally, hopefully, but a second is a question mark. So when you think about a double tight end set, if you could get Will Disley and this guy going at it on each side, one big guy who can catch, another guy who can catch and block. This is future stuff. This is and maybe impact right away. But we're looking, a year or two down the line where this combination of Disley and him will be something else. So I am excited about that.
I've noticed a pattern. We are preparing for the future with this draft too, because obviously we already have O-linemen, we already have linebackers, but we did draft a linebacker in the 1st round. We drafted an O-lineman in the 3rd round. We're obviously preparing for any sort of anything we need for the future going into it. Because right now we have 19 O-linemen now, and we just drafted another one in the 3rd round. So obviously the guys we drafted in free agency are good, but we could use this guy even better. I've noticed his stats. I actually didn't read his stats earlier, so if I can do that, is it okay?
Sure.
All right, so Damian Lewis, he right now, according to ESPN's after draft show, he's a good scheme fit for the Seahawks, a good run blocker. He did play for LSU, the team that won the national championship, and they were ranked the best O-line in college football, so that's good news. I've watched his tape, and there's certain plays you should watch the one where they played Texas A&M. He had a lot of good plays in there. He basically just cleared the path for the running back by himself, like left, right, front, back. It was really impressive, and he's a really good run blocker. We could use him definitely on the front in for the starting position. What position is he? Is he guard? He could replace your Patty?
Yeah, and I think he said that he said himself he could play either guard spot and center spot too.
Yeah, center. We do need a center too because just Brett could be cut.
What was his bench press at the NFL Columbine?
Who?
Lewis.
Oh, Damian Lewis. I gotta look. I don't have his stats.
How many times?
Damian Lewis. Well, let me check.
And this is Ricardo. Ricardo, welcome to a new caller to the show, right?
Yeah.
Ricardo, welcome. Are you a Seahawks fan? Where you're calling from? You're calling from the 206, so you're from you're local here.
Oh yeah.
Where are you from?
I'm from here.
Yeah. What part?
Shoreline.
Oh, Shoreline, North Seattle. Okay.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Yeah. I didn't agree with the tight end taking another tight end because that leaves us with 5 tight ends. You're gonna have to cut. You're gonna have to cut 2 of them to make for the roster. I think. So
we're not gonna cut 2.
What?
I don't think we're gonna cut 2.
You don't think we're going to cut?
With this tight end makes big.
I mean, now I will say if Dizzy, if he can stay healthy, I mean, he's a dog. I mean, that guy, he can play. He's George Kittle. I mean, but
yeah,
I
almost.
think there is they're addressing some death issues because of last year what happened towards the end of the season. I will say that.
Yeah,
that's true.
Well, and I think,
but I think
we know for sure the ones who will be playing. We know that Disley's going to be there. Hollister. Well, I guess Hollister. That's a question there. Exactly what his role will be. I like him too. But if you didn't put him in the role where he was the only guy available and you had all these other guys as your choices, you wouldn't go and assemble the tight end in order and put him, at the front of that, right? So you're going to have to, now that you've drafted this guy, I mean, there's your 3, and then the question is Luke Wilson and Hollister. Where do those guys fall into this? That's going to be interesting how they manage the roster.
They got Luke Wilson and Jordan Reed as well.
Jaron Reed, yeah. Well, wait, are you talking about the defensive line or?
No, the tight end, Jordan Reed. Not
Jordan.
Jordan Reed from the old Redskins tight end.
Oh, the Redskins tight end? What about him? Wait.
Yeah, he signed with them.
Oh, are you talking about the off-season? Are you talking about the off-season pickup?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. We haven't talked about.
What are you talking about? I don't know about that, but a tight end from the Redskins, did you say?
Yeah, they signed him and Knocking, the old Redskins tight end, Jordan Reed.
Oh. Jordan Reed.
Let me see
Norb,
here.
do you know about this? We did sign Quentin Dunbar. He's from the Redskins. He's a cornerback, but we didn't sign a tight end from the Redskins, I don't think.
This doesn't ring a bell.
Well,
look at the roster.
Somebody asked about the bench press for Damian Lewis, and he had a 27, which is pretty good. So
I think he was visiting with the Seahawks. I don't know if he actually signed though.
Yeah, they didn't sign up Jordan Reed.
Yeah, he came to Seattle to visit, but there wasn't actually official announcement about that.
I
Okay.
thought some visit his time, but okay.
All right, so the Redskins. Let's see. So the Jaguars took Shaquille.
Redskins. Antonio Gandy Golden, wide receiver at Liberty.
Shaquille
Redskins
Quarterman.
signed Antonio Gandy Golden.
No, I want to go. Yeah. Hey.
All right, I'm gonna open up the chaos here since it's almost pick time. Shaquille Quarterman, linebacker, goes to Jacksonville. John Reed, cornerback, goes to Houston Texans. Antonio Gandy something. What's his name? Antonio Gandy Golden goes to
Redskins.
The Redskins, and now Seattle is.
Nope, Baltimore, then Seattle.
Or yeah, Baltimore, then Seattle. So Baltimore is up, Seattle on deck. Let's get the party line going here.
I really feel bad for Ravens fans because they had such a good season. They got Derrick Henry blew through them.
I know.
Yep, they did. Hey guys, welcome back. Figured it's Seattle's about to get on the clock here, so we can get all the collective reactions on what happens on this pick coming up here.
I just left Pete Girl.
At this point, as long as they don't draft a punter or a kicker, I'm pretty happy with it. I'll just say that for the record now.
I hope it's right receiver.
Well, I think this could be our chance to get Khalil Davis from Nebraska, or that corner I was talking about earlier. What was his name? I forgot.
I had Bryce Hall as somebody I had circled on my draft board.
Yeah,
who was the?
I think that was his name.
Oh yeah, he's
So,
pretty good.
so the fact that we've mentioned those two names means they're not going to pick them. Pretty much whatever we all start saying and mentioning in the draft and on this chat, pretty much John Snyder looks at it and goes, okay, they want him, so take him off. We're going to pick somebody else.
Well,
We need to use reverse psychology.
Remember, I did guess.
That's true.
Taylor.
Yeah, you did. Actually, you did. You were the vocal minority on that one. Ravens pick is in. Seattle's officially on the clock now.
Okay, here we go. Pick
I predict Curtis Weaver.
kicker. Let's go.
Curtis Weaver, surprisingly. Curtis Weaver, surprisingly, still available.
Corner. It better be Curtis
I got
Weaver.
my money on corner.
Hey, Norb, sorry for being a little annoying.
Receiver or running back here.
It's just when everybody all talks at the same time, it can just be a little bit overwhelming. That's all. But it's all good. It's all good. We're all excited here.
Is this the line party?
This is the party line. This is the Seahawks draft party line.
I hope it's corner.
The Ravens pick is in, and
pick is in.
For the Ravens, Seahawks are still on the clock. Joseph Beck says, long snapper. Yeah, that's the position we need. With the 144th pick, the Seahawks pick a long snapper. I've always said if you were
There we go.
Seahawks pick did not waste any time. Baltimore Ravens got Ben Bredesen, guard from Michigan, and Seahawks wasted no time. They were in there quick.
I called it. Running back.
You going like this, NorbCam?
Running back.
Running back.
Running back.
Miami.
Ben Bredesen. No, never mind. That was the guy who the Ravens got. Sorry.
Yeah. Dallas.
You going like it? Still no Curtis Weaver. It's going to be.
Did they make the announcement? Did they make the formal? DJ Dallas.
Should I be?
DJ Dallas, running back from Miami, is the Seahawks' 144th pick. Okay.
On my board. He was on my board.
Okay. Let me see. Where did I have him ranked on mine here? Well, we did say
we were hoping to get one, so.
Let me see where he.
Shouldn't be corner.
Okay, well, Norb, we
All right.
the Eagles have back-to-back picks, and then someone else, and then we have a pick coming up. The second pick in the 5th round is us. So,
all right, that's going to come up pretty quick here.
Yes.
So, yeah, this is going to happen fast and furious. All right, so we're almost at the end of the 4th round here with Seahawks taking running back DJ Dallas out of Florida with the 144th pick.
That's a bad pick.
I'm going to get his stats and then read it on. Hold on.
Like I said, at this point,
Sad, I wouldn't say.
they didn't draft a punter or a kicker, so I'm okay. I'm okay with it.
Let's go. Winning Super Bowl.
6.
I still thought tackle and corner were ahead of that need, but I could rationalize that to make sense.
A running back?
Not to worry. Not to worry, because we still have a pick coming up in like 2 seconds.
Yes, we do. Maybe they go defensive tackle there.
So
I
Khalil
predict
Davis
you
is still up.
Doug Baldwin.
Okay, here's his stats. Can I read them here? Here we go. His 40-yard dash was a 4.58. Vertical jump, 33.5. Broad jump, 119. The 3-cone drill, 7.18. So he's pretty fast. He's he's average height, 5'10". You know, he's one of those smaller guys on the board. But Rashad Penny's one of the smaller guys, and he's pretty good. So this could be a good running back. But who would we keep? Would we keep DJ Dallas, or would we keep Travis Homer, or would we keep both? Who would we do?
Well, you got to keep at least 3 active. You're going to have Penny, Carson, and then, I guess the question is, where does Homer fit into the scheme of things with DJ Dallas here? Obviously, more competition. There's the practice squad scenario, but I'd like to think that this guy can compete, and maybe this is again, we're looking towards not this year, but for next year. Kind of like what happened with Rashad Penny. Didn't do much the first year.
Dallas,
let's hear.
High school quarterback.
Let me read this bio about Dallas. It said Dallas had issues with ball security during his sophomore season with the Hurricanes and began seeing the school sports psychologist to overcome the problem. He had 4 fumbles and 109 carries in 2018, though his explosiveness was evident as he covered 617 yards, 5.7 per rush, and scored a team-high 6 times on the ground, also 10.85 to 8.5 receiving, kick returns, punt returns as well. The mental work that Dallas put in before his junior year paid off. He led the Hurricanes in rushing in 2019. 8 touchdowns and did not fumble once. He also contributed in the passing game. 14.
Yeah, that's what I said.
And 40. Yeah, okay. Playing just 10 games. Dislocated left elbow.
Actually.
What's that?
He played quarterback in high school. I think he played quarterback in high school.
Quarterback. Okay, interesting.
So that might come into play if we're doing a flea flicker, maybe. If we could toss it to him.
Or halfback pass.
Yeah.
Yeah, you never know. Okay.
Maybe. So he's more I guess a broad range of talent and doesn't just run. He can also do other things. He's pretty quick. He's got shorter legs than he's because he's a shorter person overall. But he's pretty speedy. I've noticed there's smaller running backs into smaller areas sometimes. In the goal line. So this might be beneficiary to us. So,
all right, so here we go. Eagles, back-to-back picks. They got first of their picks are in, and they're on the clock again for the second one.
That's pretty interesting. They have back-to-back picks.
Right. To round up the 4th round here.
Well, they should be doing a press conference right about now with the new pick. So. Yeah. his strengths are his speed right now, and his weakness is he's not a power runner. He's not like Lynch or anything. He's more of a get into the small areas and go fast, not kind of a power push through kind of guy.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see.
Kind of reminds me a little bit of like Travis Homer, sort of like that, you know.
Yeah, pretty much like
speedy, quick, not real big, but he looks like he's a little bit more thicker than Homer. Good pass catcher too.
Well, I did like Homer when he played for that short stint. He also had a good game against the Vikings when he did the fake punt and he recovered a few fumbles. Actually,
oh, yeah.
He's still probably like we have good running back depth. We have good O-line depth. We have good linebacker depth. We have the best wide receiving core probably in the league. We're really good there. The quarterback, obviously, we're pretty good. We could use a backup. I'm guessing we take maybe a defensive lineman here. I mean, what else will we do? I don't know. Maybe we drop another tight end.
How much have we been saying defensive lineman for the last day and a half? Here's the Eagles announcing their next selection.
2020 NFL Draft. The Philadelphia Eagles select Jack Driscoll, guard, Auburn.
They get Jack Driscoll, guard out of Auburn.
Driscoll. I think that's Jeff Driscoll's brother. He's a quarterback for the Lions, I think.
Interesting.
Okay. This is weird seeing a team pick twice in a row.
Yeah. Yeah, both of those are compensatory picks.
Well, who's next? Who's after this? The Bengals, I think, and then us.
All right, let's look ahead to the 5th round here. Yep, Bengals. Yep, and Seahawks, number 2, so it's going to happen real fast. We'll just keep it right here.
We got this from the Panthers when we traded down. Remember that from yesterday? We traded down, and the Panthers gave us this pick.
Yes.
Second overall in the 5th round.
Right. All right, so this is where we get that defensive tackle or cornerback. I'll be okay with either. I'd be excited about either of those.
Honestly, I would be happy with a safety or a cornerback or a defensive end. As long
There's
as
something on the defense.
Anyone in the secondary would be good. Yeah, defense will be good.
Except linebacker. I don't think we need another linebacker. Anything on the defense. I mean, I wouldn't even be upset if they got a pass rusher.
Yes,
but
we need a pass rusher for sure.
But, you know,
they
did address that.
You know how much Ngakwe costs?
Hey, my buddy Patrick Svoboda's in the house. My buddy who I have the season tickets with. I just saw his name pop up here.
Trade.
Oh.
The Dallas Cowboys traded up to take the pick from the Eagles.
For the Eagles? Oh, so they don't take their second, their final pick. Dukes of Hazzard.
Rivals trade.
They're going to draft Bobby Boucher, is what his pick is here.
Who, for us or the Cowboys? I don't know.
I'm not sure if that's us. I'm not sure. Dukes of Hazzard, if you're referring to our pick. Is that your prediction? Is that the Seahawks will draft Bobby Boucher? Who's Bobby Boucher? Anybody know who that is?
I don't know. You got to give us a position number so I can
look
up. Bobby Boucher. Interesting name.
Hey, Pat. Pat, you got to call in. Call in the number. I'll put you on here. We'll have a chat about the draft. Pat, as you know, is my buddy. He says Patrick wants a cornerback or safety, please. Well, if Pat asks please, then, you know, he's politely encouraging John Schneider to make this move. I would be very happy with a cornerback or safety.
Until he picks another
Please, damn it.
We'll go crazy.
Oh, Dukes of Hazzard. I was like, Yes, Bobby Boucher, Adam Sandler, the Water Boy. Okay, I was like, why does that name sound familiar? Oh wait, I got it. It's funny.
Oh my gosh.
We're all like looking. Where's Bobby? How do you spell Boucher? B-O? Or is that a U? Tanner Muse. I had Tanner Muse on my board too. Tanner Muse or...
Okay, we're on the clock.
All right, Seahawks on the clock.
Tanner Muse on my board too. Wait, Norb, I have a theory. What if we asked for a kicker and they finally did what we wanted them to do?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, come on, kicker, let's go. No, actually, no, punter. That'd actually make more sense to not make sense. I'm gonna bring all the chatters back in. Everybody's back to the party. We're gonna make some noise here as the Seahawks are on the clock.
Kim Jong-un is rumored to be dead.
Yeah, Gary Gomez. You actually looked for him. You got me on that one. I forgot all about that. It's like, why does that name sound so familiar? Like Newt Rotten. They should draft Newt Rodney. That name looks familiar. Let's look him up. All right, the pick. Oh wait, the pick is in. They get Khalid Kareem, edge rusher for the Bengals, and now the Seahawks. Pick is in. The pick is in.
Edge rusher for us? Oh yeah, it is. Okay, we
and I'm gonna look to the chat because that seems to be where everything pops up first.
I see Waterboy in the chat.
That's gonna be Bobby Boucher. That's gonna be the new
kicker. We're getting a kicker.
No,
we're just messing.
Yo, you know what we really need?
We're trying to get them to do the opposite by saying what we hope they'll do. They'll do the opposite because every time we hope for somebody, they pick something else.
Come on, give me Miles.
Yeah, punter, let's go. Okay, the pick is still not in. Receiver. Oh, we picked Alton Robinson from Syracuse. A receiver.
You guys want to know what we really need?
Alton Robinson from Syracuse.
He's an edge rusher. He's an edge rusher. A D-line.
Edge rusher. Okay.
My bad. Okay.
Wow, they did go. Wow, I didn't think they would go edge rusher again, but they do. Syracuse. Alton Robinson. Let's bring him up. All right, so here we go. Alton Robinson from Syracuse. 6'3", 264 pounds, 32 3/8 inch wingspan, 4.69 in the 40, 25 reps in the bench, 35.5 vertical, 119 broad jump, 7.32 seconds on the 3-cone drill. And what do these numbers really mean? Let's read this bio here.
Oh, wait, he's from Tennessee. And guess who else is from Tennessee? Darrell Taylor, a guy we drafted earlier. So we drafted a teammate from our earlier second-round pick.
Here's the official description. Twitched-up edge rusher with exciting potential to become a disruptive factor in NFL backfields with a more skilled and willful approach. Robinson has the burst and bend to become a pass-rushing problem for tackles early in his career, but his approach is too one-trick and needs workable counters to become less predictable. As a run defender, he has enough strength, but lacks consistent technique and instincts. He's worthy of consideration as a designated rusher while he smooths out the kinks and could take a big leap forward with better skill and control. So, in other words, with some good coaching and some good mentorship by some of his veteran peers, he could become a big player.
What? Yeah, because he's pretty fast for an edge rusher. Consider he's 4.69 is really good for any D lineman. Considerably, like that's pretty good. So we got a fast guy. That's good.
Alton Robinson.
We have 2 Tennessee edge rushers now.
How you know cereal?
Well,
Well, not a bad pick. Not a bad pick at all.
Well,
But
a Tennessee. It says it said Alton Robinson's from Syracuse.
he's from. Oh wait, there's a picture saying he's from Tennessee. Oh, my bad. Okay, I'm sorry. I was looking at the wrong picture. I was looking at a picture of somebody else with the same age.
Hate when that happens.
I'm sorry.
That's what happens on
Sorry.
Tinder all the time. Oh, I was looking at a picture of somebody else. Actually, I don't know. I don't do Tinder.
bad.
It's just
Sorry, everyone watching. It's Syracuse, not Tennessee. I'm bad. Sorry.
Walk inside there now.
I like how you crafted your arguments to make a lot of sense, though. You see, they're both from Tennessee, so that way they can work in combination with each other because they both came from the same schools. Yeah, that's going to work out well.
Yeah. I'm just trying to find logic.
That's what I mean. In all this, usually the first reaction is like, huh. Well, if you think about this, and you then take this, and yeah, we already got a edge rusher, but you know that makes a lot of sense if you think about the future 2 years from now. That's a brilliant move. You know what I really need to do? I need to go back in the last 8 years to like 2000. Well, actually, no, the last 10 years, and really map out how every single draft pick has worked out, where they went, and where they ended up in their career, at least as far as the Seahawks are concerned. It would be interesting to see, because a lot of people think Carroll and Snyder don't know what they're doing. Carroll and Snyder are brilliant, and depending on which picks you look at, they can look brilliant, and they can also look really bad. But I'd like to see the whole scope of every pick they've made, how has all of them turned out as a whole? Because, you know, Russell Wilson clearly was a lottery ticket. And then guys like Chancellor, Baldwin, Wagner.
We paid Matt Flynn Wilson. We paid Matt Flynn like $30 million, right? And then we started Russell Wilson.
Yeah, I can't remember how much it was. At least $15 million. It was a lot of money, enough to make you go, I know Wilson's good and all that, but man, we just put all this money in this thing. We really going to just throw it all away? But smart move.
I mean, if he's a better player, then we can start him.
Okay, so now what do we have left here? So we picked a 148, Alton Robinson, edge rusher out of Syracuse, not Tennessee, and now we won't pick again until
the sixth round.
This the next round. So we got some time here.
Yeah. Well. Let's see here. Let's talk about the Mariners. How are they doing?
Like everybody else, frozen in time.
Excuse me? I'm sorry.
Maybe it's a good thing that the Mariners. Maybe the coronavirus is the best thing to happen to the Mariners.
The Astros, but
cheaters.
Yeah. I kind of stopped liking them. I mean, the only.
Stop liking your own team.
No.
Darby, we still here?
But I can.
Everybody's here.
What? Oh, okay. Yeah.
So we
betrayed because I thought that they had actual skill, which they do, but I didn't know that they had to cheat to get it.
Let's see.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, the Patriots cheat all the time. Their fans are still there.
That was a really bad example, a really bad situation with the whole cheating thing. I mean, that's not a good look.
Rangers are not very good either.
Hey, you want to know something interesting?
Hey, hold on a second. I got to get my buddy Pat has called in for the first time. I got to mute you guys. I got to get my buddy Pat.
Participants are muted, and they can unmute themselves.
This is history in the making. My buddy, season ticket holder pal, Patrick Svoboda, is calling in to my show for the first time ever. Patrick, welcome to the program. How's it going, man?
I'm doing well. How are you guys doing? I was about to hear what the history making was with North Korea before it got cut off here. So, so far, interesting draft. Kind of like that we're working on the defensive line. I really like the tight end pick. I actually think that is a smart move. I know you know how bad I want a safety cornerback, but
right.
I think Disley has been injured every year, and now you're going to get some development. And I kind of think the tight end he's going to be what we wanted from Jimmy Graham. He's actually going to be that player.
That's what I was going to say. He's like almost as big as Jimmy Graham and maybe a tougher version of him who can actually run block.
Yeah.
That's a nice thought. Jimmy Graham who can block and just as good at hands, maybe.
Yeah, Jimmy Graham actually is willing to block, and also maybe it opens up Disley, and we can move our tight ends to actually be fullbacks too, and just really open up the passing game a little bit more.
But what's great about that?
So I'm actually excited about that.
I am excited. The more I thought about it, once I got past the shock of why are we drafting a tight end, the more I started thinking about what he could do. The combination of Disley and just think of the blocking. Again, it's not just tight ends are often just thought of as additional pass catchers, but think about how much both those guys, a double tight end set, can do for blocking on the line. You know what I mean? Because so far we've had to do so much of this 6 lineman stuff, bringing in one of your favorite guys who we lost to the Jets this past season, which I know you love to see him out there. But to have a guy who could block like that, but also actually go out and be a threat to pass catch. I mean that. The thought of that is pretty exciting. We haven't seen that in a long time. Seattle was really good at running those double tight end sets back in the early 2010s, during their Super Bowl runs. But after they lost a lot of those guys, after Zach Miller left, it seemed like it's been tough having a couple of solid guys who can catch and block. So Dukes of Hazzard, by the way, says welcome,
and
Pat.
They'll learn from Olsen. And thank you. And they'll actually learn from Greg Olsen, which I think is just super fantastic. Learn from one of the best. Learn the tricks of the trade. Learn the subtleties. Learn the positioning. And then, and develop that rapport with Wilson. And, I think it's going to be exciting times.
For those of you...
I'm real thrilled. Go ahead.
Very exciting times. So for those of you who don't know, who are new to this channel and wondering who this guy Pat is, if you've seen my reaction videos, me and Pat, you'll see the guy. He's always to my left most of the time. I think that's how we always said it. Don't we always have you pretty much on my left side? So I think that's kind of by default how we usually set things up. But you'll see him on my live streams.
That right elbow hurts pretty bad, so I stay away from it.
So Pat, you'll see him on my live streams. It's kind of funny how it started because you and I have been going to games since the Kingdom, since '96 is when I think we started going, and we've been pretty much going to every season, every year for that would make it 20. Is my math right? Is that 24 years? Coming up on 24 years.
I'm not that old. I can't remember who the water boy is anymore. So I just you guys are all just way beyond my time.
But anyways, just so for some context, Pat and I we've been friends longer than that, but we started going to Seahawks games together that long ago. But so people want to hear, what do we think of the last defensive line pick? I read a little bio of it. I don't know if you have much insight, but what's your thoughts on getting a second defensive end edge rusher?
Oh, I think this is truly all about the competition. You just don't want to hook all your money into one edge rusher. You want two, and you want to make sure it lets Green and other people know that, hey, and Irvin, maybe I'm not guaranteed a spot. And, if they can get what they get from me from a younger player, I better up my game. So I think it's a good thing. And I love that they get speed on it. I love the speed. I love the athleticism. I love the length. And I love defensive people that if they can't get to the quarterback, they get their arms up. And whether that's the inside or the outside, arms up, make it harder for the quarterback to find a target.
Haven't you and I have been complaining about that so much? It was evident at the end of that Kansas City 49ers Chiefs game, 49ers Super Bowl game, where at the end when San Francisco was trying to move the ball down the field, and I forget the name of the player who was knocking all the passes down, lineman, but even if he couldn't get to the quarterback, he'd just get his hands up and disrupt those crossing passes, which the 49ers love to do. And I'm like, I hope the Seahawks linemen are paying attention here, because that's the one thing you can always at least have a shot at doing is if you can't get to them and you're stonewall against a very good offensive line, you get your hands up there and you might just be able to not only knock the pass down, but maybe even tip it in the air and get an interception, So I hope the Seahawks lines can do that. But yeah, these tall, long-armed dudes, that's definitely one of the advantages that might bring to the Seahawks. So I'm okay with them investing. Does this say something about our situation now with Clowney and the other free agency edge rushers? Does this reflect a little bit on that, or do you think there's still a possibility we might snag one of those guys?
Well, I think Clowney would have to suck his ego up, and I don't think he will. So I think for Clowney, if he's willing to get paid less, great. But I don't know if he wants to anymore. Once people say certain things, pride and ego gets in the way. And I think that's the problem with Clowney right now. He wants to get paid what he feels he deserves, but every fan and every team that wants them wants 100% effort and wants a player that could be a little less injured. And he's injured a lot. And so it's a give and take. You want to spend a lot of money for someone that may miss half the season because he's out? I don't know. I'm not excited about that. I'd rather have someone that's consistently there and know what I'm going to get.
Yeah.
So the answer is, I'm not sure.
Well, the thing is, he may want to get paid, but unless somebody else is willing to pay more, I do believe he's going to chase the money. But so far, nobody's taken him, because if it had, he would have been, he would have been out there signed up with somebody a long time ago. But clearly, that nobody's come up and given him that big offer.
Because even if he comes back to Seattle after this whole draft thing and says, I want to get paid, I'll take the money, and maybe Seattle said, that money's already gone, now we're going to be $2 million less a year. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
That's the risk you take in playing the game that you're playing.
Right.
I agree you should try to get as much as you can because you're not going to play forever. But it's always a game of risk, and right now his risk is, I want to make more money, I want to get paid.
Right.
And we want to win. So, and do I want him on the team? You bet I want him on the team, but I don't want him at the cost of any other things that are there.
Well, and I'm sure the injury issue and the lack of consistency of being on the field is concerning to a lot of teams out there, because he has had a history of that, and it's hard to throw down a lot of money for a guy who you're not sure how available he's going to be, especially on a relatively short-term deal. But
I do hope we get a new strength and conditioning coach too, because we had a lot of injuries, core injuries last year. You and I've already talked about that before, and I would hope that either the coach who's there helps with that part there, or gets someone who can actually help with that part there, because we had more core injuries than I've ever heard in my very young life that's here, since I'm barely younger than you, or not, of players that were injured last year for the Seahawks.
Yeah.
I just think it's important. It's a lot of money invested here, and those fans can pay for that money, those tickets, and we want to see a product on the field that's reliable and consistent. We want all parts to be operational.
Dukes of Hazzard.
Coach. Never thought of that. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm with you. I just want to say that Dukes of Hazzard, again, on the Super Chat, says, Pat needs to be on the party line permanently. Thumbs up. 2 thumbs up. So he's enjoying hearing your commentary. You know, it is good to have your expertise here. You know, for those of you who don't know either, Pat, we both played football in high school, and I was one of those positional players. Played a little running back, a little bit of receiver, defensive back, and Pat was the guy in the trenches. Pat was a center. It's Spanaway, Washington. And so Pat has a unique perspective. So when we're watching the games, while I'm sitting there watching all the guys, running down the field and all that stuff, Pat's always got an eye on the line, watching what the guys on the inside are doing. It's just the less exciting part, but it is the part that often is the key to making a play happen. So, you have a unique appreciation for the linemen.
Yeah, I actually texted Cyberg and the super fans from New Orleans, and I thought that their pick was one of the best picks in the first round, because it was the center out of Michigan, and I think he's just a stud. And so, it's not the flash; it's the trenches that make the difference in a lot of things. It's not the people that get the glory, but the people behind the scenes that let the people get the glory. And so, got to have a good foundation for Russell Wilson to be successful. I'd love for Russell Wilson not to be one of the most hit quarterbacks next year.
Right.
That would be a great goal. But I think I see the plan. I like it. I would just like to see a nice cornerback and safety.
Oh, I'm going to listen here for a second. They're talking about the running back, DJ Dallas.
Pass-protecting running back in this year's draft.
They said he's the best pass-protecting running back in this draft.
Punches we like to talk about in scouting. He's outstanding also in short yardage situations.
Nice.
Good short yardage guy.
He's fighting for those tough physical yards. He ran 4.58. I don't think
He can also play receiver too.
But Mel, more than anything else, when you get a guy that can pass protect and is good in
But
short
pass
yardage,
protecting, that's
you got
good.
something to work with.
No question, Dan. You got to run.
That's
Pretty good
very
speed.
good. And hopefully he can.
Football games.
Hopefully he can bump the defensive end or whatever, and then slide around or the linebacker and slide behind him and get those nice passes. Because I know that's how Greg Olsen ate us alive every single year.
Right.
And I hope we can start doing that to other teams too, whether it's with our running back or with Greg Olsen or whoever we have back there, because that just adds extra tools to our offensive game plan.
Yeah, he can return kicks. He can return kicks, so he's a very versatile guy. So, yeah, it'll be fun to see how they end up using him. So we have a lot of tight ends, though. We have 5 tight ends now. Greg Olsen.
Let's see. Let's count
Greg Olsen, Will Dissly,
Greg Olsen,
Luke Wilson.
Then we have Luke Wilson,
and then
and
Jacob
then
Hollister. Hollister, and then the new guy.
That's right.
So we have 5.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is why I didn't think we would go the direction of a tight end, but it does make sense. Maybe this is kind of more for the future, and maybe even the immediate. I see it as sort of like a 2-year, investment from now. Like maybe next year he's kind of like behind, learns under Greg Olsen. Maybe for depth comes in, but I see him being the guy that when Greg Olsen's time is through, he becomes the guy that's because we know the future. Hollister and Wilson aren't the future of the tight ends. It's going to be Dissly and now this guy, whose name I still don't have committed to memory yet. But I think that's what they're looking at is that's going to be our tandem. 2 seasons from now.
No, and I agree, and it makes me feel good about the future. I like a lot of the things that we're doing because I think it kind of fills the immediate need, but it also works and says, hey, you gotta think this through a little bit. It's like our first draft choice. I wasn't thrilled, but I also realized that, hey, who's likely not going to be here 3 years from now, and who has a chance to learn from the master?
Right.
And I think that's the way we have to look at some of these picks. And Pete Carroll. It's like the first time we saw the draft. Who's the first 2 players he drafted? Remember way back then? Wasn't that Okung and
Earl Thomas?
Yeah, exactly. And we thought, what the hey, we saw the need at lineman, but I thought we were pretty comfortable that time at safety, and yet we got now a safety that was lights out. And because we had Lawyer Malloy that we signed in the off season, so I said, why are we drafting Earl Thomas, right?
Right.
And there we go. It was future thinking. Learn from the best. Take that knowledge, share it to the other players, and make the new crop even better. Because that's part of your legacy too. It's not just what you've done on the field; it's how you prepared other people.
Yeah,
true. So good stuff.
Yeah.
Very, very good stuff.
Yeah. So what are you hoping we get in this next? We don't pick for a while. We don't pick again until next round. We don't have a pick in this round. So
we only have 2 left, right?
I mean, I think we only have 1 left. We don't have any more left in this round. We go to the 6th, and then we pick the last pick of the 6th round. And I don't think we have a 7th.
Right now I don't think we do, but so I'm hoping that maybe we find again, my love for that safety cornerback, and maybe some school like Portland State or something like that is underneath the radar of everybody else because it's a smaller school, and hope that's what Pete has in mind. So
this is where we find our future Richard Sherman. I think Richard Sherman was he 5th round or something like that?
He was a 5th rounder. He was a 5th rounder. And yeah, but also you have to remember, what's the one thing Seattle does better than any team in the NFL, in my mind, are undrafted free agents.
Right.
I think we're exceptional in that, and I think we really get the best players out there that people didn't pick for whatever reason. And so, yes, we can rely on the draft, but also realize that there's a pretty darn good scouting group out there that has other people lined up. And from my understanding, they're on the phone with them the whole time saying, if you don't get drafted, we want to sign you. You know what I mean? So I think it's pretty, we got to put faith in the whole system, not just what we see on TV right now, but what's actually happen after that in the next few days.
Right.
Then take a look at those players.
Well, and it is a long-term
Did
thing.
Doug Baldwin come that way on the team?
He was an undrafted free agent. That's correct. Doug Baldwin turned out to be one of the best receivers we've ever had.
And what did you not call him the first year we saw him on the field? I remember when I called him in the preseason. I said already MVP. He was just lights out. I go, my gosh, fantastic. You know what I mean? So
yeah, I think that was when he first came out wearing number 15. He eventually switched that number 89, but nobody really saw that coming. You did. You had the insight. Kyle Wardlow says this is LOB version 2 coming soon. Well, we'll see. I think hopefully we'll have a new nickname, something else that defines this new group. But
I mean, what nicknames have we had from the Seahawks? Weren't they at one point? What did we call them? The Blue Wave at one point, didn't we? I can't remember anymore now. And so, I mean,
that's
LOB, I
question.
like Legion of Boom.
That's probably one of the coolest names
And
ever.
I've always wanted to call the linebackers the Glue, but everybody thinks that's boring. So,
yeah, I don't remember any of the previous names from the past. I'll have to dig on that one a little bit. I do think it'd be a fun exercise to look back at these past drafts, going back to that 2010 draft, and just see how every pick, where they were picked and where they ended up, because there's a lot of names you just totally forget about, or names that got drafted and they just didn't even make the squad, or never hit the field. They were just like practice squad person, and there's a few players like that.
We've had some unfortunate luck. Besides, like Malik McDowell, who will always be remembered as the person who taught every future draft pick, don't go ATVing without a helmet on.
Yeah.
Before the NFL draft. Remember the defensive lineman that we picked that had the heart issue?
I was just thinking. Before you said that, I was just thinking about that guy. Yeah, the guy who they had an enlarged heart or an irregular heartbeat or something like that, and it was determined he couldn't play. I mean, that was shocking. I remember they did some kind of nice compensation package for him, so at least he got something, even though he would never play it down. But yeah, I was just thinking about that when you mentioned it. I was trying to remember what the guy's name was. But
yeah,
yep.
I think he was from like one of the Texas schools, if I remember correctly. But So I mean, I think we've had a lot of players that even if they don't make it here, they make it somewhere else. And like I said, I think we have a good ability to find talent, and maybe we're not patient enough, or maybe they actually just need a different type of coaching to be in the right fit for the right system. Overall, I'm not displeased with what we've drafted. I hate it whenever it occurs all the time because, like the rest of y'all, I scratch my head and go, what the heck were they thinking here?
Right.
And then when we see it on the field, then we're going, oh, okay, now I get it,
Yeah.
But I hate those months that we have to wait till we actually finally get to see it.
Well, here we go, Pat. I actually pull up a nice little convenient little thing here that shows us the draft classes from every year. I'll start from 2010. This will be a fun little walk down history memory lane since we don't pick for a while. So in 2010, I'll start 2010. We drafted aforementioned Russell Okung, Earl Thomas. In the second round, we got Golden Tate. And in the fourth round, we got Walter Thurmond and E.J. Wilson.
Yep.
Fifth round, Cam Chancellor. Sixth round, Anthony McCoy. And then seven, a couple names. I don't have any clue of these guys. Dexter Davis and Jamison Cons. I don't know any of those guys.
Dexter Davis stayed for a year on our practice squad. He was supposed to be really good. He just couldn't make it the second year. I remember that. He had good speed, though.
Yeah, so out of 2010, names that sort of stood out as guys who went on to have an impact with at least the Seahawks. Russell Okung, Earl Thomas, Golden Tate. Walter Thurmond was there for a while. Cam Chancellor, of course, and then Anthony McCoy. So that's pretty good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 out of their out of 9 players drafted, all went on to have a pretty impactful career. So 6 out of 9, that's pretty good. Okay, so then we go to 2011. Our first round pick was James Carpenter, John Moffitt in the 3rd round. 4th round, we got KJ Wright. Also, we got Chris Durham. 5th round, we got Richard Sherman, Mark Legree. 6th round, we got Byron Maxwell.
Yeah.
7th round, we got Lazarius Levington and Malcolm Smith. So a couple of forgettable names in there. I don't know who Mark Legree is or Lazarius Livingston. I don't think those guys went on to do much.
No, Legree was supposed to be a really good safety, and he ended up being a bust.
Chris Durham, I think he had a few. He was a receiver, I remember. Had a few moments, but nothing significant. But so James Carpenter. Looking back on James Carpenter, what's your? I don't get the warm and fuzzies when I think back on the time that James Carpenter had with Seattle. It seemed like he had more success after he left Seattle.
Yeah, he probably was the strongest lineman, but like a lineman that we just let go. Affetti, very strong, but not always bright above. Didn't he go to Alabama?
Yep.
Carpenter.
Yep. Very good.
And so, what I remember from James Carpenter, very, very strong, but didn't always have that thing between the shoulders working very well, and would miss assignments, and that would drive me crazy. It's like Affetti, miss assignments drives me crazy.
Right.
So, and he didn't move his feet. He lunged, and that drove me crazy about Carpenter. But he was strong. If he got a hold of you, he moved you. So that was the key thing. If he engaged you, you were going to lose.
He was a better run blocker than he was a pass protector, if memory serves. Usually, when the feet is bad, it's exposed when it comes to pass protection. So out of that draft, out of 9 people drafted, I would say, John Moffitt was an interesting character. But the standouts were KJ Wright.
And he retired early.
He retired early.
Yeah, he retired early due to injury. Yeah.
So the standouts, KJ Wright, Richard Sherman, Byron Maxwell, Malcolm Smith. So 4 out of the 9 players taken in that draft went on to have pretty good careers. Really good careers.
Yep.
KJ Wright's still playing for the Seahawks. Drafted back in 2011. That's how long he's been going. So that's been pretty good. Now we go to the 2012 draft. First round pick was
the draft
Bruce.
Draft.
Yep, Bruce Irvin in the first round. 2nd round, Bobby Wagner. 3rd round, Russell Wilson. 4th round, Robert Turbin. Then we get to some less familiar guys on some of these. Jay Howard, a defensive tackle. Corey Toomer, linebacker.
He played a good year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Jeremy Lane, Winston Guy.
Yes.
J.R. Sweezy in the 7th, and then Greg Scruggs in the 7th. So there's a couple of guys who were so-so, but definitely the top 4. They were 4 for 4 in that draft. Irvin, Wagner, Wilson, Turbin. Yep. And then Jeremy Lane was a good impact guy. Too bad he broke his arm in Super Bowl 49, otherwise we win that game. And then J.R. Sweezy. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Arguably 6 guys out of that were pretty high impact. And I remember Scruggs played a little bit. Wasn't your kind of rotational guy. But yeah, that's a hell of a draft.
Yeah, I was expecting more from him. I thought he was going to be somebody special, but, that's when I learned next man up, because I think when the player in front of him got injured, he came in and then he just wasn't that impressive. He looked good in the preseason. He just didn't look great in the games. And so I learned the difference between the two that year.
That is probably their best draft, though, when it comes to hitting on every single swing in the first 4 rounds. They got a winner on all those. 2013 might be one of the more forgettable drafts that the Seahawks have ever had. They drafted Kristen Michael in the 2nd, Jordan Hill in the 3rd, Chris Harper in the 4th, wide receiver, Jesse Williams, tackle, in the 5th, Thorold Simon, also in the 5th round, Luke Wilson in the 5th, Spencer Ware, running back, in the 6th, Ryan Seymour, a guard. These are all 7th rounders now. Ty Powell, defensive end, Jared Smith, tackle, and Michael Bowie. I don't know any of those. Barely remember any of these the last 4 guys in there.
He was a practice player tackle for a couple years, Bowie was. So yeah, the only one that I had hope for that one that we didn't get anything on was Williams, Jesse Williams, because he was supposedly really strong and he played rugby and from Australia, but his knees were kind of like Fluker's knees are whenever he was out there playing, and it just wasn't very good. Yeah, it probably was one of the worst drafts.
And then things got better in 2014. Spencer Ware, yeah, he was pretty good, and he went on to have a pretty good career after the Seahawks too. Is he still playing?
Yep.
Spencer Ware, is he still out there?
No, I don't think so. I think last year or the year before that was his last season, but still he had a good career. So
as a running back, which we know they don't last very long. So 2014 was a little bit better, especially in the first few rounds. We had Paul Richardson, good receiver. Justin Britt, who is now kind of future is questionable as far as he's got one more year in his contract, and we don't know what's going to happen after that. Or even this year, a lot of people speculating that he might be released for salary purposes, but we'll see. I like the guy. It's just a bummer he got hurt last year. Cassius Marsh in the 4th round. And then it kind of falls off a little bit after that. We had Kevin Norwood, receiver, Kevin Pierre-Louis, linebacker. I remember you and I talked about Kevin Pierre-Louis. I think we had hopes that he was going to develop into that next guy. Just never happened.
He had such good speed. He was fast. Lanky and fast, yeah. I agree.
Yep.
We thought high hopes for him. But keep going. I'm sorry.
Jimmy Staten, defensive tackle. Garrett Scott, offensive line. Eric Pinkins, a defensive back. And Kiero Small, a running back. I don't know what to say about those names.
Yeah, Eric Pinkins was a 6'3" defensive back. You know how Pete Carroll likes
those long guys.
I think he tried to put him at linebacker for the next 2 years. It just didn't work out.
Mm-hmm.
So he really gave him a great opportunity to develop. But yeah, that was just let's just move on to the next year.
But Richardson, Britt, Marsh in the first 3 years, those were pretty good. Those were pretty good for that draft.
Yeah, I think Marsh developed better when he was away from Seattle. Then when he came back, like last year, I thought he had an opportunity, but I think he came in a little bit entitled, and other players came in a little more hungry, and that's the whole part about coming back. There's no guarantee when you come back here. You just got to earn it.
Yep.
So.
Then 2015 was a good draft. We had 2nd round, we got Frank Clark. 3rd round, we got Tyler Lockett. 4 was Terry Poole. Then Mark Glowinski. And then the 5th round, Ty Smith. 6th round, Obum Gwacham, Christian Sicoli, and Ryan Murphy. So a couple of big hits on the beginning of that draft, and then things kind of fell off a little bit after that. Glowinski, I remember, had some. He played a bit there, but I don't feel like he wasn't much a part of that line for very long.
No, I think he reinvented himself when he got. Well, he went to go to Detroit, right?
I don't remember where
he went to. I think he went to Detroit. Yeah, I think he became a standout. But I think here he just didn't pick up the assignments quick enough, and I think that was his problem. I think when he engaged, he was great, but I think he was always late in reacting, and so I think he got better when he went somewhere else, and he realized what he had to do to stay in this league. So,
yeah. All right, so almost caught up to the present day. We had a pretty good draft here in 2016. Well, the first name doesn't get you excited. Jermaine Ifedi in the 1st round. But then we got Jaron Reed in the 2nd. C.J. Prosise in the 3rd. Okay, maybe it's not as good as I thought it sounded at first. Nick Vanette in the 3rd. Reese Odiambo, guard, in the 3rd. Quentin Jefferson in the 5th. Alex Collins in the 5th round. Joey Hunt in the 6th. Kenny Lawler in the 7th. And Zach Brooks in the 7th. So a few names that definitely jump out there who are still with the team. Jaron Reed. Joey Hunt still on the roster.
Yep.
Quentin Jefferson, unfortunately, no longer, but he was a pretty active contributor all throughout through last year as well. And Jermaine Ifedi, of course.
I liked him a lot.
I did too.
I liked him a lot. So.
Yeah, and this is the reason why I feel like Seattle's got to draft a tackle here. to make up for some of the loss of guys like this. And of course, CJ Procise. Where is CJ Procise?
He's still on the. Well, he has. I don't think they re-signed him yet, have they? Or he's still got.
I don't think they re-signed him, but I don't think he went anywhere either. So I guess he's sort of floating in no man's land right now. But
yeah, I'm sure some team will give him an opportunity because he is an incredible talent. He just can't stay healthy, and that's just sad. You know, he has to be a situational player. He cannot take. He's a third down back. That's the only he's going to stay healthy and stay in this league. That means he's not going to get paid a lot. That means he'll survive and have a good career if it goes that way. He tries to be a feature back, he's going to get hurt.
Somebody in the chat said Procise is a free agent, so that's kind of what we thought. I haven't forgotten you guys on the rest of the lines. I just figure, you know, this is a rare moment. I get to have some quality time with my buddy Pat here on the phone. When we get closer towards the Seahawks' next pick, I will bring in the rest of the calls. But this is my time right here. Me and Pat. We got Patrick time.
I will let you know that the Cleveland Browns took one of the players I was hoping that Seattle would.
Oh, which one?
I was hoping he wouldn't get drafted, and we could sneak him in. Was Nick Harris, the center from UW.
Okay. Well, earlier in the Jets at 158 took one of the corners I was eyeballing, which was Bryce Hall. I had him on my list of potential corners for Seattle to take, so he's off the list as well. So it's going to get slim pickings here. But I want to finish my little exercise here. The draft in 2017 could have been a great one, if not overshadowed by the worst first pick in 2017. But the aforementioned Malik McDowell taken in the second round, and then we have a bunch of guys who, some of them high impact, some of them not so high. But we had Ethan Posick in the second round, Shaquille Griffin in the third, Delano Hill in the third. And Nazir Jones and Amara Darboh. All those guys were taken in the third round. And then in fourth round, we got Tedrick Thompson, who we just recently said goodbye to. Mike Tyson, heavyweight champion, in the sixth round. Justin Sr. in the sixth round. David Moore and Chris Carson, seventh rounders. So it's kind of interesting because we had kind of hits in the top and hits in the bottom, and kind of a little bit of a lull in the middle. If Malik McDowell could have, the worst thing about Malik McDowell is we'll never know what he could have been. We didn't even get to see even a taste of what the promise was, and it's just sad to think with such a high pick we got absolutely nothing out of that, and it would have been a great to see what he could have done on the field, and maybe could have been one of the biggest impact guys in 2017.
And, you know, without revealing too much about myself personally, as soon as I knew it happened, I pretty much told you he's never going to play. And I told you the reasons why. And I hate being right on that, but you just can't take such a hit to your knocker and expect to play in a violent sport where you're going to be hitting people with heads all the time. It's just not going to happen. And I feel sorry because his family spent the money before they ever got it. And there's a lesson learned for people in real life, you know. Cherish every moment, value your talent, protect your talent, develop it, but don't be stupid. Because it costs you everything. So,
well, that's very true. And this what's going on right now. You know, there's so many sad stories. You know, for those who stay safe, we just have to deal with the boredom and the inconvenience that we've been thrown into. But for those who've actually had to deal with this firsthand and on a bad level, the fact that you not only have to go through this suffering, but you have to be isolated to where you can't even be with people because of the nature of what the affliction is. I mean, what a terrible way to go if you end up,
if I can share some positive news, my next door neighbor, the older gentleman that lives next door here, he was put in an Alzheimer home and he was positive. But he's in his 70s, and then we thought for sure with his health and all that he'd be one that wouldn't make it. But evidently he has made it, and he has survived. So I mean, people are going to fight for their lives in this thing here, and I wish we wouldn't have to. I mean, every life is one too many, and that's just the way I think about it. And be safe, be smart, and be patient, because it's going to be nothing gets fixed overnight. Things can be ruined overnight, but it takes a while to fix it. And you just got to be patient, let the process work out, and be disciplined. Really be disciplined, and it's going to suck for a while. But be safe and cherish every moment that you have.
Like this moment we have right here.
Next Super Bowl victory.
Yep.
There you go. Including our next Super Bowl victory, where Norm and I are going to just,
That's right. We were robbed of what should have been a Super Bowl celebration in Arizona, and I do stop and wonder sometimes when I think about how close we were to having what would have been the greatest season and greatest Super Bowl victory of all time. How that all just went south and messed up our trip.
I have to thank you, Norb, because Norb sat with his father, which, is probably the greatest person to sit by in the world. And for Seahawks fans, I was very fortunate to sit right with Mark Collins. And we got to sit behind A-Rod.
Alex Rodriguez.
He was in the seat in front of us.
That is so funny to me. I remember Mark. You guys didn't have a lot of interaction with him, but what I do remember is, for some reason, A-Rod had a broken cell phone. Wasn't it like a shattered screen? I think Mark said
he had a cheap ass. I'll be blunt. He had a cheap ass cell phone with a real cheap watch. And here's a guy that's making $27 million, which if all my family together would put their money together, I'll never get. You know what I mean? And that includes my whole extended family. And that's okay. I mean, he earns what he has, and here he is. And it's the day that he broke up with the, wrestling lady that he was dating, and he was dating another person from Northwest, and he sits right in front of us. And, of course, Mark engages him in conversation. I pretty much found him there, and Mark lets him know that he's going to whistle so loud that Alex Rodriguez will have to get, a hearing aid when he's all set down.
He did give him that warning.
And Mark did whistle that loud, and I think I had to get a hearing aid after we were all said and done with that whole thing, but it was a great game, all except for, I will say half a yard for the rest of my life, and you guys will say hand the ball off to Marshawn Lynch. It was half a yard, and we could have had the best time ever. But it was a great time in Arizona.
It was. And leading up to that, it was such a fun party. The whole week of, I don't know, maybe not a whole week. It was like 5 days or something, or 4 or 5 days of just hanging out with what felt like Seattle 2.0, because everywhere you looked, it was all Seattle fans. You couldn't find a New England fan to save your life till the day of the game.
And the whole thing is, we didn't see any New England fans the whole time we were out there. And all of a sudden,
they all showed up at the day of the game. Well, I remember there were some issues of some of the flights, like flights not able to get in because of weather or something. There was some kind of issue with that.
And I never want ill will to people, but I had no problem with their flights being delayed. I just had no problem that day with that.
We knew they'd show up. We knew they were going to eventually show up, but that was Wish we had a different story to tell about that game.
Yeah, that was one of the the more entertaining part is we tried to find each other after the game, and then Mark and I went one way, you and your dad went another way, and then I think we all went walking like 4 miles before we actually found each other around the stadium.
Yeah, it took forever because of all the traffic and everything. I was so mad. I wanted to get out of there so quick, but I stopped. I didn't pay attention to where I was. I just kind of followed the flow while I was sulking and feeling sorry for myself, and being all angry, and it's all of a sudden I realized I was on the wrong side of the stadium, opposite from where we had parked, and it took us several hours to finally meet up.
That's why, because we were the better team that day. By far, we were the better team, and we got we all started clock watching, and that's the problem. We didn't focus on the game. We clock watched, and I think clue knows on the field, and that led to a lot of things that shouldn't have happened. So
and we had some unfortunate injuries too that happened in that game. We lost Jeremy Lane. And Cliff Averill went out of the game with a concussion too.
Yep.
I mean, those are the two things I remember that really were. Was that Pat?
And then we saw why Simon was drafted, and then we also saw why Simon didn't stay with the team very long.
Yeah, he got burned badly. Julian Edel. Was it Julian? Was it wasn't it Julian Edelman who did the damage?
It was Julian Edelman. And then we also saw how KJ Wright, which I thought was one of the best linebackers one-on-one, how Gronkowski we all knew where the play was.
We saw it was, they split Gronkowski wide right, and KJ was one-on-one with him. It was like, oh, crap, this is not going to end well.
And I kept going, double team him. I don't care. Leave somebody else open. Double team, because that's who's going to throw the ball.
Yeah.
And sure enough,
touchdown.
There, and, but you learn from those. So good strategy, bad adjustment.
I haven't been. I've watched that play enough. I know that last play enough, but I have not been able to actually. The Super Bowl 49 has been re-aired several times on NFL Network, and I can't get myself to watching it. It's too. I could watch the last play, but I don't think I could watch the whole game and go through all the emotions, because I remember at one point when Doug Baldwin had that touchdown and he did his poop celebration, which was bad form, by the way, one of the rare bad forms by Doug Baldwin. That didn't it feel like this was it? It was like you're starting to hammer the nail in the coffin at that point. I mean, I knew it was a long way away, but we had a 10-point lead, and I think it was the fourth quarter, and it was just that feeling like it was going to go your way, and one more stop and the game would be over. We just couldn't get it.
Yep. And then also
Elaine, I'm not sick. I just got a frog in my throat. I'm good.
Yeah. No, you're exactly right, and that's why I said I started clock watching. I was like, it's 6.5 minutes to go. How can they really be that much in? We were just up. We were owning them, and then we became conservative. They took more risk. And our defense also looked tired. It didn't look fresh anymore. It just looked very, very tired.
Well, they were banged up. Remember Richard Sherman had hurt his arm in the championship game really badly. Cam Chancellor was dealing with a knee problem. I think Earl Thomas was probably not 100%. I mean, all these guys were playing on busted limbs and stuff like that, but still balling. But Yet, it all came down to, despite all that, we had a chance. I remember one play, and this happened. One play that happened in front of you guys, because I was behind the end zone where the interception happened, but you guys were on the far side, kind of on the broadcast side, on the other end zone, in that kind of overlooking that corner. And I remember the play where it was a third down and something, and Russell threw a kind of a fade route. He intended for Jermaine Kearse and just barely overthrew him. Remember that play? It would have been a first down conversion. It would have been a huge game-changing play. And I remember he just barely overthrew Jermaine Kearse, and it was towards you guys. I remember he was like running towards your direction, and it was just overthrown. We had to give the ball back, and I think eventually they ended up scoring. Yeah. But anyway, why are we torturing ourselves with this? With this walk down memory lane.
The key thing is, but also the key thing here is that you cherish the times you make it to the Super Bowl. It's not a guaranteed thing all the time that you're there. And two, you're going to have to make good decisions at the game. Look, don't you think San Francisco's eating themselves up now for what they did? 10-point lead sounds familiar, doesn't it?
Oh, think of Shanahan. He's had 2 Super Bowls now where he had the leads going into the fourth quarter.
Don't you think Quinn would like to redo the Atlanta Super Bowl and actually take time off the clock? Come on.
Oh, all he has to do is just not lose yardage. All he has to do is not get sacked and just stay where they were and kick the field goal, and the game is over. I mean, yeah. So we've had it pretty bad in that memory, but I think it's actually gotten worse for a couple other teams since then. Unfortunately, all at the hand of one with the hands of the Patriots, and then last year, of course, with the Chiefs. But I don't mind that. This is 49ers. 49ers suffering a little bit. I'm okay with that.
Even though I will say I think they've had a very good draft. I think they've done very well. But
they have done pretty well.
You can only, but you Seattle had a fairly part there. But the key thing is getting over that mental part. The other players on the team are still there for that. The coaches are still reliving that nightmare. And look at KC's on top of the world right now. So.
Yep.
It is what it is.
Let me finish my drill just so we can wrap up my little exercise I wanted to do. So we're now to 18, and 18 might be surprisingly one of the best drafts Seattle's had in terms of players that we got out of this one. So we picked Rashad Penny in the first round, Rasheem Green in the third round, Will Dissly in the fourth, Shaquem Griffin in the fifth, Trey Flowers in the fifth, Michael Dixon in the fifth, Jamarco Jones in the fifth, Jacob Martin in the sixth, and Alex Magoo in the seventh. So if you go from that first list all the way down to pretty much, Jamarco Jones never quite blossomed to what we hoped he would be, but really right down we hit on like all five of those six players. Penny, Green, Dissly, Griffin. I mean, he's not like an all-star or anything, but he's still on the team and hopefully continue to make an impact. Flowers, Dixon, and then we get into Jones, Martin, and Magoo. So that's actually a pretty good draft when you look at 18. 2018 was a very good draft.
But you also have to look at it this way. Even on the previous drafts, Pete gives the players a couple years to prove themselves before he says, okay, we're done with you or not. But I agree. I think it's good. I know that you have ambition, so do I, that Trey Flowers will take the next step forward or be replaced, one of the two.
Mm-hmm.
But overall, I agree. I think it's a very good draft, and I think there's something to build on. Each one of these drafts has had something to build on. Even our bad drafts have had something to build on. And,
yeah.
I think
looking back at 2018 was a lot better than even my memory served me to remember. I think all I remember from that really is you remember going, what? A running back in the first round? And then what? They traded up to get a punter? I mean, those are the two things I remember of like shocking moments out of that 18 draft. But then you forget about all the good stuff that happened in between with players that we had gotten in there too. So, by the way,
all right.
Team Triple G Mono, I haven't heard from since his 49ers lost the Super Bowl, is joined in the chat, and in the super chat says, "What's up, homie?" So welcome back, Team Triple G. You have been awfully quiet since Super Bowl 50. Was it 54? This was 54, right? 54. But it's good to see you back in here. All right, so one more year to go. This is last year's draft. So, obviously it's still yet to be determined, but here are the names. L.J. Collier, first round. Marquise Blair in the second. DK Metcalf in the second. Cody Barton in the third. Gary Jennings in the fourth. Phil Haynes in the fourth. Ugo Amadi in the fourth. Ben Burkervin in the fifth, Travis Homer in the sixth, and DeMarcus Christmas in the sixth. Not bad when you think about that whole class. Some of these guys have yet to be determined. Yeah. Like L.J. Collier, obviously we're hoping that he'll blossom into something on the defensive line. Marquise Blair, same thing. Hasn't quite emerged, but maybe in his second year he will. DK Metcalf's lights out. Cody Barton, I think is filling in his role right now where he belongs. Gary Jennings, probably one of the bigger misses. The second wide receiver taken.
Did you think he was a fourth-round draft choice?
I thought they reached with him.
In your mind, I had him as a seventh-rounder. I really did.
Yeah.
When I was looking at it, I had him as a seventh-rounder. So when they drafted him the fourth round, I thought it was a stretch.
Right.
But they have better knowledge than I do. I just read things and I start making my guess analysis that's out there.
Mm-hmm. But
I mean, no, it's.
Yeah, so I'd say after that little walk down draft memory lane, I'd say Seattle has actually done. They've had more success than they've had failures. They had one really bad year, I think. 2000. What did we say? 2000.
Was it 14?
14. No, 14 was pretty good.
It's when they had Jesse Williams that year.
2013.
That was good.
Yeah. Ironically, their worst draft was the year they had they won the Super Bowl. That's what's pretty funny. That's what's pretty hilarious about it. I mean, most of the guys who they drafted in 2013 weren't the guys who had the major impact on that season. It was all the lower round draft picks we'd gotten from the years prior. You know what I mean? But probably the biggest names that came out of that 2013 draft, Luke Wilson. He's probably the only one that really has a lasting name from that. And Kristen Michael. A lot of other names are a little more forgettable, but that's ironic. Their worst draft is the year they won the Super Bowl. It just goes to show that it's not always the year you draft them that you're expecting them to make an impact. It's often that second year, that third year, and I think people ought to keep that in mind. So,
yeah, it would be great to do the same exercise again with all the undrafted free agents that they signed from year to year.
Actually, that's true. That's true. That would be interesting to. I'm sure I could pull up that information.
I would love to hear what the fans think of those years, because those they're listening right now. See what they think were the best year where we signed, because in my mind it's the year that we signed Doug Baldwin. But Doug Walden, Jermaine Kearse, there's Jermaine Kearse was actually from a different. But I mean, yeah, I know Jermaine Kearse was 2012. Wasn't he one of our unsigned free agents that year?
Good question.
Norb?
I don't remember. I think that's the right year. Let me see if I can find that list. By the way,
yeah, I think it is. It's the year that
Team Triple G Mono of the 49ers responded back in the super chat, says, let's move on from that Super Bowl, but those Cardinals are a problem in our division now. I agree. And I'll say something to piss you off, Team Triple G. I actually said it in a video we did a couple days ago, saying that I think the Cardinals could possibly edge the 49ers and take second place from them by a nose hair, while Seattle reclaims the NFC West. Seahawks, Cardinals, 49ers, Rams. Unofficial, bold prediction right there.
Well, if I can actually add to that too, I think, again, this will be the most competitive football division out there in the NFC West again. Just because all the teams have gotten hopefully better by the time it's all said and done. And it'll be the coaching and the little things and the execution. And my thing, it's lack or lots. If we win, it's because of lots of execution. If we lose, because it's lack of execution. So,
right.
I think it'll be good.
Well, let's see. I can't find the entire list, but here's the 16 a list here of the 16 greatest undrafted Seattle Seahawks in franchise history. Just take a quick look at this here. It says the following players signed free agent contracts with Seattle following the 2012 NFL Draft. Wait, this doesn't seem right. Oh, wait, okay, Jermaine Kearse was one of them. Wait, this list can't... This isn't the... No, this is just 2012. That's just 2012. I got to find a better list. I was reading these names going, wait a minute, these aren't all that impressive.
No,
Jordan Babineau. Oh, yeah, there you go. Jordan Babineau, 2004. Doug Baldwin, 2011. John Kitna, 1996. Oh, we're going way back in time. Norm Johnson, 1982. Joe Nash, 1982. Jim Zorn, 1976. Wait, was that... Am I reading this right? Are these all undrafteds?
No, Joe Nash.
No, that's right.
He was a draft choice.
No, this list is not correct. Never mind. Disregard what I said. But we were.
No, have your fans.
Yeah, you guys can figure.
Because I think they'll know.
Yeah.
They'll know.
Right. Yeah, you guys can look up. You guys help me out there. Who are the standout undrafted free agents in Seahawks history? But man, I have to go to the bathroom. I've been drinking all this water, and now I have to go to the bathroom.
I'm letting you guys get back to it. I'm going to go back to watching and all that. So, Norb, I appreciate it, and I think you of course you have the greatest listeners in the world, and I'll be honored when we can actually sit down at a game together. Hopefully, not all dressed up like it's Christmas and a snowstorm outside to be safe. But if we do, we'll have to do it that way.
I do hope,
and we'll cheer our beloved Seahawks on.
Yep. All right. Well, I hope we do, because I'm looking forward to those better and cheaper seats that we managed to get this past season. So.
Yeah. Have you told them? Yeah? Have you told them?
Told who? The listeners? Oh yeah. Real quick before I go to the bathroom, before you go. So every year, as season ticket holders, the Super Bowl ends, and then we basically sign up, kind of renew our tickets for the following year. And every year it always goes up. It's pretty much cost of inflation, all that kind of stuff. It's expected. So it was pretty much for you and me. Our tickets were combined a little over $2,000. So it's about $1,000 per person per season, which is not bad for 10 games. But they also after you renew your tickets, we get an opportunity to go through the seat relocation program, which is basically your opportunity to look at all the seats that have become available from people who've given up their tickets and maybe improve your seating location, move up a little bit. I like our section. We're right there behind Mark, right there about the 40-yard line, Seattle side. But we're pretty high up, so we're trying to move up.
We are below the Super Bowl banner.
Yes, we're right underneath the Super Bowl banner, but a little bit high. So I went to the relocation program, and I looked down. I was like, oh, look at this. There's 3 rows. There's a couple seats 3 rows down. I was like, perfect. So I clicked on them and grabbed them. And then when I went to go process it, the ticket price went from a little over $2,000 to like $1,500 something. I was like, what? What is this? I was like, I couldn't believe it. I was like, wait a minute. They're giving us like a $500 discount, and we get to move up and improve our seats. I was like, this is crazy. I mean, this is like prices going back like 4 or 5 years ago. So now I'm really hoping that they don't cancel the season, because I want this thing to happen now, So I was excited. I texted you. I said, Pat, I got win-win-win news for you. We got our tickets. We got better seats, and it's going to be cheaper. So
we're
pretty excited. Pretty thrilled about that. So, anyway, Pat, thanks for taking a good chunk of your day to share some memories and some analysis, and it was fun. We'll have to do this again. People, I think, enjoyed listening to you.
Soon, okay?
All right, say hi to your mom, and enjoy the rest of your weekend. All right, Pat, talk to you later.
All right, go Hawks.
Go Hawks.
Okay, bye-bye.
All right, that was Patrick Svoboda, my seatmate, longtime ticket holder buddy, that I go to with all the games. So there was Pat. All right, I'm going to bring all the rest of the crew back in there.
Hi, Norb.
Hey guys, sorry for keeping you guys in the timeout for so long. I had to have some one-on-one time with my good buddy. He's never called me before, so had to give him his time in the sun. But you guys are back.
Sounds good.
I'm going to leave this mic open. You guys can host. You guys get to host the show, because I got to go to the bathroom. So you guys keep it clean. Keep it clean, and give the people something good.
Aid the host.
Turn the ambience noise down, so don't have your TV and your YouTube channels up too loud. Keep it low, and be respectful. I'll be back in 2.
I'm allowed to host it. What do you guys want to talk about?
And there goes Norb to the bathroom.
Yeah, peace out. Martin, what do you think about Curtis Weaver going to the
I was okay with that. I know Norb isn't, because that was Norb's guy, but I mean...
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm the host of the show, maybe.
It sounds okay to me, so it's...
So, we got breaking news. Marcus Goodwin is being sent to the Eagles for a 5th-round pick.
Oh, nice.
Redskins will trade Trent Williams to the
Niners.
Oh, yeah.
I know
Dick from in New England.
Let's see.
Let's see what quarterbacks are in the draft and what the New England Patriots could pick. So,
Anthony Gordon, Wazoo, still in the draft. Still waiting. I honestly hate Wazoo because I'm from UW. So.
Anthony Gordon?
Yeah, Anthony Gordon.
Likely quarterback destinations? Oh, that's me, Brian. No, I think Lamar Jackson would be great for us.
Dude, speak up of Lamar Jackson. He's on quarterback's position. There's actually Lamar Jackson on the cornerback position in Nebraska. So if the Seahawks take him, whenever we get the... We're not interested in Lamar Jackson. Just saying.
All right.
Hey, NorbCam.
I'm back, guys.
Yes, sir.
Welcome back.
He's back.
Thank you.
We got breaking news. Jacob Eason selected. I think he should replace Philip Rivers.
All right. I'm back. NorbCam is back. The NFL 2020 Draft, brought to you by Nutrigrain, the energy bar of choice by NorbCam. Okay.
You should have your own sponsor, Norb.
I should have what? My own sponsor? I agree. Okay, Team Triple G Mono. This is our resident 49er fan. Not like Rohan. Rohan's the humble 49er fan. Team Triple G's got a little more cocky attitude, if I do say so myself. Michael Blackman would laugh at you Niners. Cards, you and Rams fight for third place, little homie. Oh. Michael Blackman would laugh at you. Niners, Cards, you and Rams fight for third place, little homie. Oh, I see what you're saying.
He will not laugh.
Well, we shall see. We shall see. The Super Bowl hangover is real. Ask the Rams.
Yeah, we're just talking about sports news and talking about Anthony going to the New England Patriots, potentially.
Oh, Eagles took John Hightower, who was a receiver. I was from Boise State that I had my eye on if we were going to grab a receiver. I thought maybe John Hightower would be a guy that we could have gotten. Nope. Goes to the Eagles. More weapons for Carson Wentz. Oh, I'm sorry. You were asking me a question. What's your question?
Jake got picked. Jake got picked early this round. You got what picked this round with one of the team.
I'm sorry. I'm not. What's your question?
Jake Barnes. I can say it. He got picked by
You're talking about the quarterback, Jake Fromm?
Yeah, he got picked this round.
Oh yeah, the quarterback from Georgia.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was one of the last on that list of quarterbacks who finally went.
Go after him, but
Patriots never
wait for him.
The Patriots. Did they ever draft a quarterback? They went and drafted a kicker this round. I guess they needed to. I mean, they did lose their longtime kicker, Gostkowski. So I guess they did need to do that.
I think we need draft corner instead quarterback.
Yeah, cornerback. We got the running back. So cornerback and backup QB was next on my list of needs. Well, defense tackle still out there, but that's been passed over several times now. We got someone from.
I think Anthony Gordon going to get picked.
North, can you hear me?
I can. Who's this? This is Andrew.
Andrews.
Yeah. Hold on a second. Let me.
Hey, Andrew. What's up, dude?
What's up, man? Oh, sorry, I muted you. Hold on a second. Andrew. All right, I'm gonna solo you up for a second. What's up? What do you got?
Did you hear about the Matt Breida trade to the Dolphins for a 5th-round pick?
You know, I saw some stuff being passed around, but I didn't pay close attention to it. So, remind me on this.
So, first of all, the Dolphins, Matt Breida, as you know, he's their best running back, in my opinion. And in exchange, the Dolphins gave them a 5th-round pick, and they used it to select an offensive lineman. Other news, Joe Staley from the 49ers retired about an hour ago, announced his retirement. So the 49ers have been on the news a lot.
Okay. Well, and it makes that move they made to bring Trent Williams in. Maybe that was all part of what they knew he was going to do. It all seems like very conveniently timed that all that happened. And it seemed very clear that was why they brought him over. And then he announced his retirement right after that. It's almost very both choreographed and synchronized. Let me look at that trade, the Matt Breida one.
Yeah, I'm surprised they
trade the running back to the Dolphins, and then they get a 5th-round pick in return, and they take a lineman. Is that correct?
Yes, offensive lineman.
Interesting. Huh.
Yeah, I didn't expect this because Matt Breida is really talented.
He was really good. Yeah, a big part of that running game. Yeah.
Hey, I'm happy. So the Niners don't get Breida. So anyway,
he's not but they've got multiple weapons though. They can run the ball and hit you different ways. So they're not giving up everything. But that's
that is true. But who was the running back who had that big game against the Packers in the NFC Championship? Was that Matt Breida or was that someone else?
I think it was I think the one that you just mentioned.
Tevin Coleman?
Coleman. I think it was Coleman. I think.
Maybe it was.
Or was it no, Mostert, right? Raheem Mostert?
Mostert, yeah, that's right.
That's the one. Yeah, that's the one. I knew that him and Coleman, I mean, they had a 3-headed monster. Now it's 2-headed. But nonetheless, a monster anyway. So I think they had they had the reverse problem we had. We had 3 running backs completely disappear to injury while they had 3 kick butt running backs all going into the thing. I mean, that's the difference. Yeah. That's the difference between getting, 2 games into the playoffs and then making it to the Super Bowl.
I think first off, considering all of our injuries this year, we still went 11-5 and still went to the divisional round. That's crazy. That's pretty good. So we have the best backups in the NFL, and if we ever have someone go down to injury again, we know that those guys have experience now, and it's really good. I think last year was actually pretty good for us considering all the injuries. We had all of our backups out there. Joey Hunt was out there. We had a 5th-string tight end, Tyrone
Swoops. Yep.
Yeah, and we had a lot of backups, and now all of our backups have experience, and obviously all of our starters have experience. So we have a very balanced team. And we are going far this year. Let's win the Super Bowl. So.
Sounds good to me. No, I agree. When you think about how we were just a few inches short of winning the West with those problems you just described, and then we could have beaten the Packers. We're one play away from beating the Packers, one dropped catch away from the Packers, and winning that one, even when we didn't play that great of a game. So, I think we're not that far off. Like I said, if we had a running backs and a semi-healthy tight end group, I think we go a lot further than we did. And so
Disley is talented. He just can't stay healthy, for crying out loud. Stay healthy.
Yeah.
He's always he pulled or tore his ACL or something like that, I think.
I thought it was his Achilles.
Achilles, that's right. Yeah. Well, back to that 49ers game, I got a story because I was actually in a hotel room in New Mexico because we were on the road coming back from Christmas vacation, and I was getting a little too excited, and we had one of the hotel people come up here it wasn't just me. It was me and my mom. We were all just going crazy because we got the touchdown. I don't know who scored it. It was Tyler Lockett. Like, hey, some of your roommates are starting to complain you're being a little bit loud, so can you please calm it down here? That's how loud we were. We were messing up the whole hotel room. It was kind of funny. Really.
You're talking about which game? You're talking about this past year's playoff game?
The Week 17 game. Yeah.
The 49ers game at home.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Right after the ref was like, you guys were inches short, and the game was over. I was like, no, and then right after that, knock on the door, and the hotel lady, hey, can you guys calm down? Yeah, okay.
That's funny. Yeah, no, I think, so close. And that was a great game, though. I had so much fun.
It was a good game.
And a game can still be good, even if the result was terrible. It could still be a great game up to that point. Super Bowl 49 was a great game until the end.
It was a good game.
It was a really good Super Bowl. One of the most entertaining Super Bowls, going back and forth. I just can't get to watching it. I can't get myself to watching it again because too much pain. It's too painful.
I still have the words of Al Michaels in my head every single time I think of it back. It's like, passes intercepted at the goal line by Malcolm Butler. I can't believe the call. He said, like, I can't believe the call like 6 times, and I was crying.
Collinsworth, I think, was saying a lot of the I can't believe the call.
Collinsworth will be replaced by Drew Brees, by the way. It was just nuts.
Once he hangs it up. Yeah, I know he's already got his gig set up.
NBC.
He's going to be good. He'll be good to listen to.
I think a lot of people don't like Collinsworth.
He doesn't really bother me. I don't know. A lot of people say a lot of things about they don't like Collinsworth and they don't like Buck and Aikman and stuff.
I like Buck. Because Buck, he has an interesting voice. Because Aikman and Buck sound the same almost. So it's like the same person. It's really interesting.
Yeah.
And he's a good announcer. He controls himself, and if it's like a big play, he gets excited, like the Minnesota Miracle. Remember that? Diggs, sideline, touchdown.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah.
But he's still a good announcer. Collinsworth is very. He says the most obvious things, like every team has players, and they're going to go against each other, and the team with the better players is going to win. That's something he actually said, and it's like, okay, bro, come on, you're paid millions of dollars. And that's what you got to come up with.
Sounds like something I'd say. I could come up with that. Actually, I could come up with something better. I could say, sometimes the team with the worst players can win. Ooh, how about that for profound analysis?
Ooh, yeah. And that's why Cleveland won 0-16.
Yeah. Well, you got to have something, though. You got to have coaching, ownership, quarterback. They were kind of missing several of the above.
Yeah, well, we got a while till the RP.
So we're at 176. It's almost the end of the, what are we, fifth? This is fifth round? Fifth round, right? So we got sixth round is coming up next. Let's just take a quick peek ahead here.
We have a while. We have a long time.
And we don't pick till the end. It's like the end of the sixth round.
Unless we could trade up, but that's not going to happen. I don't think so.
Yeah. I mean, they'd have to give something. They'd have to trade something.
Yeah, I don't think we have much to trade left.
We got a whole round of draft before this, before our pick at 214.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's. I'm hoping we have a season because all this hype is like, oh well, we might not even have a season. I really want a season because I'm like, football season's a great time of year. It's just it's always fun. Because I have a lot of friends that are Browns fans, Cowboys fans, Packers fans. Packers fans, they are rowdy. They are. We beat you, haha. But yeah, it's just. I love the competition of it. I just love it.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I see that I haven't been paying too close of attention. All the names I had on my list have all pretty much gone. I think I had Travis Gibson was on my list. Bryce Hall, cornerback, went to the Jets. Finally, Curtis Weaver took forever, but he finally went to the Dolphins.
Did Khalil Davis go yet?
Oh,
he's on my list.
Let's see. That's right. We were talking about him. It'd be funny if he dropped all. It'd be funny if he dropped all the way down to us. I'm looking at the list. I haven't seen him. He wasn't drafted in the 5th round.
No, he was not. I think he's still on there.
So he might still be.
Here, I got it loading
available.
now.
All right, 3 more picks to go before this 5th round comes to an end.
Dallas is the last pick, I think. Yeah, well.
All right.
So after the draft, what's the next big thing? Training camp's been canceled already, so
Well,
what's after this?
Well, that's the thing is it's not just them figuring out if the season can go on, but there's all the OTAs and rookie camp, mini camp, all those things that would normally happen, late spring, early summer, all that stuff I assume is not going to happen. And then training camp, of course, takes place in late July, early August. And so
it's probably
if they can't do all those other things to prepare, how could they have the season happen if the teams haven't had a chance for their players and coaches and everything to get together and prep accordingly? It's not just showing up on day one. They got all the other things that they have to do. So I don't know if they, shorten the season, like a strike shortened season type of thing.
That's what I was talking about. Yeah. I heard a rumor that every team, if we had to postpone the season, we would have a shortened season where everybody would play every team in their division twice like usual, but it would only be like a 6-game regular season.
Right. That would be so weird. I know.
The NFC is the best division in like maybe top 3 in all of NFL history if you think about it. Like, it's incredible. I still think it is a 4-team race. The Rams might have lost some people, but Sean McVay, I will admit, is a great coach, and I think they might go 9-7, maybe 10-6. They're not going to win, obviously, but I think it's for the winners, it is a 3-team race. The Cardinals, I really believe they can do something. 49ers, they just went to the Super Bowl, and obviously us, my favorite team. I hope we win. I really do. So, but
yeah. I know that would be scary if that's how they decide and pit everybody else basically up against your own division, and that's it. But
the NFC East would be a funny thing to watch.
Right. Although all the teams are getting, they're all improving that much more with as each off season goes by. So we'll see what happens.
Wait a minute.
I'm bringing some of the other boys back in here.
Who did the Redskins get? Ron Rivera.
Yes.
Ron Rivera.
I believe so.
Am I muted?
Yes, I brought you boys back to the fold.
Yeah. I can hear you, Norb.
No, you're there. You're there.
Norb, we need a drop, buddy.
Hey, bro, you're a little bit loud. Do you have like a microphone on or something?
I know. For some reason, Aiden's volume is like off the charts.
Super loud.
I have no control over that, unfortunately.
Khalil Davis is on the board, by the way. Khalil Davis is still on there.
He is. Okay. Kind of figured as such.
Yeah. Nebraska native to Seattle. Let's see that happen. If we want it to happen, I doubt it's going to happen, but I hope we can. I hope we can get somebody good like him. If not him, somebody else just like him, because he fits our scheme.
Yeah. Well, he would have to last an entire round of picks to drop to us.
Well,
Justin Herbert.
Someone else said that we're going to switch to 3-4 defense.
Somebody brought that up too. That would be a pretty shocking, radical philosophy change for Seattle to do that.
Makes sense. I looked it up, and it makes sense. Like, we have a lot of linebackers, all talented linebackers, except for maybe like Ben Burkervin, who I don't know about very much.
He had a good career at UW, but he's a little undersized.
Mm-hmm.
But he was a playmaker at UW. I think he's a little on the smaller side for UW. Good special teams guy.
I'm a Gonzaga guy. My parents both went to Gonzaga, so they don't have a football team. They're a basketball school.
Right.
So,
right.
Oh, NorbCam. Bruce Irvin's back in Seattle.
Sherman's back in Seattle doing what? Hanging out?
Bruce Irvin.
Bruce Irvin's on the team.
Yeah, I'm glad he's back, but I doubt he's going to be the starter.
Well, we'll see.
I just got another news.
Bring back Bruce Irvin, Norb.
Oh yeah, no, that was announced a while back. But yes, Bruce Irvin back to the fold is exciting. He's actually been pretty productive, and yeah, I'm excited to see what he can bring. He's got some pass rush. He's still got good pass rush skills. He had a pretty good number of sacks, I believe, last year, and I think he's going to be one of those situational
Yeah.
pass situation type guys. But
Round 2? Or are we in round 1?
We're in round 5. What are you talking? What? On the draft?
Yeah.
We're in round 5.
yeah, this is the end of the 5th round. It's actually we're starting the 6th round in a minute. So Dallas is picking the last pick of the 5th round right now.
Okay. NorbCam, do you got the 49ers news?
Yes, we were discussing that the Breida trade. Yes, so Breida goes to the Miami Dolphins.
Joe Staley.
Oh, and the retirement of Joe Staley. Yes, heard that as well. Well synced with what happened with the move from offensive line Trent Williams from the Redskins to 49ers. So here we go. Bengals again with the first pick of the 6th round. One of the benefits of being the worst.
Are underrated. The Bengals are very underrated because remember week 1 of the 2019 season, we almost lost.
We almost lost to them. Yeah, I thought they looked pretty good. Yeah.
They ended up going 2-14, but you know what? They lost. They lost John Ross, the guy who scored that big flea flicker against us, and he's also the fastest guy in the NFL according to the combine. He ran like a 4.
Well, I was very familiar with John Ross. John Ross played for UW, so I watched John Ross make a lot of plays. He was he was amazing. Yeah, and him, unfortunately, the injury bug got him. But yeah, no, I always thought that they would be a lot more competitive. They just seemed to I don't know, they found a way to lose games and just kind of started off bad and never quite got on track. But they're reaping the benefits now with.
You had them winning against the 49ers in your back when you were doing those music videos where you guessed every team's victory loss thing every week. It was like the first 6 weeks of the season you did that.
Yep.
And then you had the Bengals beating the 49ers, and it kind of turned out the opposite. So.
Yeah, I know a lot of things didn't quite go the way I predicted. I had a pretty good prediction of our record last year, and I think it got messed up by 1. If we'd beaten the 49ers, I think it would have been spot on. I think I missed it by 1. But
we should have beaten the 49ers. That was pass interference in the end. That was crap.
Well, there was that, and then of course our own self-destruction of losing our minds after we got the first down when John Ursula got the first down at the 1 yard line, and then all of a sudden pandemonium. Everybody forgot what was going on and lost track of time and got the delayed game, which messed up the entire thing. So I mean, if we had been better prepared at that moment, the pass interference play never happens. It just didn't
game
quite.
Had so many memes about the 1 yard line, Seahawks versus the 1 yard line, everything about the 1 yard line. It's like 3 things that the 49ers can roast us about is they've been to 5 Super Bowls, or they've won 5 Super Bowls. What's the other one though? The 1 yard line thing, and they won the division this year. So that's
yeah.
Always those 3 things. It's like, can you guys find one more argument, please? No offense to any 49ers fans. I'm just saying.
Oh, offense is just fine.
Okay.
Yep. All right. I brought the boys back in.
Okay.
I'm gonna go grab lunch real quick, so I'll let you guys talk for a second.
Yeah. All right.
Right.
All right. Again, for those of you who are just jumping in here, this is NorbCam live reaction to the 2020 draft, day 3, start of the 6th round right here, as the Broncos are picking at 181. The Colts on the clock. Seahawks will be having their final pick, assuming that nothing else changes. The last pick of the round will be their last pick of the draft, as they will be picking at number 214 to the end of this 6th round. So we've got a little bit of time waiting for that to happen. But while we're sitting here, I want to show you some things. Let's see if this will work. This may not work so good. This won't show up very good because this is on green, in green screen mode. I can actually do this. I'm going to take off my green screen for a moment. Take you behind the curtain. This is how it works, folks. The beauty of chroma key. There you go. So that's what it really looks like back there. I want to show you something put together by my good friend Lady Hawk Blanca Way. She created this for me a couple years ago. She made this customized NorbCam figurine, and it's a modified version of one. But what's cool about it is the detail she spent making this thing matching my look. Got the headband custom made. Got the face paint going on. 12 jersey, of course. Green sneakers, but the video camera. I mean, look at the detail of the art, and then even inside the camera. I don't know if you can see it. Okay, I can't see it. It won't focus. There's actually a tiny little image inside there, but of course on the back it says NorbCam on there. One of the coolest things anyone's ever made for me. So Lady Hawk Blanca Way, thank you so much for creating this thing. I look at it every day on my desk, so not a day goes by without me thinking about you. So just want to show off one of my coolest little prized possessions, made with love and care by Lady Hawk Blanca Way. Thank you so much. And she's always a big help with me during my viewing parties at Emerald Downs. Just wanted to give you a little sneak peek at that. I might show you a few other little surprises as we go. Boop. Turn back our magical green screen. There we go. He needs a tabo. Filipino inside joke. The inside joke. Cano's Eve. Herbert will be a bust. He says, Nate, do you think Seahawks might grab a quarterback within maybe next year to groom under Russell Wilson? I mean, it wouldn't hurt. Well, I did have it on my list to the Seahawks. Well, they got to get a backup quarterback. They're not going to need one long term. I mean, Russell's going to play for many, many more years after this. But we do need to have a backup quarterback just in case. And I don't think anyone's picked that the quarterback from Wazoo yet, right? I had him as kind of my the guy that I was the guy to take that backup role if he's available. But that was, of course, after we would draft a defensive tackle and a cornerback, of course. But we're going to have one pick left, so what are we going to do? What's it going to be? What will Seattle draft at the end of the 6th round? Are they going to go finally get a defensive tackle? Will they get a corner? Or will they get a backup QB? Or will they adjust all this in free agency and the undrafted free agents? So we'll be playing Anthony Gordon. Thank you, Jacob. Anthony Gordon. I wouldn't think that they would pick a QB at this stage with only one guy left. But that's just my prediction at this point. I'm trying to think what else I could show you guys. Oh yeah. show you another thing from another good friend of mine. Take this off again. Okay, green screen back in effect. So this is from my buddy Haggy in Germany, who has this company, Soul Made, in Germany. He made this custom football with my logo on it. It says NorbCam on the side, Ultimate Hawks Fan on the other. It's a official football, actual, size. I'm not going to throw it around or anything because I don't want to scratch the heck out of this. So this is for display only. But Haggy, this is, or Tyler, as he goes by on Facebook, Tyler Fryer, but Haggy is what I call him. There you go. One of my other cool things that given to me, made with TLC. Thank you. Go back to the draft. Carolina Panthers here at 184. This is going pretty fast, actually. Look at that. We went through 5 picks already in like 5 minutes. So we will be to the Seahawks 35th pick of this one in no time. Hopefully. Let me see. Let's see. I'll put the Whoa Willie. Do we have any more picks? We have one more at the end of this round, and that's it. Steve Sullivan says, Norb, can you please recap who we picked today? I'm from Manchester, UK. Been sorting the kids out. Gotcha. Okay, sure. Let's do a little recap. Let's do a little recap. I'm going to bring my resident expert, Andrew, from Dallas, because he has a lot of good insight. Hey, Andrew, you there? Andrew, you back? Nope, Andrew's still having lunch. Okay, well, I'll do this myself. Okay, let's go back to the picks of the day so far. So we go back to the 4th round. And let's just scroll down and see what we got here. So the Seahawks in the 4th round selected at 133, tight end Colby Parkinson. And I just pulled this up and you guys can read up a little bit. Here's from Stanford, so he's smart. Big guy, 6'7", 252 pounds. 4.77 yard dash. I'm not going to read all these other things here. Not that important. The important thing to know, though, is that Stanford had 5 underclassmen tight ends drafted in the 7th drafts between 2013 and 2019. Parkinson, a 5-star recruit and top 30 overall prospect from Simi Valley, California, appears to be next in line. He played in 14 games as a reserve in 2017, scoring 4 touchdowns on 10 catches. The departure of Dalton Schultz to the NFL gave Parkinson a chance to team with Caden Smith and the Cardinals' 2 tight end sets as a sophomore. Pac-12 coaches named him honorable mention, all-conference after he caught 29 passes for 485 yards and 7 touchdowns. Parkinson was a second-team All-Pac-12 selection, despite catching only 1 touchdown and 12 starts during his final year on campus. 48 receptions, 589 yards, 12.3 average. He's listed as a tight end, but he's a big receiver who can be released into routes as a wingback, slot, or wideout. He was much more productive in the red zone in 2018, but he didn't always have functional throws to work with. He runs well for a pass-catching tight end and has the athletic traits to attack on all 3 levels. He's almost automatic on the easy catches and has ball skills to rescue some of the harder ones. Teams looking for him to check the run-blocking box and will need to keep it moving. Teams looking for him to check the run-blocking box will need to keep it moving. Parkinson may be a little polarizing, but appears to be a field-stretching flex tight end with above-average playmaking ability down the field and near the goal line. So there you go. That was our first pick, our tight end, Colby Parkinson. Okay, and then we had another pick later in the round, and that was DJ Dallas, running back out of Miami. 4.58 speed. And he had, let's see, played wide receiver and running back at Miami. Was a little overweight in 2018, but slimmed down in 19. Instincts and feel for the rushing track improved during the season. I think they talked about he had some problems holding onto the ball, but then he got better at that after getting some consultation. Some psychologist helped him overcome his ball fumbling issues. Nice job of running tacklers into blocks, plus burst with decent getaway juice at his disposal. Willing accelerator through contact for heavy forward finish. Slippery to tackle and hard to get down. Choppy feet and contact balance to keep runs going. Potentially become a four-phase special teamer with return talent. All right, so that was the running back that we drafted also in the 4th round. And then I believe we then went to early. That was it for the 4th round, and then we made an early pick in the 5th round, and that was another rusher right here, Alton Robinson from Syracuse, defensive end, 6'3", 264 pounds, 4'6'9" in the 40. And let's see. He's a twitched-up edge rusher with exciting potential to become a disruptive factor in NFL backfields with a more skilled and willful approach. Robinson has the burst and speed and bend to become a pass-rushing problem for tackles early in his career, but his approach is too one-trick and needs workable counters to become less predictable. As a run defender, he has enough strength, but lacks consistent technique and instincts. He's worthy of consideration as a designated rusher, while he smooths out the kinks and could take a big leap forward with better skill and control. So that is our pass rusher. So that was a 3rd pick of the draft. And now we're just waiting for the last one. And that's where we stand right now, as we are early in the 6th round of the NFL draft. So there's your recap. Hope that helps. Currently on the 7th pick of the draft, and again we're picking 35, so it's moving pretty quick. I'd say maybe about another 45 minutes, and then Seattle will be on the clock. Let's see how our friends in the phone lines are doing.
I'm good.
What's up, guys? How y'all doing?
I am just frustrated. It's okay with you. It's okay.
What are you frustrated
I
about?
heard Curtis Weaver is going to the Dolphins.
Who?
Curtis Weaver.
Oh, yes. Last round, Curtis Weaver got picked. Yes, I believe you're right. I believe that was the Dolphins who got edge rusher Curtis Weaver. But I'm okay with that. We addressed. We got 2 guys. We got 2 guys now. 2 edge rushers, and I'm okay with that. Now we need to get a corner.
2 words. Khalil Davis is still up there to snag.
Surprising.
Yes. So
well, we're at number 8.
Also big news is 49ers trade Chris Goodwin.
I mean, we need more picks, so.
I don't think we're going to trade down. I think we're going to stay where we are, draft one more guy.
The Patriots could get another tight end. I mean, you should trust Randy Moss's son, Thaddeus Moss from the University of LSU.
Thaddeus, isn't it?
Oh, he's a big guy.
Yeah, you got Moss guy. You got Moss guy on ESPN. Thaddeus Moss.
That guy is like. Could be like,
Norb.
Yeah, I saw that he was on there.
Like Gronk.
He's probably gonna be drafted here in a second.
You mean the
I see
6th?
somebody in the chat saying cut Britt and Fluker. Do you think we should cut Britt and Fluker, or just Britt or just Fluker?
Oh, Elena. This is my girl, Elena. She's one of the mods on this channel. You're a mod, aren't you, Elena? To get rid of the troublemakers. Saying we should cut Britt and Fluker. Well, it's interesting what they plan to do because... oh, she's not? I thought I'd made you a mod. I might have to add you here. Because we have quite the traffic jam of linemen right now. And it'll be interesting to see how they manage that. You know, Justin Britt, it is a big salary cap hit that he's going to bring. And we've got a guard here. I think it should start this year in this. Now that we've drafted one. What was his name again? The guard. What's his name? Damien. Was it Damien? What? Lewis. I think he will probably. I would like to think he'll come in and play. You know. But you know. Do we cut both of those? Yeah, that's a good question. Fluker is. I know we re-signed Ayupati, but Fluker, I think it's one of those situations where we're on the under contract, but obviously at any point they could, they could cut those short if it makes more sense to release the salary and let some of the new guys in. And we got a lot of them, so.
I think we should cut. I think we should cut Britt, but not Fluker. Britt is estimated to cost with $8.5 million plus like a $3 million bonus, so $11 million. On the other hand, Fluker is only estimated to cost at most $4 million, which is a lot of money, but still, like considering that how much money NFL teams have, it's not that much. So I think we should keep Fluker. He's still a valuable part of our O-line. But we have B.J. Finney. We just got in free agency. Joey Hunt seems capable. And a few of our guards can also play center if we need them to. And I don't know much about B.J. Finney, but I know Joey Hunt. He's smart. He knows the playbook, like you said the other day. And I think we could survive without Britt. But I think we should keep Fluker.
Yeah, I like Britt though, but I know it is a lot of money that could be saved. But I do like him. When we have him under control for 1 year, but
yeah, we'll see. But
we will see.
Yeah, how many times I was gone for a little bit? Where are we? What I missed? Did I miss anything?
Not really.
No, the 49ers pick are coming up. Get your hat out, Christopher.
All right, couple more picks. 49ers doing some action. 49ers have been busy today. More busy off the board than on.
Yeah.
People want us to get Lamar Jackson on there.
Mr. Patman is saying there's a guy named Lamar Jackson in the draft.
The draft ain't over. Anyhow.
Sam Dog, the infamous 253. My buddy Sam Dog says Alton Jones likes his numbers.
Yeah, hi, Dog.
Well, we'll keep an eye out for Alton Jones. What position is he, Sam Dog? Do you know?
I'm sure he'll respond shortly.
Not on here.
He's on the chat.
Yeah. Sam Dog, do you know the position for Alton Jones? Oh, he's a defensive end, apparently, according to Quai. I don't know. I'm sorry if Del Aquai. I don't know. Sorry. Defensive end, according to Atlanta. Okay.
Del Aki.
Oh, the Wisconsin. Yeah.
I'm looking up defensive ends now. Alton Jones.
I don't even have. I don't have him on my defensive end list here.
I like Cameron Klein. You picked him yesterday on your mock draft. Cameron Klein from South Dakota is still up there. So, see what he's going to do. Well, time will tell. Do we have any more picks after the 6th round, or we don't?
Nope.
We don't do anything. In the 7th
That's
round?
it.
We'd be done.
Wow.
We only have one pick in the 6th round.
Okay. Well,
It's hard to find Alton Jones.
I've been here for a very long time, though.
I don't see him.
I know, it's funny. The Alton Jones I find is oh wait, what is this? Yeah, not a lot of information out here. What am I missing?
I'm trying to find him. Goodness, where is he? I can't find him anywhere. Where is he? Are you sure he's a defensive end?
It's right under Bobby Boucher. Oh, there you go. Oh, Alton Jones Jr., number 29 DB out of Snow College. Is that what that is?
Cam Akers could have been drafted here.
I think it's Alton Jones, a defensive back.
Kicker got taken.
Let's see if that's what we're talking about.
Very soon. Oh, somebody was talking about between Lane Fournette and Ngakwe.
Oh, here he is. Oh, no, never mind. Oh, and you know what? Antone Brooks Jr. is still on the board. I think you talked about him yesterday. Didn't you? Did you not? He's a safety out of Maryland. We should, we do need a little bit more help at the safety position, because right now we got Dougald and Diggs with a little help from
who's
Blair,
going to be backup for McDowell?
Well, Marquise Blair, yeah, me neither. Oh, Alton Robinson. Is it Alton Robinson? Alton Robinson, not Jones, they're saying.
Robinson will be a beast. If you guys agree with me.
Okay, then, I don't know. So if he's a defensive back, Alton Robinson? Okay, I'll look him up. Let's give us something to do while we're waiting for that last pick of the 6th round.
Right. Yeah, I even got to do my little exercise of going through the past drafts of the last 10 years of the Seahawks. It was very, very informative.
Hold on, I'm be right back.
Okay. I think we're going to go with someone in the secondary, because I don't think we've drafted anybody in the secondary yet. Have we? No, we've gotten a linebacker. Is that
Linebacker, guard, 2 defensive ends, and a running back.
Yeah, so we have not gotten.
We haven't addressed defensive tackle or secondary yet.
Yes, I think we're going to go with secondary, because I want a defensive tackle, so therefore John Center would be the opposite, secondary. So let's see what we got for cornerback. Let's look at safeties, because we need safety more than corner, in my opinion. Antone Brooks, yeah, and J.R. Reed. Oh yeah, I remember him from Georgia. Let's look at Antone Brooks. I don't know. Okay, here we go. He ran a 4.64, 18 bench press, vertical jump, 34.5. He's projected to go in the round 5, so he's past his draft date, so to speak. So we could get lucky and get Antone Brooks Jr. Interesting. Maryland.
The chat's been talking about Alton Robinson.
Yeah, I can't find him.
You tried to look up Alton Robinson as well?
Yeah, I'm gonna look him up by name. Robinson. Let's look him up. All I can find is Kenny Robinson,
Oh wait, we're talking about. Wait, Alton. That's we already drafted Alton Robinson.
We did?
This is our.
Oh.
This is our second. This is our second pass rusher.
Oh. I feel stupid now.
I feel like we're chasing our tail trying to look up all these names. No, it's Alton. It's Alton Brooks. No, it's Alton. We're all like going in circles. Alton Robinson was our second edge rusher. All right, we're just getting too confused here. Brains turning to mush.
Okay.
Yeah, this was Alton Robinson out of Tennessee, who turned out to be from Syracuse.
There we go. Okay, well.
Okay, 49ers on the clock. Chris Osman will introduce the next pick once the pick is in.
Oh, dear. Time to go bipolar on us.
That seemed good.
Yep. Are you going to switch to the guy that you always switch? The one nice guy?
Oh, according to Elena, it says Alton has character issues, robbed his girlfriend, LOL. LOL, really? Okay. What? Okay, so apparently he has character issues. Read the bottom message on the chat from Elena.
Yeah, I saw that.
That could be a problem. Column, I don't know.
Well, Frank Clark beat up his girlfriend, but look what he did.
Can't believe Frank Clark got traded, dude.
What? That's old news, man.
That's like 2 years ago. No,
He's the beach for us, dude. No way.
we couldn't afford to keep him.
Could we possibly get a kicker in the undrafted area? Because, as you know, Jason Myers wasn't always reliable last year. You think we're going to stay with Jason Myers this year, or switch out?
Oh. The year.
I don't know. I guess I'm not completely down on Jason Myers. He had a bad stretch there, but I still think I think he can have a solid next year. I don't think we're not going to put the Blair Walsh. We're not putting the Blair Walsh tag on him quite yet.
See, thanks to Blair Walsh, he helped us win the playoff games. Then he came to our team, well up for us,
and helped us not make the playoffs in 2017. So he's like the playoff killer.
Yeah.
Blair Walsh.
Poor Vikings, poor Seahawks.
Blair Walsh, the playoff killer. 49ers. I guess I get to pick on this one. With the 190th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Charlie Warner, tight end, Georgia.
Teammate for George Kittle.
Tell him I said hi.
What's up? And by the way, we gave up Breida, but we got Trent Williams and some guy in the 5th round, lineman. Yay! See ya. Bye.
Okay.
All right.
Trent is really bad. I hate to be really pissed off.
Hey, Norm, I hate to break it to you. I think you have a person living inside of you.
I think I have what?
You have a person living inside of you. He changes his face really weirdly when he talks.
I know this.
Okay. Okay. Well, what was I talking about? Oh yeah, the kicker. I'd say if he were to miss more field goals or whatever in the middle of the season, we could release him and then get someone else from as a free agent mid-season, like the 49ers when they lost Roddy Gold in the middle of the season. They got Chase McLaughlin in the middle of the season. So you can still get a kicker in the middle of the season if you ever have kicking trouble.
No, we don't need a drafted kicker.
Not yet. Or not. Yeah, we don't. We're not going to draft a kicker yet.
Of course, we just jinxed ourselves.
We're not getting a kicker. That's not. John Snyder will be stuffy. I'm not letting them happen. That would happen. That would be weird if they actually drafted a kicker. I'm like, okay, we're officially the bad luck people of the Seahawks. That would be really bad. So, but what do we need? I was going to say we need a safety, Anton Brooks Jr. That's my guess. And then if not, then probably a defensive lineman or something like that. That's my guess.
All right, so we're number 12 in this round. We're picking 35, so we've got about 23 more picks to go.
23. Okay.
Is that the only Chrysostomo?
What's that?
Is that the only pick for Chrysostomo? Whole draft?
Oh, he picked some earlier, but that's the only pick that the Niners have in this round.
Yep. Okay.
That's all you get, boy.
Actually, stop it.
We should talk Madden a little bit. I think. Did you say you got the new Madden 21 or whatever? The Madden 21 comes out on August 2nd. If you wanted to live stream the Madden thing, that would be the best thing because it's updated and everything with all the new stuff.
Lamar Jackson's going to be on the cover.
Yeah.
Lamar Jackson getting injured.
Don't we need a new
the Madden curse.
Sunday Night Football on Fox, Thursday Night Football on CBS? What? I don't like Brandon Gaudin and Charles Davis.
That's just the EA Sports thing. I don't even play Madden with volume on because they're just programmed.
Joe Buck. Well, that's my predictions.
Aiden, they have to hire those people to talk into a microphone and record themselves for that video game, and those guys are the ones that are available. So they're just
Well, anyway, to answer your question, I am planning to. Yes, I am planning. I haven't gotten it yet because I still got like the 2017 Madden. I haven't played in like a couple of years, so I need to pick it up and get the new one going. You said 2021 won't come out till August.
August 2nd.
So, but yeah, will I just go ahead and get the next one? Right.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I plan to jump in there and mess around with do a simulation of the of what have been 2020 season, especially if it doesn't happen. But yeah, no, it's this time away, this stay at home time has given me an opportunity to get back into playing some games that I haven't touched in a while. So Madden's the next one on my list. So I'm looking forward to get my game on in there. I mean, I haven't played that much, so I'm not that good, but I'm a quick learner. Are you pretty good at it?
I'm not a gamer, but I do play two games, and that's Madden and Battlefront 2. The only two games I own, the only two games I ever play ever.
Oh, really? That's funny. I think I have an unopened copy of Battlefront 2 right here.
So it's quite a good game since the new updates.
Let's see. Okay, here's my. Let's see where all of my copies at. Well, here's my. Yep. So here's my Madden 2018. Or no, this is 17. This is 17 with Gronk on the cover.
I do not have 17.
I think that was the last time I played it. Was because I simulated Super Bowl 51 on here.
It's being opted out by the green screen.
I know. I know. It's not much I can do about it. Yeah, I know. Like, ooh. But yeah,
that's. You're wearing your green jersey. And
You know,
the green parts of your jersey. Or,
what the thing about video, the Seahawks uniform is like the worst thing to have in terms of trying to do special effects, because when you do special effects, you either do it against a green screen or a blue screen. It's kind of tough when your team's colors are blue and green, so it makes compositing very difficult. That's why I have limited options for shirts to wear. Even my little Seahawks green eyeball right here is translucent, so it shines through.
I agree with your color rush thing. It makes sense. You know, you don't highlight the whole book. You just highlight the parts of it that are, pop out a little bit.
I mean, I never liked.
So bright.
I never liked the colorist thing in general, where it's like all white or all yellow, like in the Rams case or anything like that. I do rather like the idea that every team should have their throwbacks. What they should do is they should coordinate everybody so that when they have the Thursdays, it should be Thursday night football throwbacks, and everybody should play in the outfits they wore in their throwback years simultaneously. Some teams wouldn't look any different because they haven't changed much, like the Raiders. But Seahawks, when they play, say, like the Denver Broncos, they would wear their old Orange Crush Denver Broncos outfits from the 80s, and
they do that.
But Seahawks haven't had a throwback uniform yet because of the helmet issue, apparently. That's what I'd love to see. That would be cool. That would be so fun to see.
There was somebody on my Facebook thing I'm on that had they edited something out, and they had Quandre Diggs wearing the old uniform, and it looks really cool.
Yeah, Somebody doctored up a Russell Wilson shot wearing the throwbacks too, and he actually commented on, I think, Instagram or Twitter, saying that he wanted this to happen too. So
I like it. Yeah.
Hopefully the league can figure it out.
Nowadays uniforms look better anyway. I do like the old uniforms, but my favorite uniforms overall in the entire NFL, it's not just because I'm a Seahawks fan. I just think our uniforms are just the best colors. I just love blue and green. I don't know. It's just.
I'll have to be honest with you. I didn't love it at first, just because I'm resistant to change anyway. So I didn't even like the switch they did in 2002 when they went to the new stadium and had the in between time period with the other blue that they had. But I've always liked, I'm kind of traditionalist that way. So when they switched, I wasn't crazy about it the first time. The second time, it took some getting used to. I love it now, but the first time I looked at it, I remember thinking it seemed weird. I liked the fact that the colors went back a little bit more towards what the Seahawks original colors were, not quite the royal blue that they had before, but away from that sort of metallic-y kind of blue that they had in between. But the numbers are what threw me off, because I'm used to kind of the numbers that are easy to read, the sort of block letters. And when the numbers came out for the new jerseys, they had a weird font that was like hard to make out. It's like, was that an 8 or a 6? It was like it took some getting used to, but now I'm all in. I love it now, of course, because we won a Super Bowl in them. So now that's my favorite combination of all time: the blue pants with a white top. Until we win a Super Bowl in a different color combination.
Oh.
So.
Yeah, that was a good game, 43-8.
Yeah.
That was one of the first games I remember fully watching, because I'm 17. I'm not that old, really. But yeah, it was fun, because my grandparents at the time were Seahawks fans, and they were calling, "Are you gonna watch the Super Bowl?" And my parents are not too crazy sports fans, so we ended up watching the Super Bowl, and that was really the game we watched for the first time, the full game. The first game I ever did watch, part of a clip, was the Marshawn Lynch Beastquake, because my grandparents sent it to us and my parents showed me. And so that was pretty cool. I got to see that for the first thing football ever. So, yeah.
Nice. Yeah,
most of my time was in Washington.
I think, I'm going to try something. So since we don't have a lot to look at while this is going on, I'm going to try to open up a window and I'll pull up some of my old videos I can play in the corner. Just for grins.
Yeah, you should play the one where you're going, the one where you're like the day before, like the documentary you made about Super Bowl 48.
Right.
That's one of my favorite videos you made.
All right, let me see if I can make this thing happen.
Oh, the Patriots picked Justin Heron, offensive tackle, Wake Forest. What the heck? Are the Patriots not? Are they not drafting a quarterback?
Apparently not at this point.
I mean, I guess they might be going back to when Tom Brady, because he was a 6th rounder. So
Right.
maybe they're going to draft a quarterback in the 7th round. Maybe. I don't know.
They kind of got lucky there, but
Well, you know, Tom Brady never should have made the team. He was like the 4th string quarterback. They had 4 quarterbacks, and he was the last one. And things fell apart, and he eventually made his debut in certain circumstances and led them to 6 Super Bowl wins.
yeah, no, I know. Actually, I know one of the backup quarterbacks who was on that team, Damon Heward, who was a quarterback at Washington. He's actually my business partner's brother-in-law. Still lives in the area and commentates on the Husky games now. But he was, he was on the Patriots team at that time when it was Brady and Bledsoe went down and Brady went in there. I mean, he was, he was in the mix. Could have been one of those players that that he could have stepped up into, but Brady was when he got the role. But yeah, so. Oh.
What was that?
That must be Aiden. From the volume, I can tell that's probably Aiden. I was like, Aiden must have stepped away because it got really quiet. There you are. Let's see. Here we go.
You're loud. Sorry.
Oh, here we go. All right, the Super Bowl, my Super Bowl documentary. Let me see if I can play this on here.
Never been to New York.
Let's see what happens.
Crowded.
Oh, there you go. So I'm just playing this.
It is NorbCam Super Bowl style. You believe that? It is Blue Friday, the Friday before the Super Bowl. I believe this is actually happening, but I'm about to head to the airport to get on a plane to New York City because of the Super Bowl. Finally setting in. It's actually happening. Nervous butterflies. Went on a standby flight on Delta, so it
6 years ago.
If I'm going to make this flight, keep my fingers crossed. Go Hawks! All
It's only been 6 years, not too crazy.
SeaTac International Airport. Guess who's joining me on the trip? Yep.
All right, so.
My dad, Cootie Bird, going to be going to the Super Bowl together. Everybody. Now, we got past the hard part. We made it to the airport, but we're flying standby.
Oh, this is actually the airport. This is at the airport. The subways that's SeaTac that takes you from
very interesting video.
The satellite
drama trying to get from Seattle to New York City, right?
That's correct. We're not sure if we'll get there tonight.
Yeah, we are checked in at the podium at S3. They got Seahawks stuff everywhere, as you can see. All about the Seahawks today, baby. Hopefully we get on this airplane. In the meantime, I'm going to pick up a Seattle Times, read up on my Hawks, get into the mode, baby. You guys remember this spectacular play that made the
There's the tip. I remember seeing that article in the magazine on the stand.
The little wire here to
this
see
was,
if we
I
get on this
think,
airplane. It's like another Seahawks game.
This was
to the last second.
This was Friday. I didn't leave for the Super Bowl until Friday.
We are up in the skies above New York City, about ready to land. Unfortunately, my dad and I got split up back in Seattle. He did not make the flight, so I'm hoping he's going to make that other flight down to LA and reconnect over here in New York City. This whole plane here is filled with the 12 man. That's right. Cheer on the Seahawks in New York.
A lot of people headed to New York on that
blue
day.
And green. You can just feel the electricity in the air. The Hawks. Here's one of the 12s right here.
Hey, my name's Mike Mathis.
How'd you end up making your way?
Yes, he did. We got separated. Luckily, we both got there. He got there a few hours after I did. I got there like 3 hours in the morning or late at night. He got there the next morning.
Sorry you couldn't be here.
Yeah.
Team Triple G Mono in the chat. Niners fan, of course. As Niners, we run this.
Yeah, I had to sacrifice.
One for the team.
Yeah, I had to sacrifice for the family. So
I hear that.
You know,
back home too.
Yeah, love you, baby.
The beauty of being at the start of the season is that everybody has a chance. Everybody thinks they're going to win it all.
Hey, we got Richard Sherman. In the house. As you can see, we got a spirited crowd in here. It's just the beginning. Wait till Sunday. Ooh, it's going to be off the hook. I've never been. We just touched down in New York City, here at Kennedy Airport. One more step closer, y'all. Take care, man. Have a good trip. Good luck. Thank you. All right, that was a quick flight. I spent the whole time reading about the Seahawks and listening to podcasts about the Seahawks. Whenever you do that, the time just flies. Dad, hopefully, if everything goes well, we'll be landing here about 7 a.m. New York time. So it's going to be a long night for him, but if he gets in, all will be fine. Meantime, grab a taxi and work away to the hotel. Kind of funny walking through here. If I didn't know the Super Bowl was going on, you wouldn't realize you're walking through this airport. I haven't seen one thing that says anything about the Super Bowl. That's okay. We know what time it is. Finally, some Super Bowl decoration. Yeah. This is pretty cool. Lady, cab driver. Let me introduce my driver over here. What's your name, man?
Hey, Carly, what's up?
Carly?
Yeah.
How's it going? Are you a football fan? Yeah? You know who's playing, right? Who are you picking in the Super Bowl this time?
Picking your team.
Wait, the NFC Championship against the Packers? Yes.
Seahawks time now.
Yeah, that's right. Seahawks time. That's correct. Say hello to the folks back home, Collie. Take care, man. Have a good one. Well, I'm officially now here in Manhattan, New York City. Check this out. My hotel is right there. That's the club quarters. And look behind me. This is pretty cool. It's right next to the World Trade Center. Awesome. Right there. Look at that. It's even got the Seahawk green on top, baby. Go inside, check in. Room number 827, New York City, baby. I'm so hungry. These pretzels and 2 Cokes didn't quite cut the mustard, you know what I mean? See what we got in here. Oh, this is cozy. God, it's tiny. This thing is tiny, but I guess that's how they roll here in New York City. This is all they had as far as rooms. Me and my dad are going to be sharing it. All they got is one bed.
Amazing, miraculous comeback, and definitely set up for one of the wildest weeks I've ever had in my life.
We are here, baby. But Dad's not going to be here till the morning, so I got this place to myself. I'm sure it should be hard to find some food around here in New York City. Lady said there's a deli around here somewhere that I can grab a bite.
So we went from winning the game.
A little bit of snow still on the ground.
And then
place.
Interview
cafe. They got a whole bunch of good stuff.
And then a couple days later, flying down to Arizona for the
Got a
Super
little
Bowl.
ESPN, a little private party here. Quite nice little night to myself. And then we'll go hit Times Square Super Bowl. Festivities to be a lot of fun. Good night, 12 man. My girls, my honey. Later.
Saddest games ever.
Oh, so they went to the Super Bowl?
I'm here in New York. I tell you, on the airplane there were so many Seahawks fans.
I was gonna say it's hard to just go to the game. Getting the ticket is a pretty penny.
Off to see the Big Apple. It's a crisp, cool day, but you know, it's pretty nice actually. It's gonna be great. We decided to hop into this place called
Bill's Burgers.
Bill's Burgers for breakfast. Grab some omelets. Good way to start the day. They got NFL Network and Marshawn Lynch doing beast mode on that screen back there.
We're right in front of a TV screen which shows some of the past Super Bowl games.
You're breaking up there a little bit, Andrew.
But the Seahawks win. We're feeling a little bit outnumbered in this place.
Team Triple G Mono says we need to meet this year in Seattle, big homie. Hey, if you're coming up to town, I'd be
we're gonna have to change that scenery real quick.
Sit down with you and have a little hangout session.
So now we're gonna take the subway to Times Square.
You can
downtown in the Bronx. Got our Super Bowl subway ticket.
send me a message via Twitter or my email, which is in my description here, or DM me on Instagram.
Hey, 12 man.
Elena said, "Wow, Team Triple G being nice." Well, you know, I think once we put down our colors and we're not battling each other on the sports front, we are all around people who can find a way to get along. So,
all right, here we are. All right, 12 man.
Yeah, this is in the video down below. This is where we took the subway to downtown Manhattan, where they had the entire Super Bowl boulevard set up. I remember going into this day, there was so much discussion about wondering if there was, they were predicting some big snow blizzard to come. They thought it was going to come down and, hit the game. I mean, that's a big reason why I think a lot of people didn't come out to the Super Bowl as much, because these tickets were a heck of a lot cheaper
NFL
than
Network. We got some reporter stand-up action happening back here. I don't recognize
these were
that's not Aaron Andrews.
$1,500.
Frenzy over here.
Each ticket was $1,500, which at the time I thought that was a lot because that was the price for basically the entire home regular season tickets, you know, because they're about $750 a piece, so $1,500 total. So one ticket was the same cost as 2 seats full season. So at the time I was like, man, I don't want to spend that much money, but of course looking back now, I'm so glad.
I gotta get a picture
I'm
here
so
with
glad
New
I
York's
did.
finest and a K9. Here with New York's finest right here, guys.
Looking back now, but I actually had to think long and hard.
Beautiful weather, the sun's coming out. We got throws of people. We're like packed in here like sardines. I feel like busting through the line, you know, Marshawn Lynch beast mode style, plowing through
I remember it was really crowded, as you can see there.
We got our
it's really crowded, and I remember
we don't really know what they do.
Here's mine.
We got the Seagulls in the house.
Oh, this is where we ran into the Seagulls, and I knew one of them. We knew one of them. So she's Filipino, same Filipino background. Oh yeah, the gal who won the Super Bowl ticket from Ellen.
What was her name?
Also from up here.
Isn't it?
Yeah, we were texting this whole time. We were like, we gotta meet up. We were trying to find each
She's from
other.
Seattle, our Filipino connection to the Seagulls.
Jimmy Hobart Perry. We did though. You know, thanks to cell phones, we were able to communicate and figure out where we were.
12th man,
Yeah, Geraldine. Not a Seahawk anymore.
Macy's over here. Macy's set up behind me. Big killer over there.
We went into Macy's here. That was cool. They had everything decked out in Super Bowl stuff. It was awesome.
Where's my Hawks?
Very different than I remember going to Arizona, because in Arizona you saw nothing but Seahawks fans. I remember when we were here, it felt like the place was a lot of Broncos fans. I think maybe it was just because the people had the Broncos colors, and that orange just jumps out like a traffic cone. So it feels like everyone's walking around with orange, and even in the stadium it looked like the place was just filled with orange because it just, and the color just stands out so much.
Of course, we can go back home and they'll probably have
Once
the
the
same
game got
stuff at
going, man,
Seattle Macy's. That's
clothes
okay.
were
We
in
can say we
effect.
actually bought it here in New York. New York! This is the ESPN broadcast booth. We got live dancing mannequins. Only in New York. What do you think?
I think they're fabulous.
Check it out. I got my background dancers.
That was a fun experience. And then I remember the ride back was even crazier because it was
Trying to see if I can meet up with our friend Jeannie, who won her Super Bowl trip on the Ellen
the snow
DeGeneres
did
show.
come. I
And
think
you
it
had
was
NorbCam with Jeannie and the Ellen crew. What's up? Jeannie, there she is.
Found her here, somewhere downtown New York. There she is.
I'm here with a star. Jeannie, the star of the Ellen show. Woo! It's the Super Bowl, baby! I'm so proud of you. You did so awesome. I don't think I would have gotten it. I was like watching. It's like, how many feet is 100 yards? I was like, 900. I mean, I would have lost.
Thank you.
You're so good.
Oh,
you did so
Yeah.
I felt so embarrassed after that question. I was like,
12 man in this gold Jeannie on NorbCam here in New York City with my dad. About to wrap up our day here at Times Square, Super Bowl Boulevard. Head back to the hotel. Game day tomorrow.
Sky.
All right.
Yeah.
It's game time. Super Bowl.
Yeah, no, it's actually some of the coolest fans I've ever met are actually Saints fans. They're very passionate about their teams, but they're also some of the most hospitable people I've ever met. And so I'm lucky the last 3 or 4 years. On here on the video, these are before I got to know these guys personally, but Mama Blue and Cannonball, Bruce, Hated Hawk. I didn't know them yet. This was before we'd really gotten to know each other, and that would be another about a year and a half before I really get to know them personally. But at that time, I was just like, oh, it's the super fans. You know.
See if I can get this train to make some noise.
Yeah, she was one of the interview subjects in the documentary I made about Mark Collins and the Save Our Seahawks time when back in the 90s.
We're going to make a quick stop here at Secaucus. We'll transfer to the other train that will take us to MetLife.
H the end. I love you, Dad. Oh, and this is the part where we had to go. We were all dressed for snow, and then we had to go to this transfer station to get from one train to the next, and the place was like a sauna. It was so hot and steamy.
locked up. It was like a
Oh, not subway. It was the.
people jammed in this.
Well, no, this is to get to New Jersey. So you took a train. I don't know if it's a train or a subway, but a train from New York, and then over towards New Jersey, and then you had to get off and transfer to another train that took you to the stadium. And that transfer bottleneck was really packed. People were passing out and stuff. But it's because we were all dressed up. We're all dressed for like freezing weather, and then we had to run through this 80, 90 degree, steam bath. It's crazy.
All right, go Hawks.
Yeah, that's what I said. That's exactly what I said there.
We got off that train and we are here.
We got lucky.
Day for football, a little too gorgeous. I wanted it to be a little rougher for Peyton Manning.
Yeah, no, I'm so glad I got to be there and record it and share the experience, man.
For our pre-game ritual, always got to start a Seahawks game with a hot dog.
Of course, we don't know how much it could cost.
Who cares? We pay whatever it's going to cost because it's a Super Bowl.
Calvin and Noah. Yeah.
2 chips and 2 hot dogs. $40.
Yep. Noah.
And it's not just the bowl that is super inflated prices. It's a Super Bowl. Who cares?
Yeah. Do you have a Skype account? We've been doing it via Skype. That's how we've been doing our collaboration. So you can free anyway. Yeah, if you sign one up, then we could do a online live for sure.
I can't believe it's finally here, baby. Teams are warming up. We're getting close. All this pomp and circumstance. We got to get this stuff out the way so we can get to the game. It is a beautiful night. Moon shining above us. It's got a crisp, cool chill to the air. It's a beautiful night for football, baby. This is it. Time to see who's going to bring home the Lombardi. You know who I got my money on. The Hawks. A little thank you and a shout out to those of you guys out there who supported NorbCam all season. In particular, those who supported me bringing me here to the Super Bowl, like Cynthia Lorraine, one of the biggest Seahawks fans I know. I hope this is a victory watch for you right here.
Yeah,
appreciate everything you've done. And you know
I'm sure we can work something out. So it's called the Goal Line. That's the name of your project.
Support, of course, working out together so we can live one of our dreams to see the Seahawks in the Super Bowl right here. It's like another dream come true. And I also want to do a special thank you to Gayla Kahuna. You've been a great bro, representing 12-man in Hawaii. Thanks you for supporting NorbCam up here, bringing me here to New York City. Right. This is the game of the year, man, baby. Let's take it home. Lombardi time for the Seahawks. Let's go. Seahawks!
Oh, it's running Seahawks, Martin. You brought this up. They used to allow cameras in stadiums, right? That was why the Miracle at the Clinic video looks so sleek. So what it was, actually, this Super Bowl, I had to make special arrangements because at the time when I was doing these reaction videos, this is before live streaming on the phones were possible. So I was using, actually I did some iPhone recordings, but then I stepped up to a video camera. But then when we went to the Super Bowl, they said, and this is one of the coolest moments, when these choppers flew by, I remember feeling like I could just reach out and grab them. It was so, such an awesome spectacle. It was cooler than a super fast jet flyby, because when it's a jet flyby, it's high and it's fast. But when it was slow like that, you can actually sit there and really appreciate these helicopters going by you at a slow rate of speed. Anyway, they had different guidelines in terms of
incredible season, y'all. Here we go.
Cameras. They had different. One of the other lines always coming. They changed the guidelines for what they would allow in stadiums. So they said no video cameras, and so I had to suddenly go, well, I don't want to take a chance that they might snag my camera. So I switched up my plan, and instead I used my DSLR digital still camera in video mode to shoot, because technically those were okay, because they're not technically video cameras, even though they shoot video. But you couldn't bring a camcorder in. In fact, I remember being in the line to get into the stadium. Somebody got their camera taken away, so I was thinking, man, I could have been that guy. So luckily I had my alternate plan with the DSLR, and that's what I was using here. It was a let's see, I think it was a Nikon D800 with a really heavy lens. The whole camera, everything was heavy because of the DSLR body, and the lens is really big. So it was a much harder thing, and it wasn't autofocus, so I had to be constantly checking to make sure my focus was right. But yeah, it was pretty cool. I'm glad I still had a camera to shoot with. But now I pretty much just use the phone to do the YouTube live stream. Back then I'd have to shoot everything, load it up, edit it, and then put it up. But that became hard to do on a regular weekly basis with the regular season. So, but this was cool to be able to put a whole thing together, the entire trip, and then the journey in, and then the game highlights themselves. Of course, the original video of this had the games superimposed like this in the corner, and then that's when YouTube and the NFL put a copyright strike on me, forced me to take it down, and I deleted the video and then re-uploaded it without the NFL clips on it. But the real bummer to all that was the fact that when I had to delete that video, I lost all the comments. I had thousands of comments on that video of this video winning the Super Bowl, and I had to delete it. Of course, all the comments and everything that was part of it. So that was the sad part of having to delete that video. Because obviously I had the original. It wasn't like I was deleting it for good. I was deleting it off YouTube and all the comments and anything attached to it went away. So that was a sad day. In fact, I made a YouTube video about deleting those videos.
Yeah, nothing, baby. Nothing.
They were not having a good time. They had nothing to cheer for, really, except maybe the one touchdown they scored. That was the only thing they had going for them. Yep, they scored that final touchdown to get the 8 points and 2-point conversion. I think that wasn't until the third or the early fourth quarter. And that's how long it took before the fourth quarter before they finally scored. It was way over by that point.
Yeah, kick the ball, baby. Kick the ball, baby. Woo! 3 and out, baby. Safety and 3. That's our defense, baby. Woo! That's Seahawks defense. Broncos ain't used to that. Broncos ain't used to getting hit like that. For a first down! First down, Seahawks! Two-back set. Pass. Good protection. Great protection. Crossing route. Robinson. He's going. Yeah! Gives about 7 yards to
I'd always hoped that we'd have a reunion with the Patriots in the Super Bowl. But even if we did, it wouldn't be the same now because Brady's not with them anymore. Gronk's not with them anymore. It's going to be a totally different thing. So even if it happens, now the chances are.
Percy moving. Yes.
It's so hard to
Percy with a 6-yard gain.
Yeah. That make for some good drama, of course, to see the old teacher go against the apprentice, so to speak.
To be in this position, shutting them down this part of the first quarter. I love that. But you guys cannot be making these kind of mistakes, especially in the red zone.
Although I wouldn't mind playing against them and beating them in the playoffs to get to the Super Bowl. That would be nice. We get a little Brady rematch via the Buccaneers. Yes, there you go.
That was good pass defense. That was great pass defense. It's going to be a 33-yard field goal. It's good. Yes. 8-0. We'll take it.
That's such a total luck fluke thing when you think about it. That whole thing with Brady, it's like if so many things don't happen leading up to Brady ending up in that position, and if they don't call the tuck rule in the game against the Raiders, and he doesn't win that game to go win the Super Bowl, so many things change, and maybe Brady doesn't even win one.
Make them pay. They're going across the middle. Make them pay. Run! Stop him.
Did they pick the one that I had on my list from Wazoo? Anthony, no, not Jacob Eason. I'm talking about the Wazoo. Anthony, what's his name? Gordon. Did he get picked yet?
Percy motion, he's got it! Go, Percy, go! Yeah! Percy at the end of round! First down! Percy at the end of round! Blazing across the end! Secret weapon, baby. That is the end of the first quarter. Seattle Seahawks 8, Denver Broncos. Oh, Percy motion. There he goes, Beast. Yeah, Beast mode. First down. Woo! Having the secret weapon in there, they gotta respect. Percy coming across there.
2:04 and we're picking 2:14. So we got 10 picks left. This is gonna go pretty quick.
There you go. Find the stop zone, Baldwin. Gain of about 7. He's going to be third and about 4 yards to go. Yes! Pass interference! First to go at the 1 yard line. Yeah, baby! Pass interference! I can smell a beast mode coming up.
Yeah, leave everything for us to pick. Have whatever choice we want.
Touchdown, come on! Oh, I think it crossed for a second. Ram it down their tired throats. Come on. Touchdown! Yeah! Beast
Right. Oh, Cash Malula. The Patriots pick Cash Malula, linebacker from Wyoming.
with the extra point pending.
And let's see.
Shutting out the
They went linebacker, guard, earlier,
no first down.
guard again.
Not happening today, guys. Kick off.
And then,
Is returnable. Here we go.
and then in the 5th round,
Get it.
they went with the kicker.
Shut it down. 15-yard line, baby. Woo! Yikes, that was Chancellor who was down. They're going to pick on Chancellor's area because he ain't in there.
Obviously not worried about the quarterback situation. They're just building up the defense and the line. Getting all the core stuff taken care of.
What a tackle, breaking up this bubble screen. It took 20 minutes for Denver to get the first down. Oh! My defense tightened it up.
No, he's just kind of a journeyman type.
Screen! Yeah! Loss of a yard. Woo! 3rd and long, baby. Oh, they smelled that a mile away. Run! Oh, he's short. Nothing, loss of a yard. Run! Pass! Screen! No, nothing! Oh! Pancake! Woo! You can't screen on us!
Yeah.
You can't screen on us! Get in there! Oh, pick! Yeah, go! It's a pick! Go! He's gone! Pick 6! Malcolm Smith with the pick after Manning was hit, trying to make the ball. It was up for grabs and Smith ran it all the way back for a touchdown.
Somebody blocked that.
Yeah, it was hit. Pass was hit when he threw it, deflected.
9 picks to go.
Snap, kick, good. We are up 22-0 over the vaunted Big Daddy Denver Broncos offense with 3:21 left in the first half. Oh, no, you guys didn't see this
I guess whatever positions they don't address. I mean, obviously, we still need defensive tackle, safety, corner, and a backup QB. We're not going to get all that in one draft pick here, so whatever they don't get there, we'll need to pick up in free agency or...
Get him! Yeah! 4th down, you guys going to kick it?
Sauce was a bandwagon Patriot fan in 2014, mostly to get... He was he's a bandwagon. He's basically an anti-Seahawks fan. So whatever team fits the bill to see the Seahawks go down, that's the team he's going to side with. But he's always true to the heart a 49er fan.
At halftime, your Seattle Seahawks, 22.
Chrysostom was the thing I had already done as sort of a funny joke gag character that I always pull out every once in a while, just some crazy, nutty stuff.
That's right. All kinds of good stuff. Then I decided to get into football. And the rest is history. Yep. Sure. Why not? See if we get some fights with some other guys now. Too bad Garoppolo sucks, though.
Here goes Harvin. Oh, it's short.
And this is the Percy Harvin touchdown return right here.
He's gone.
He's gone.
There he goes.
He's gone. Harvin is gone. Harvin is gone.
And the safety took the safety that opened the game also took 12 seconds to get the 2 points. Pretty crazy. That was where that was the time when Percy Harvin brought that kickoff return. That was when we knew his game was over. I mean, I felt that 21-0, 21-0 with the Broncos getting the ball, or 21-0 with all they need is one touchdown to get back into the game. I thought we needed to do something on that opening drive, but I didn't think we were going to get it all in one shot like that. Pretty much demoralized the Broncos from the rest of the game. Yeah, they even short kicked it to try to avoid him getting the touchdown return. They didn't kick it deep, they kicked it short to avoid what happened.
This is playing right into Seattle's strengths. Nothing like a team that's become one-dimensional. It's going to be all passes, and eventually we're going to pick him.
Yeah, that's what the reports say, that he came out of retirement. Let's see. I haven't actually read the story about that. Percy.
Yeah, who were you throwing to, Manning? Who were you throwing to? You had 3 Seahawks and no Broncos in there.
So 3 days ago, the story broke that Percy Harvin comes out of retirement, wants to return to the NFL.
He paid the price for that one. Boom! That's Legion of boom! Boom! Oh no, I'm gonna be Sherman. Sherman's down.
Sherman?
He took a
what
shot.
He said.
Where are you now? Oh, I'm in Seattle.
He took a shot. He took a block like mad.
Oh, he's dead.
Get in there! Pick it, Sherman! Interference!
Yeah.
Offensive!
What he said apparently via tweet.
Come on, get his hand in there.
He says that I'm ready to return to the NFL. I thought I was done, but that itch came back. I've been training with a former Olympian. My body is feeling good. Mentally, I'm better. My family is good. The timing is right.
Mr. Welker, meet Mr. Chancellor. Boom!
Chancellor seems to be
Chancellor is kicking it. Chancellor is laying.
He'll be 32 next month.
Wrap him. Oh yeah. Time to kick, boys. Time to kick. This is incredible. The defense is locked down. Harvin is everything we dreamed he would be, and we're still making
mistakes, but we are dominating anyway. They just got to clean up those penalties, and this game is going to be over. Loving this. Okay, nice sustained drive. Come on, let's go, Beast.
Score prediction of their first game.
Go, Beast. Go, go.
We don't even know who we're playing yet.
20-yard run. Beast. I know.
Yeah, we just don't know the order or. Yeah, but I guess we do know this.
We're going to pass on you. We're going to kick off return on you, but our defense is going to stall you. Marshall.
Right.
Nope, it's a pass.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it as well. Well, we know the
only thing the Seahawks are not doing right is they're freaking getting penalties. Come on, O'Cool. Otherwise, Russell's got all day long. He's got great protection.
We just know the opponents. There's no schedule yet.
That wasn't necessary.
We know the opponents and where.
It's our first punt of the game. I'll take that. First punt coming 7:21 into the game of the third quarter. Take that any day. Run! No! Going nowhere, pal. Ain't no way to run.
That's right. Yeah, yes we are. Yeah. Yep.
Ball's out! The ball is out! Let's see our ball! Yeah! Baby! We got the ball! A fumble! We stripped it! Seattle ball! Oh, just when you thought you were getting some, just when you thought you were making progress, we take it away, baby! Starting to kick in, I think. This is the best game ever.
Big it. Okay, now.
There you go. Oh my God, Wilson, your Super Bowl moment, you blow it.
You blew it.
Right in your hands, pal. He heard footsteps.
Yeah.
He heard footsteps. He's like, oh, I'm gonna get hit.
Run it.
There you go, Wilson. There you go, Wilson. Wilson made up for it.
We forgive you.
Good job, Wilson. First down. That was quick redemption right there. He was open.
Isn't it Dick Snyder?
It's easy to make a catch, but no one's coming down on you like a freight train. Harvin in motion, split right. Watch this. Harvin flying out deep. Harvin deep.
Dan Snyder. Sorry, it was a D. Dan Snyder. Dan Snyder. But people might think he's. Some people might call him a Dick.
What happened right there? That's Harvin trying to double team.
Dick Snyder accent.
Middle center open for nobody named Lockett. Like Denver's like, who's Lockett? Who's that guy? Because you got Harvin stretching the field. They got to respect that. They got to respect. Yeah, he had time too.
Okay.
But you know our receivers are pedestrians.
If they score one more hit, it's over.
It's already over.
Packers just selected a center out of Oregon, and they're on the clock again. And then we have 5 more in this. So Packers on the clock. And it's Eagles, Jets, Colts, and us. Man. We've been going at it for 5 hours. At least my internet's hanging in there for 5 hours. This is the longest. I think this is the longest live video I've ever done. My butt's getting numb sitting down.
Hurst going beast mode himself. 36-0 in the second. This game is over, baby. This game is over. Sorry, Peyton. You're gonna have to get your other ring some other day. Not on our watch. Not on our watch.
Look at that. Another one. Another one. Oh my God.
Yep, should have won that game.
He was worse than the Beast.
Lick Turner had caught that ball. We would have had a first down in Packers territory. Instead, it was an incomplete pass, and then we got sacked.
They scored too quick. Awesome, man. The Seahawks decided to wait until the Super Bowl to put their best game together. This is their best game of the year. They waited for the Super Bowl to bring out their full guns. Now you're seeing it right here. This is full display. Holding. Tomorrow.
All right, so everybody's watching here. We're closing in on the end of the 6th round at pick number 209, which is the 30th pick in the 6th round. Green Bay Packers on the clock, and then we've got 5 more to go, or 4 more, really, 4 more to go, and then Seattle with their final pick of the 6th round at long last. It's been a long round. It's been a long wait. The big question is, what will Seattle do? Well, first of all, will they go offense or will they go defense? And if they go defense, where will they go with the trenches or will they go with the secondary?
How many plays have we given
Really,
up because of freaking penalties? Turbin in the backfield again.
I'll be okay with any of those.
Come on, Zach.
Any of those.
Come on, Zach. Yeah, 10 yards. Get it right back.
That's his first catch.
That was Miller's first catch. I think he's right. I like that play. That was a good play design there.
No, we need to go for your bum.
Nope, he's bootlegs out. There you go, crossing. There you go, Tate. Come on, Tate. Move forward. Don't lose the ground. Don't lose yardage, dude. 7. There we go. Snap. Good protection. Wilson, get out of there. Nice catch. Yes. Oh, my God. Baldwin. Woo! Baldwin with a clutch reception. That was good protection. Good job of Wilson keeping his eye downfield and hits Baldwin. 3rd down clutch. That's all year, man. First down Seahawks. Pass. Seam route. Yes. Curse. That was Jermaine Curse. 20 yards. The 10-yard line. Woo! First down, baby. Man, offense is just hitting on all cylinders right now. Come on, touchdown. Touchdown. Touchdown, baby. That's how you respond, baby.
Okay.
Baldwin. We are unstoppable. Unstoppable, baby. Man, who do you give the MVP to, man? Everybody's making plays today. Everybody's making plays. Yeah, right.
All right, Eagles on the clock. So the Packers did use both of their picks. They went offensive line. They got Jake Hansen, center from Oregon, and then they got a guard from Indiana. So they're getting protection.
We're about to be world champions.
So first they scare Rodgers by telling him we're getting a replacement, and then they go get some protection for him.
I'm not used to having a lead like this. It's kind of weird. I'm used to sweating bullets and biting my nails, stressing out. It's a strange place to be, but I love it. This game is over. Boom. It's returnable. Getting it at the goal line. 1 yard. Right. Takes out 5, 10. Boom. Oh! Lockett. That was Lockett. Ricardo Lockett with a brutal hit. Wow. Laying a lumber.
He actually came from behind.
Okay, long last.
Seattle's gonna have
just a few more minutes to go.
Seattle's gonna have their first Lombardi. Oh yeah, bat it down. Knocked down.
Oh, what's that?
Averill again.
Oh, Averill again.
There are so many MVPs on this game.
And that interception was because of Averill.
Yep. Chancellor. I mean, everybody's playing lights out. Pickett. Yeah, incomplete. Incomplete.
Incomplete third. Seahawks got
what?
Seahawks down.
2 Legion of Booms crashed into each other.
Yeah.
Thomas and Sherman.
That's quite the plethora, quite the range.
Now the Legion of Boom is getting boomed themselves in this game. I mean, I've lost track of the scores, but Harvin got one. On defense, Smith got one. Baldwin got one. Curse got one. Marshawn Lynch got one. Crazy. Kasek. Take him out. It's all right. It's all right. Thurman is down now. God, we're dropping like flies. That was Sherman's replacement. I'm not going to have any more secondary after this. We haven't seen a corner go down all year. We've been 2 in a minute. LOB! 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 LOB!
Tom Flacco.
You mean Joe Flacco? You mean Joe Flacco?
Run the clock.
Or is Tom Flacco, Joe Flacco's less famous brother?
Incomplete. That's our ball. That's our ball. Incomplete. Yeah. Oh, incomplete.
Somebody in the chat reminded that Thaddeus Moss has not gotten picked yet.
Defense holding strong, baby.
He has not been mossed. He hasn't been mossed yet.
Oh, he's hitting the hole.
You got mossed.
Nice run. 7 yards.
Remember the reason why we passed the ball in Super Bowl 49 was to make Russell get
First down and more. First down and more.
That is an old conspiracy.
You know what? This isn't exactly how I thought it was going to feel.
Conspiracy theory that I'm buying into.
My heart beats nice and steady. It's kind of weird to be this calm. No, it's a fake stream. Get out of there, Russell. Run! Run, Russell, run! Hit the deck, hit the deck! No, stay in bounds, dude. You just slide and stay in bounds, my friend. Oh, yeah. Smothered, baby. Lost the 4 on that play.
Congrats, you guys.
All right, have a safe trip home, man.
Congrats, you guys.
I want a sack. I want to see the first sack of the postseason. I want 1 sack this game. Come on. Come on, April. Where are you, baby? Spin it.
3 more to go.
Get a sack. Come on, 1 time. Ball, 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 ball.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's it.
Fumble. Oh, yeah.
But
Put an exclamation mark on it, baby.
so for me, once we get, assuming the Seahawks do draft in this position 214. 35th in this round, I will probably wrap up the broadcast, being 5 hours and almost 10 minutes into this day. So hopefully the Seahawks do and end the suspense. But that is the plan at this point. I'm still amazed that there's still over 100-something people watching this. That blows my mind. But I appreciate you guys being here.
When an unstoppable force meets an unmovable object. But I think we pretty much answered what happens.
Wait, the Colts have 3?
And once
The
again,
Colts got 3
defense
picks?
wins championships.
Wow.
Period. Oh, they got him. They got Carroll with the Gatorade.
Well, I assume that they're taking them all because they stepped in to get that pick.
That's it.
Gentle tackle. Is that it?
That's it. That's it.
That's it. We are the champs. Seahawks. Overall champs, baby. Overall champions. We are the champs. Bring on the Lombardi, baby.
No, somebody in the chat. I know some people who have allegiances to 2 different teams. One of them's a neighbor friend of mine. By the way, I'm showing the highlights of Super Bowl 48 where the fireworks are going off where we did win the Lombardi Trophy. Yeah, I'm a friend of mine. He was from Minnesota and still has roots and connections there. And he's a fan of the Vikings, but he moved here quite a while ago, and so he's become a Husky and a Seahawks fan since that point. So he's a Seahawks fan and a Vikings fan, and I always wonder how do you when they play each other, which they've done a lot lately, is how do you root for who you're rooting for when you're a fan of both teams? I always found it fascinating how that works when you have one team that you're slightly more favorable. It's like having 2 kids and they ask you which one's your favorite. And my daughter will ask me that too. Sometimes my daughter will ask me, so which one do you like better? And I say, oh, I love you two equally, of course.
It was good coming to the Big Apple. Amazing. Dominant. Sorry, Mom. Not a lot of money, but it's worth it.
That is the end of the Super Bowl, the final NorbCam of the 2013.
Wow. You know that the guy we were talking about, he's still on board then, huh? What's his name? Khalil something?
Bring it and share it with you.
Well, what about the Khalil guy? Did he get
Let's do it
picked?
again next year, huh? Let's do it again.
We were talking about that in the last round. Going, there's no way he's going to be on the board when Seattle picks him.
To take us back to Manhattan. It was chaos. We didn't sleep at all.
Wouldn't that be interesting if he actually...
When the team wins the Lombardi Trophy for the first time, long train lines, lack of sleep, none of that bothers you. Because everything feels different now. For our city, our region, our community, life will never be the same. We are the 12th man. We are the Seahawks. And we are finally world champions. Oh yeah. And one more thing.
Go Hawks!
I got rid of that, but I think we should draft
Of Jimmy Graham or Jason Witten. Or
draft any offensive player. I think we would draft maybe a. You know, one position we haven't addressed is fullback. What do you think about Nick Ballore?
Oh, fullback. Now that would be an interesting thing we haven't discussed yet. A much overlooked position these days, day and ages. And
I mean, Kyle Juszczyk is a good player. So yeah, Nick Ballore is our fullback.
Knew that Tua was going to the Dolphins.
I would not go there.
No,
especially with what we invested in tight end, because sometimes you can have tight ends can almost function like a fullback. I still think we got to go on the defensive side of the ball.
Well, you know, Norb, on Madden, Nick Ballore is rated overall as a 51, which is not ideal. So, I mean, obviously we could upgrade there, but fullback is not very.
All right, the Colts are on the clock, and I have the worst opportune time to have to go to the bathroom. But I better do it now because we're about to pick. So
who is this?
Be right back, real quick.
I'm back.
Oh, great. You won Super Bowl 49. Congratulations.
That's right, Norm. Now you and all your 12s can crawl back to the holes you came from. 12s? What is that? Because y'all jumped on the bandwagon in 2012?
What do you want from me?
I want you to admit that the Patriots are the best team ever.
Okay, the Patriots are the best team ever.
This is my question.
At cheating.
Oh, you piece of
Spygate, Deflategate.
The Seahawks have more PED suspensions than anyone, and you call us cheaters? Huh?
Those players were punished accordingly. Was Tom Brady? I don't think so.
Listen, I think there's only one way to settle this.
Exciting stuff here.
First one to the Highway 1 bridge wins.
You're on.
On green, we go.
Please note, the NorbCam does not condone the use of illegal street racing to settle disputes.
Bye-bye!
Hey! That's cheating!
Whatever. Eat my rubber.
It's dust, you idiot.
What I miss? Did they pick yet? No.
Tom Brady's the
Still on the
best.
clock.
Just like me.
Brady's a liar.
I did wash my hands.
Suck.
28-24 forever.
Cheaters
That's right.
forever.
I actually had a buddy of mine. We borrowed his. He has his folks own a Ferrari, a silver Ferrari, and we borrowed it for this shoot. But the funny thing is, you never actually see the car because it's entirely done in this GTA world. But we shot the interior inside an actual Ferrari. Yep.
Hey! That was definitely cheating!
Whatever it takes to win, buddy.
I could have used a minivan, but no, we wanted the legit, real thing, so that the interior was going to be inside of an actual, exotic sports car. Look at that! Look at that! Get on two wheels, bam! That was so hard to make this. I don't know if you guys are familiar with director mode on GTA. GTA is a fun game to play, but making this video took forever. I actually had to do it behind the scenes how we did this, because we literally had to set up cameras, virtual cameras in the director mode version of the game, and of course we had to play the game. And I had some of my friends, my buddy Mike Lorraine and Byron. He was helping out with this, and so they were doing the playing. I had to do that at this point, but it took forever. It was hard to make this show, especially the part here where I blow the tire out.
Deflate this.
Goodwin? Oh, Godwin traded from the Niners, so the... All right, Seahawks on the clock.
Lamar Jackson, cornerback, Nebraska.
Lamar Jackson. I played a Ravens.
Cheaters never win?
Hello?
He miraculously survived. Okay. The video ended at the perfect time. Seattle 6 picks in. All right, Seattle's pick is that right? Pick is in? All right, guys, here we go. Time to have the big communal reaction to the Seahawks pick. A lot of people are hoping for Lamar Jackson. It just sounds really reassuring. I mean, Andrew Luck, as in retired and injured.
Thank you for watching NorbCam. To subscribe to my YouTube channel, click the button at the top. To watch my Rivals video where I battle a John Way obsessed stuck in the 80s Broncos fan, click the video
Mine
on
still
the left.
says on the clock.
Wilson versus
So I must be
debate with this odd-looking 49er fan, click the video in the middle. To watch me go Matrix food fight against this sorry excuse for an Arizona Cardinals fan, click the video on the right and check out NorbCam.com. Thanks for watching. Go Hawks!
Lamar Jackson, oh my goodness. Everyone's saying Lamar Jackson.
Pick is in. And with the two in the NFL
Pick
draft,
is in. The ticket's been in for a while now.
Seahawks select. Yep, pick is in.
Let's get my pick.
2014.
Let's see, are they going to actually announce it? Let me see if they'll actually do an announcement.
This is that high safety and plays in the deep middle of the field. He's quick to read, range, and drive on the football. We see him with a pass break.
They're still talking about the
He started a lot of football.
Here we go. Here's the selection.
38 starts over his career. The speed is about what you.
Oh, they go wide receiver. They go wide receiver. Freddie Swain, wide receiver, Florida.
Nah, bro, I'm out.
We'll have to get another pick at
Wow, wide receiver, Florida. I got to pull that up. Let's read up a little bit before I sign off. I got to read up a little bit about this guy here.
Look at this.
Freddie Swain, Seahawks with their final pick of the 2020 draft at the end of the 6th round pick. Wide receiver, Freddie Swain out of Florida. Let's read up a little bit about this guy since we know nothing about him. Well, again, surprised us. I thought we'd go defensive, but nope, they go wide receiver. Again, anything besides kicker, I would have, I can justify. But let's see what we got here. He's 6 feet, 197 pounds, so he's not an overly large guy. Pretty quick at 4.46 in the 40. Vertical 36.5 inches. The two-time All-State pick from Ocala, Florida, earned a role on offense as a true freshman for the Gators, playing in all 13 games. 8 catches, 118 yards, 14.8 yards per carry, 2 touchdowns. He played through a torn labrum in his shoulder and had surgery after the season. Swain started 4 games in 2017, though his production was limited. He had one of the biggest plays of the year for Florida, catching a game-winning touchdown against Kentucky to finish off a big comeback win. Swain was given the chance to make more plays as a junior, catching 14 passes for 265 yards and 5 scores in 11 games off the bench. He started 6 of 12 games, played as a senior, leading the Gators with 7 receiving touchdowns, 38 catches for 517 yards, 13.6 average, and 4 carries for 27 yards, 6.8 yards rushing, and working on special teams.
Oh, he's a punt return guy.
Yeah, he does do some punt returns and kick returns. He was a 7th round projection.
Read his strengths and weaknesses. If you scroll down, you can see strengths and weaknesses.
Yeah, I see that. Strengths, good combination of size and speed at the slot. Early burst creates advantage for receiver screens. Quick stop and open to snap off drive routes. Reliable hands over the last 2 seasons. Quick pluck and tuck technique after the catch. Drops, cradles, and rescues underthrown passes. Shows the ability to access additional speed when needed. Slick with his footwork. controlled gather and cut to elude tacklers in the open field, and a quality punt return option. Its weaknesses are body catching could turn off some teams. Body catching is what caused Malik Turner to drop the ball a couple times against the Packers, by the way. Needs to show better fight inside the route against physical coverage. Route running is more freestyle than focused. Uses same predictable hop step into breaks. Salesmanship to stem coverage off balance is missing. Too much drift and coast out of his breaks. Allows easier intrusion into passing lane for coverage. Poor job of boxing out defender and finishing contested catches. So I guess what you're getting here is a guy who's, you're maybe not looking at him solely as a receiver, but maybe a combination of special teams, maybe a return guy. He is pretty fast at 4.6? 4.46. That's pretty fast. So, maybe they're looking at that as a, kind of like what Tyler Lockett did when he came in as a receiver, but also as a returner. Maybe that's what they have in mind. Well,
we'll see. I can't believe we didn't that wide receiver. With our last pick, I really think we could have gone for a defensive tackle or a safety. But I mean, like you said, you can justify it every way as long as it's not a kicker or a punter. But I really think we could have used the last pick better. But I guess it works out.
Yeah, well, as usual, the Seahawks always find a way to kind of surprise us. The only thing they didn't surprise us with was, they did draft a couple of defensive ends in this draft, but never drafted a defensive tackle, never drafted any secondary, which I had this number 2 and 3 on my wish list of positions. So they went on all the other ones. Offensively, they went guard, running back, wide receiver in that order, and then on the other side they went linebacker, defensive end, and what am I missing here?
Yeah.
Is that it?
The guard, I think.
I said I cut the guard on the other side. But yeah, that's it. So defensively, it was linebacker and 2 defensive ends. That was it.
Well, I mean...
we got a tight end. We got a tight end also. Got a tight end. So, yeah, we went heavy offense with running back, receiver, tight end, and guard on the offensive side. And on the defensive side, 2 defensive ends and inside linebacker. That was your Seahawks draft.
Well, I was a very unconventional way of doing things. This is my first draft I've ever watched, all of this. Sometimes I just watch the first person and our picks, but I have the time now because we're in quarantine. I'm slightly confused, to say the least. But hopefully it turns out good in the long run because I trust in our good GM and our good coach. So.
Well, what we hopefully will see is just like when we did our draft reviews of the past several years, there was a lot of names on there which I'm sure a lot of people were going, who, what? Who's this guy? And his name might have been Cam Chancellor or maybe Richard Sherman or Doug Baldwin or, and all those guys became household names, but they weren't at the time. And maybe some of these guys who we can't even remember right now will in a year, 2 or 3 become regular household names that we can't stop talking about.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, did we need a safety when we drafted Cam? Did we need a safety when we needed Earl?
Probably.
Did we really need the safety?
Yeah, but that's it. We probably didn't. Although I remember when they drafted Earl and
Okung.
It was Okung.
Okung.
It was pretty much just we all knew that we were going to get those 2. It was a question of which one would they get first, and we got them both. So that was probably one of the most easiest slam dunk kind of like, no question, we have to get these guys. But
yeah,
since then, I don't think anyone's ever been quite so slam dunky in the first round or early rounds. A lot more head scratching, but well, this was entertaining. This is the first time I've ever sat and actually watched it straight through, where I got to witness every single pick, not just the first round or the second, but all the way to the end. So, yeah, that was it. Well, so a few surprises, a few expected moves, but probably more surprises than not. And that's this point where you rationalize and say, well, Pete and John, those guys know what they're doing. And so we'll just trust that these guys all pan out and turn into our future stars that we'll be all raving about next year or 2 years from now.
Well, our defense actually wasn't too bad before all these injuries started coming with us. We were like the number one defensive takeaways before that Eagles game, and then all of a sudden we lost a bunch of players. We lost to the Rams, and then we lost to who did we lose to? The Cardinals. That was a surprising game.
Right.
We went on to beat the Panthers, but then we lost to the 49ers. So we were 9-2. And then we sort of just lost 3 games and then went 11-5. So we really we were a good team until the injury bug got to us. And if we can just avoid the injury bug this year, we can go all the way. Really, if you think about it. So
yeah,
we'll see.
Wow. Well, that's been fun. Appreciate getting to spend some time talking draft and everything with you, Andrew. This has been a pleasure getting to know you virtually through all this, and I'm sure down the line we'll reconnect again and do another collaboration sometime in the near future when you get your other project going.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
All right. Well, this is I will say my farewells to everybody else in the phone lines. Aiden from South Dakota, thanks for being on with the chat. It was a record-long video. Caden, you too, from over there in the eastern part of the state. And then Lewis. And everybody else who called in, thank you for doing that. And for all of you guys who are watching now and who commented on the chat, and especially those who contributed to the super chat, thank you so much for being part of this. And, we will see the future of what the 2020 season is yet to be determined, obviously, but we'll be talking about it, and I'll keep you filled in as much as I can with any breaking news or changes and what to expect as the season that is unprecedented right now in this state that we are in right now. No much more uncertainty than we've ever had going into a season as to whether a season will be happening or not. But I'll definitely try to fill you guys in on it. And if we don't have an NFL season or a shortened season, well, doggone it, we can have a full season on Madden. So that's my alternate plan if it doesn't happen the way we hope it will. But thank you guys for watching. Yeah. All right. Well, thank you guys on the phone lines. I'm going to say goodbye to you now. And to all of you guys, if you get a chance to, please hit that sub button right over there and hit the bell. Like this video because it's very helpful for getting on the YouTube algorithm, getting this video out there. And we'll talk to you guys soon. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Stay safe and go Hawks.